What is up, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the Chapter 2 Season 4 Fortnite Champion Series. We are here in Qualifier number 2, day number 2 of round number 3 here in EU. That's right, I got it all out. It's a mouthful, but we're here. How's it going? I'm your host, Zeke, and joining us here on the analyst desk, we've got Shia Wager and we've got Reese. Guys, yesterday, the first 6 games here in EU were absolutely incredible. And today, we're going to get 6 more matches, and the top 15 teams will be pushed on through. What are your hype levels at right now?
Maximum. Maybe at 105% even. I want to see more clutch plays. I want to see more strats in the end game. I just want to see EU on top, as they always are.
I'm like ultra maximum. Shy's maximum, okay. Ultra maximum. He's 105. I'm 106. I'm now one layer higher right now. I'm pumped. I'm amped. We had some great games yesterday. We're going to have some great games today, and I'm just excited to see what we're going to see.
Well, Shio, you've been put in your place. You are 1 point less, but we'll change that throughout the day. Guys, we're, of course, going to hop into games in just a moment. First, let's talk about the show itself. We're going to be taking a look at EU here. We'll have a break, and then later on, we'll be back to cover NA East. With that being said, let's go ahead and talk about the overall tournament format as we kick things off here in round number 3. From here, after the 6 matches today, the top 15 teams will advance on through to heats. There you can see in heats we'll have 2 days of competition again, where only the top 8 teams will be pushed on through to grand finals. However, Shy, we've got that super special wild card match.
Yeah, if you make it to heats and you go anywhere between 9th to 16th place, you get to play in this one wildcard match where the winner, the person who gets the victory royale, moves on and advances to the grand finals. That is absolutely insane. Obviously, the grand finals, 2 days total, 6 games per day, and the winner overall past that will be crowned the champion.
Oh man, we'll have some new pickaxes to be giving out. Of course, we have to talk about the overall point format. The victory royales are worth those beefy 25 points. Placement as far out as 17th will get you at least 1 point, and every elim is worth 1 point as well. Reese, we've seen it time and time again. You have to have a balance of both placement and eliminations.
You do, and in the top 2 right in the EU, they're both pretty far ahead of each other, but for different reasons. In first, they've had really consistent games, a little bit less eliminations, but they managed to pick up 2 victory royales. And then their team in second of Kezix, Forziar, and Nate have had better average placement, better eliminations, but just not been able to kind of solidify that second and first place slots, just so they're not able to actually get those end victory royale points.
That's right, we'll have to see how they can rack up the points heading into today's matches. Don't forget, there's also prize money on the line. Here is a breakdown of all the regions across the board, so everyone will get something for participating. You like to see it. Now, guys, we do have 2 of the other regions that are kind of wrapping up, and we'll talk about those in just a second. But boys, I'm telling you, today's 6 games, yesterday, EU brought it. I cannot believe... And even in NA East, right, it was like all the action across the board yesterday was unbelievable. Now we have a chance to take a step back and kind of reset the mentals, come into today's games with a fresh mindset. Do you guys think we're going to be seeing anything different? Perhaps some new drop spots, some switch-ups? What do you think?
I'm getting word from the Shio from the future, who's watched the 6 games today. We're going to be getting something even more than amazing. I'm not sure if it'll be at drops or in the end game, but I feel like there's going to be an insane play that happens that'll solidify a person's nature and just their name in Fortnite.
There you go. Thank you, Shy from the future. We will remember that. Now, as I did mention, we do have those other regions. Reese, coming out of OCE, we have our winners. Now, just to break this down, Dr. X2 Twins, I believe, is Jesse. Lil Tarp, or is called Volks, if you guys are familiar with him. And then Sauce, there is Jordan, the X2 Twins, alongside Volks. 220 points, 2 victory royales, and 61 eliminations. They'll walk away the number 1 team, which is pretty impressive, but it is the top 8 that will be pushed on through to heats.
And they did really well. Their last 2 games is the 2 victory royales. So they weren't actually in contention for that first place slot up until those last 2 games where they played fantastic and really took home the first place in this qualifier. And after the end of day 1, they were 7th and they were down by 23 points in total. So really good job by them in day 2 to clutch up, get those 2 victory royales and get that first place.
Absolutely. In fourth, we have Sorov, Carrion, and Eshes. These guys are playing with a completely different trio in week number 1. So I'm curious to see exactly what the decision is going to be. Who will that third be? Will it be Slaya or Carrion over in OCE? Past that, though, remember, it is the top 8. And in 8th place, we have Nunkor, Oreo, and Chains. These guys will have 146 points total over the 2 days. 42 elims, a very consistent type game style that netted them an easy qualification for heats.
In 7th, Wicked Suns and Lunar actually just missed out in week 1 by qualifying by 1 place. They came 9th, and now they've kind of solidified that in 7th in the qualifier 2. So that's really, really good to see that they've kind of learned from last week's mistakes and improved and now qualified through for the heats.
That's right. Now, don't forget, we have another region to talk about. We do have our Asia results. We're going to be flipping on over to that in just a second. Here they are, Q-Jack, Wildhawk, and Nator coming out big in today, coming out at 192 points, a victory out, 68 eliminations. And Reese, you know, Q-Jack did tweet out. He said, hey, what's going on? FNCS Week 2 final first place. And you had a reply. What did you say?
Nuts. That's it. Just one word, nuts. Q-Jack is one of the most consistent players on the Asian region, doing really, really well in his solo gameplay. He won in Qualifier 1, now coming into Qualifier 2, and also taking that first place slot. And if you'll see the kind of consistent things that they've been doing, eliminations way higher than all the other players that are here as well in the top 5. Although not be able to get those victory royales, but as we said earlier, every kind of play style matters. Getting those victory royales, getting the placement, and obviously in their case, getting those huge amount of eliminations really works too. And in 3rd place, Mazar, Macy, and Schnicky actually were first on day 1, and they actually had a 35-point lead over the people in 2nd, and then they only managed to get 20 points on day 2. So clearly there were some strategies changing up on day 2, and it'll be good to see if that same thing happens here today.
I understand now why there's God in the names of Q-Jack and Nader. I'm wondering if Wildhawk will switch over to Godhawk as well in first place. Over here on the next board, you can see that once again, the top 8 in Asia are the ones that move on. Rainy and his trio will be moving there with 135 points. A little bit of padding over there between them and the 9th place trio, so definitely deserved big eliminations as well. Some nice consistent placement to get them there. But those will be your 8 trios moving on from this week. Excited to see how Asia looks like in the next week as well.
Oh man, guys, we move ever closer to grand finals. Every week, we take one step closer to seeing those final lobbies and seeing all these trios in action. Now, of course, let's take a moment and talk about the results from EU yesterday and see which teams did come out on top. And there at the top, we've got Chapix, Milan, and Queasy. I mean, just to be clear, if you didn't watch yesterday, this team qualified in 34th. So they missed week 1's playing by 1 placement. This week, though, however, they're back with a vengeance.
Listen, it's one word with 2 syllables. It's called Unleashed. And maybe I'm glad they went there in week number 1, because I'm not sure if we could handle all that action there, plus Squeezy, Milan, and Chapix. Right now, it's them, Kazix, Forziar, and Nate, as well, the guys who overall came first in week number 1, together at the top, away from everyone else at the moment. There's an insane more than 30-point difference there. Past that, too, Hen, Disiptos, Putrick, and 4th, a big other trio to look out for.
Unleashed may be one word, but it certainly is not 2 syllables, it is 3. And in 3rd place, Snappy, Michael, and Wakey have actually been doing really, really consistently to get up into 3rd. They're a little bit behind, obviously, the 2nd to 3rd, but as we said, these teams in these other regions are really able to pick it up on day 2, learn from the mistakes on day 1, and kind of capitalize on that. They've been playing really, really consistently, nearly always getting into that top 10, apart from their first 2 games. So if they manage to continue that today, it's going to be interesting to see how they do.
And the difference in Europe in these boards from what we were seeing in OCE and Asia is the top 15 actually move on and go towards those heats. So right now, this is just the day 1 results. We have Raxo, Kame, and Artor. They're 76 points, 19 eliminations overall. You can see they have the least out of all the other teams on that page. That's because they're playing so consistently in placement. They're making every endgame. They're making the right decisions to make sure they're at that top 8 slot. 15 is that number, though, and Blaster, Nikov, and Alpha are there holding it down with 47 points.
And Raxo, Kame, and Artor, something you picked up on. They're really, really consistent on their placements. And it actually shows they had 2 2nd place victories, but didn't manage to get the victory royale there. So 2 2nd places, very, very consistent. We're just now seeing the teams who are just kind of slipping outside of the top 15. Boyer, Kaiser, and his trio just right there. But these guys are really, really in contention to qualify next week. No problem.
And all these people on this page too, they're hungry. Like, just because you're 16th to 20th does not mean you're out at all. Even all the way till Game 6 today, I guarantee every single person is going to be playing at full throttle, trying to get in and qualify for those heats.
And this is kind of like that last chance, right? Coming in from today specifically. You have 6 games to make it. You can come on through, kind of secure that spot, and then you have to worry kind of going forward. You don't have to worry about a wild card or series points. You just get to go. With that being said, boys, let's take a moment here and talk about predictions. You two and our casters in EU made some predictions on which teams you guys thought would be the overall winners. So we'll take a moment, break this down. Sundown went first. He chose Hen, Disiptos, and Pudrick. These guys right now are in 4th place. Overall, they did very, very well. They only had 2 games outside of top 10, and both of those games were within top 20 finishes, finding themselves in the 4th place spot. Pretty good, pretty strong. We'll have to see how they do today. Shayo, let's see with you now.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of Sundown's prediction, I might have to rename it over to Sunrise in terms of his gamer tag, because this trio is shining comparatively to all these other predictions on the page. For me, Mongraal, Mitro, Tayson landing at Starks uncontested, I would assume would have a very good placement in just day number 1, but there were some issues in the mid-game, slightly end-game as well. Day 2 is all about learning, implementing all those changes, and playing better. So I want to see these guys rise towards the top. They are in that top 15, but they can definitely score a lot higher today.
Next up, we had Sancho, who went with Stompy, Reefsguard, and Scram. Now, these guys, unfortunately, they didn't have the greatest day yesterday. They only had most of the games were top 25 with a single game in top 26th. However, again, 6 new days, or 6 new matches today. So they'll have that second opportunity to rise in the ranks, and we'll have to follow them and see if that can be pulled off. Reese, let's round out predictions with you.
We've already gone through how they're such a good placement team, how great they are just generally, but you know they've been consistent through most of the tournament so far. In the FNCS warm-ups that we had 3 weekends ago, they ended up 3rd. Last week they came up 10th, and they've been doing very, very well overall. So I'm just interested to see consistently how they're going to play today, and I'm putting my money on them.
I mean, right now they're holding strong in 8th, right? And after 6 matches, they could bump all the way up to 1st place. It just depends on how they can perform today. Now, guys, of course, if you missed out on the action yesterday, don't worry. Shy and Reese, they've got you covered. We put together a series of all the victory royales that happened yesterday across the 6 games, and these two will break it down for us. So, guys, I'm going to toss it over to you to do so.
Absolutely. Thank you, Zeke. You called it action. I'm going to put an extra word in front of it and call it fast action, because yesterday, EU went by in a blink of an eye, honestly, right? And it all started with Queasy, Milan, and Chapix. Their first win just kind of skyrocketed them to even get more and more past that. We can see that on EU, there are a bunch of heroes in that top 5 slot, but actually, no, to start off the day, it was Swag, Snape, and Miro to pick things up all the way from Stark Pond. There was a heal game at the very end, a 1v2 down at the bottom, but Swag actually saved it all the way towards that back spot.
And game 2 was taken by Kiriachi, Stormy Right, and Rotary, a team we've seen with names repeat over and over and over again. These guys have been really, really consistent for a long time, and it's great to see them pick up the victory royale. They haven't ended up getting up towards that top 3 slot yet, but if they continue to have placements that they're clearly capable of, huge elimination victory royales, this is something that they could really propel them through day 2 to get that 1st place and 2nd place slot.
Oof. Absolutely. Every single show, it looked like at the end, had a lot of organization. There weren't as many, 1x clutches, and if there were, it was in a form of a heal-off. You can see it here with Chapix. He had so much time and room, though. These guys made so much pressure down on the map that they got to use shockwaves offensively to pick up a win, and then in the next game, brought it right back and got another one back-to-back. All trios alive at the end. Another offensive shockwave play from Chapix to push people out, and he just wraps it up with easy pumps and a drop-down shot to wrap up the game.
You know, when you have that many shockwaves left in the game, clearly you've been doing something really well in that late game. Not wasting them, only using them when you really need to. And in game 5, we're returning with our game 1 winners of Snape, Miro, and Swag. So this is 2 victory royales for these guys. They are currently in 5th position after 2 victory royales, so a little bit more inconsistent, but this is clear. If these guys are getting to that end game set up well, they're really popping off.
That's all about knowing your moment and trying to just claim and capture it 100%. The Ziptos Hen and Putrick, the reason they're 4th overall, the reason they're all the way up high is because of playing a little bit consistently, but also this big win that they got towards the back half of the competition. Ooh. There's the big crumb from the Ziptos. There's the wrap-up. Still had 3 shockwaves in his inventory, so it looked like these guys weren't even trying.
Man, shocks are so potent, especially in these end games, and that's what I want to see today, is utilizing all these utility items offensively, right? That creativity. But guys, you know what time it is. It's time to get into games, so let's send it over to our casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Reese, and Shio. And what's up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, he, she's, theys, thems, and everyone in between. My name's Sundown, and joined here by Sancho West, and we're going to take you right on into the EU Day 2 action right now. Let's get it, Sancho.
Let us get it, and here we go. It is time. This is an opportunity to qualify top 15, punch in the ticket to get into heats, and it's going to be a very hot affair because this is the game 7 essentially out of the 12, and this is a moment here, an opportunity for people to change their stars, just like the great movie A Knight's Tale. Who will be our Sir Eric Lichtenstein and change their fate, Sundown?
Oh, God, that is a fantastic reference. Absolutely love that movie and The Rise, and it's all about climbing to the top, particularly in Europe, when maybe not necessarily everyone knows your name. However, the action we're going to start with is a well-known, tried-and-true tale that everyone in the land knows, and we even covered a bit yesterday in the epic boxing match. But that's Benji, Savage, and Lecce facing off against Rezon, Noah Riley, and of course the World Cup duo champion, the trio FNCS champion in Season X. That's Cooler Aqua.
And yes, and you know, yesterday the analyst desk compared this fight to a boxing match. But you know what? Let's bring it over the pond, Sundown, and compare this fight to Joust. And let me tell you, a medieval tale from the 1434 days of Lean Easy Knight, Sororo to Canones, all right? His men encamped beside a popular bridge and challenged each knight who crossed to a joust. And they wanted to break 300 lances before moving on. They fought over a month, and the battles of this men, they had over 144, and they were injured, and they had to stop. So the question is, Sundown, how long will it take Benji's trio to switch spots, or will they stay and try to fight and break those 300 lances? And so far, they've chosen to fight, and the majority of the time, they leave injured, or worse, defeated.
Man, I have to give you props. It is very, very, very rare that somebody will break out a medieval battle reference or some kind of medieval battle thing that I don't have any clue or recollection about. So props to you there, being a little bit of a history nerd on my side. But you're 100% right. It applies perfectly here because every single time, regardless of what's happened, this contention has not gone well for either one of these teams. We barely saw last week that Aqua and Co were able to kind of squeeze out the qualification, getting through in that 13th place spot. But Benji, Savage, and Lecce had a real tough day yesterday. They had a tough first week, not making the qualification. However, getting off to a good start here. That's Aqua downed and taken out. They're going to make it a quick 2v1 here. Nice little piece control to get control over the vault, and they're finally going to clear that one out. But it's something we've seen from Benji in particular, but also his teams. They don't necessarily always perform well in the first part of events, whether that's the one-day event in those opening 3 games, or in this circumstance, the first 6 games. Generally, it takes a while for them to heat up.
Absolutely, and we saw that last week. They essentially popped off in that final frame in Game 12, and they finished in 3rd place with about 12 eliminations, and that was a huge point to get them so close to qualifying, and they finished in 16th place. But that is the nature of the hot and the cold of Doom's Domain. You have so many pop-off games in there, 1 or 2, and then you just have a whole bunch of like 30 place finishes. But speaking of a team that's hot, it is Chapix, Queasy, Milan, coming from the 34th place of not qualifying in week 1, and the redemption tale is on. And just like my boy Seek said, they are the vengeance. And it's going to be interesting to see if they are also going to be their night, because, correct me if I'm wrong, Sundown, it is about the evening time over there over the pond.
Yeah, it is going into the, I would say, late afternoon, early evening, flipping on over there. little bit 5 hours ahead of where I'm at right now. But Chapix, Queasy, and Milan, we talked about it yesterday, seeing their back-to-back wins going through the control of the high ground, particularly Chapix, the young Swede, being able to really kind of frag out, and it feels like a return to his old form, someone who performed very well back in the World Cup days with crew going through there and played in the qualifying stages, but he's been kind of an inconsistent player. So it's really nice to see him kind of getting his stride again. I know we talked about it before, qualified in 34th last week, or didn't qualify last week for hitting 34th and losing out on tiebreakers. So the fact that they made it to the big dance this week, and now they're able to push forward. But we're going to hop on board here with Rasco, Artur, and Cammy, which is Reese Hub's prediction.
And taking a look at this trio, this is one of the 8 qualified trios from last week, and they are competing here today. And out of those 8, 5 are currently sitting in today's qualifying 15 spots. So if you were competing and you're wondering, can I get in, you have to go through some of the people that already went through the trials and tribulations. And this is a strong trio. We've been seeing Cammy having those solo clutches and making it to the end game. And in trios, being that solo player and kind of snaking your way through, racking up those placement points is so vital, and that is what led to success for Roxo and Cammy here and Artur. And this is going to be an interesting pick. This is, I feel, like a dark horse pick right here, and they were in striking distance. And if you're taking a look here, this is game 1 of day 2. So you're wondering how there's no points, but don't worry. Here at the broadcast booth, we will all do our best to keep you up to date to the cumulative leaderboard stats to see who's going to make it in that top 15, because that right there is the most important here today.
Yeah, but also don't forget there's some money on the line, even in the qualification stages. So every team is going to be looking to push and try and take away that top prize. So it's not only about bragging rights, but a little bit of the prize money and ultimately making it through to those heats. And one thing I also wanted to touch on is just so we get a little bit of context. Last week, the winners were Rams Kazakhs, Grizzy 4ZR, and Grizzy Nate. They had 182 points on the back of 1 win and 67 eliminations. So just trying to keep that in mind about who's going to be contesting. Generally, we've seen about low 200s be enough in the typical score for a winning region, unless your name is King and you're down in Brazil.
This is my pick right here, Sundown. Resguard, Stompy, and Scram. They didn't make it in week 1. I thought, that was going to be my original week 1 pick. I put a lot into the, these are, all my eggs are in this basket right here for week 2. I'm rooting for them. I'm hoping they could kind of get it together. They do really well as a trio. It's interesting to see them this far up. Usually they land in the Steamy Stacks area, and now they're going to go ahead and contest Milan, Queasy, and Chapix. And this is going to be a strong contestant, because considering that they're sitting on this high ground, this natural elevation. And I've been watching the VODs. I've been reviewing this, and Milan and Queasy, this is where they're going to be vulnerable. This is that chink in their armor, and they could essentially pierce it right now and kind of throw a wrench in their game plan.
Yeah, we've talked about the ability to kind of game plan against specific opponents and cut off their rotation routes. The reason why this is going to be so tough is it's going to force the Craggy Cliffs team to kind of go north and probably catch a boating route. The issue is that island that you can see them shooting from. That's one of the few viable scavenger routes. There's an upgrade bench over there. I believe there's 12 to 15 possible fishing spots that are looped around that island as well. So it makes it one of the few places that aren't a known to POI where you can drop 1 or 2 people and expect to get a desirable loadout. But now we're going to flip on over. Thomas HD, Anas, and Flick trying to close the gap over here. I actually don't see Flick anywhere nearby. So we saw that they had previously gotten it down. They're able to get the revive, get that going on, but it looks like there's Flick coming through in the end. So we'll have an even 3-on-3 with Miro, Swag, and Snap trying to combat week 1 second place team. And we saw a really good performance out of this trio yesterday.
A very strong performance there at 5th place going into this day. And I think here is the changes in the game planning. Flick, Anas, and Thomas HC realizing that Miro, Snap, and Swag here has had this opportunity essentially to get a free ride going into mid-game. And I think this time, this change, this aggression is you're seeing already 2 trios trying to cut off a team that's on fire. And Snap, Miro, and Swag are one of those teams that I believe, I'm going to take a look, did not qualify last week. So, yes, they have a great start, and the chances of them slipping out of the top 15 would be rare.
So they had qualified through to play into the finals, but they didn't get through. They're one of our, I believe it was 11 repeat teams who have qualified both week 1 and week 2. So they played but weren't in that top 15. And they moved away drop spots. It's something we talked about yesterday, where they've been landing down towards Wailing Woods and kind of that southwestern area and trying to find their space there. But now they rotated kind of up to those fishing ponds in upstate New York. Now we're going to hop on board here. Flick over on the side. Largely been kind of a little bit more of a backseat compared to Thomas and Anas, who have racked up a lot of the team's individual points through some of their clutch mechanics. Generally, the two of them accounting for about 47 points last week in the second place performance. But Flick says, hold on, Sundown. Let me hold that while Miro holds that pump. Another real good pump burst swap over on the side. 46 damage chasing forward. That's a 90 tag. Looked like he almost wanted to kind of chase through with a pickaxe. Hen's going to be able to get it down. You see that in the Elam feed. But Anas going to be forced back a little bit there by Snap, who is hurting right now, though, Sancho.
There, yeah, definitely. The HP advantage right now is in Flick's and Thomas and Nas's right now. These are two teams that did qualify, that did do really well yesterday. And just to bring up, Miro's team did not qualify. They came in 24th, just to kind of back you up there, Sundown. They came in 24th, so they're trying to get in. They're currently sitting at 5th place, and you could still have a great day, and then have a bad day following thereafter. And I think this is going to be the challenge that they're going to have. If Thomas and Nas and Flick have decided to go ahead and push them, this is going to be very difficult with them going forward into the next 5 games, as already they're down to one last person. It is Snap, and he is running for his life. He's trying to survive, and he gets toasted. Out he goes, and Flick, Thomas, and Nas, who already qualified, starting off day 2 really strong here in week 2.
Yeah, and sending out that team, we talked about them yesterday, 2 victory royales coming out of upstate New York and being able to really set the tone. However, they were still about 45 points off of that lead pace. So the top 2 teams right now are looking to gain a little bit of separation. That's Queasy, Milan, Chapix, and then our victors from last week, Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate. So far, definitely 4ZR, Nate, and Kezix showing to be the most consistent team out of Europe. But we're on board here. Fury Legendy trying to find an angle right now. Can't necessarily get the shot he's looking for with that charge shock, and he wants to do it from range. Going to be able to get the knock, or that's just the finish on the Razumi. He was able to convert over onto that. Storm Surge is still coming through and providing pressure on the side. Siberia Jake trying to clean up that fight. Instead, that's 4ZR. Nate, we just talked about them trying to close the gap between Chapix and Co. 2 teams out here, gatekeeping them right on the edge, preventing them from entering. Storm is at their back. Team is at their front. They're the gatekeepers.
We're seeing the teams that have not yet qualified yet. Again, the top 15 go through. So Slender, Grande, Kiko started off really solid. 2 points right now, picking up 2 eliminations. And the team that they're fighting down below is currently in 20th place. They're looking at 24th place. So teams just fighting, scrapping their way through. And you think about it. Yeah, 6 games, sure, that sounds a lot. But eventually, man, if you get eliminated so early, that's going to test your mental, considering that you had this break, the momentum may have shifted, and now you're dealing with the squad, Kiko, who is knocking on your front door, and just in the distance, you have the team that's currently sitting in 2nd place. So it's so difficult and so scary. Every matchup, every fight that's happening right now will affect the leaderboard. I mean, because I always feel that in trios, it's so volatile.
Yeah, but the one thing to note there, Kezix was the one who actually got one of those down. So just sneaking in the occasional points here, which is something they do best. One Lusha eventually going to get cleaned up there by Kiko, so 3 points going over to this team. But also don't forget, this action is being driven right now by Storm Surge, and if you're generally playing Fortnite, Storm Surge is active in every game, even in the regular solo, duos, and squads playlist. However, it only comes into term when the lobby is so dense. The initial number by Circle 3, if there is more than 70 people alive, the players above that 70 player threshold who have done the least amount of damage to their opponents will be under Storm Surge threat. So now if you look in the top left, because there's 67 players left, Storm Surge has now turned off. And Kiriachi says, doesn't matter, not going to stop my aggression, finds a great snipe on the back of Sick, and that's going to signal the go horn as they begin to push forward.
Kiridachi squad in week 1 finished 20th place, did not qualify, so now they're in a strong opportunity to. They had a lot of inconsistencies in week 1, and here in week 2, they are being very consistent. They're being very strong, getting a victory royale yesterday, so this is such a strong opportunity for them to punch their ticket into the dance. And I'm taking a look at here just to see they are definitely right now in the top 15 at the moment, sitting at top 10 before this match. But you're seeing the kind of the variety of kits we mentioned, like shotgun, yes. A AR, yes. But what will you carry? And we've seen a lot of our competitors, Sundown, are electing to carry a sniper. And we're seeing why. It's also so valuable, as you mentioned, getting those valuable storm tags. They keep the storm surge at bay. And the way it works as well is if you're above it, you're not going to get tagged by it. But if you're below it, you better watch out. And we're about to get very close to that as you're seeing the next available zone. And zones 1 through 4 are going to keep going center. And then after that, we get into our first half in and half out in zone 5. Zone 6, 7, 8, 9 are full rotating zones, meaning that it's going to push all the way into the purple you're seeing in the mini-map. And once it does that, you're going to see the chaos, the purity of Fortnite at its best.
And you can see now in the bottom right-hand corner, just zoomed out, but all the players are going to want to pack in for the outside of that white circle. Now we're going to hop over to the teams who are already in zone. You can see our match number 6 winners, and my prediction currently, our 4th place team for this week was in the lower left. You had the 2nd place team right next to them, so both of them have plenty of space. You can see everyone else in the lobby who's kind of stuck over on the far side of the zone right now. They're going to have to make this long rotation, and as you see, so we're coming in on this side of the zone. This is the far east side right now, and this is everyone who has been pushed from that entire way. That's why you saw Anos and Co. having to push upstate New York right away and kind of slide in towards this side. The zone has consistently 3 times in a row this game pulled to the southwest, which means majority of the teams on the map are going to be up in kind of that northeast corner and going to have to rotate past it, which puts Benji, Fishy, Savage, and Co. in the prime rotation path for all of these teams.
And it is the tail, like I said, trying to switch their stars, change them up. And right now, they are kind of playing to what they do. Day 2 is when they do best. All going back to the FNCS duos, Benji has known to heat it up. He just get a little bit better. Maybe the little VOD reviews, the game planning, they kind of get a little bit better. Or no, the snipe play right there. You're seeing Thomas HD, a rising superstar in the EU scene, hitting Lecce right in the grill as he reaches out the window to try to pick himself an apple pie.
And that's what Thomas does best, known for that snipe. You say he's a rising star. I say he's already ascended and maybe on the way past stardom. He's been playing so incredibly well. Recently signed there by Gamma and just showing why he's one of the best in the region. We talked about it a little bit yesterday as well, but in week 1, a large part of their 2nd place was 2 of his victories were solo clutches, one of them being the epitome of that where we started and where we ended meme. But now we're going to see that rotation come out as, again, 4th zone closing. Storm Surge is going to be pressuring a lot of these guys, and if you are the target of it, it is 25 damage every 10 seconds. So theoretically, you can start burning utility to try and heal through it, but in reality, you have to go, and you have to pressure, and you have to look for tags.
The Cryptos right there getting a pressure tag as the Storm was pushing in. Down goes a player from Rotary's trio, and that's going to be big. And there is the confirmation right there and the siphon going through. 3 points so far for this trio. It is looking very strong for Sundown's pick. As Shayo said, the sun is rising for this trio as they had a great game 6 going in. And Hen popped off on Twitter, and I loving them seeing that the EU scene is kind of waking up there on the Twitter side of things there, Sundown.
Yeah, and we just saw up in the feed, actually, Savage was able to take down Chapix, got the confirm over onto him, so we need to keep an eye, because if Queasy and Milan also go down, it's going to give an opportunity for the rest of the lobby to catch up a little bit, and I'm mainly keeping eyes, again, on Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate. They're the team who's right behind him. Deceptos and Patrick are going to have to be forced to play 2v1 here. 18 trios left. We're under 50 players remaining, so Storm Surge turning off until we get into Circle 7 now, but the next trio to drop will signify the start of our placement points. And after that, every trio that drops is 1 placement point until you get up into the top 3. Top 3 is an additional 2, then top 4, or top 2 is an additional 4, and first place gets an additional 5. So a lot of late placements in the top 3 spots really being where you want to get to. As we pop back on board, Lecce, Savage, and Benji, you can see 4 elims, so that was the pickup over there. Only 1 going through onto Chapix, which means theoretically there's still that top duo running around right now as they find another on the back of Mr. Savage. That's 5 for the trio.
This is going to be an opportunity for Benji's, Lecce, and Savage to make a statement game, just like in NA East, where Zayt got 2 back-to-back opening victory royales and coming into 2nd place and 3rd place. You know, Benji, Lecce, and Savage have to understand that a Doom's domain is going to be so strong, and they're not going to let the EU scene get away, NA scene get away with that. And this is the strong start we were talking about. These Knights are out there, are jousting, and they're doing very well as we enter Zone 6, which is going to be the first full rotation. As you saw for a brief moment, the zone is pulling completely out, and they have to move south. But the good news is, Sundown, they're currently sitting right in front of that pool.
And they're sitting there. They have positioning. Only 1 heavy bullet in on Lecce. He should be communicating that over to be able to get any access, because the sniper, especially in this situation, boom, there it goes, 29, being dropped over there from Savage. What a pal. But the sniper in this particular situation is a lot more potent than you think, because the people will be opening up these quick windows looking for tags, and all of a sudden those headshots come through. However, we talked about that top duo still being in. Queasy picking up an elim onto YZip, and that's going to signal our placement points coming through. Top 17 is in. So now every trio that's dropping is an additional point. It makes those eliminations that much more valuable, especially when you get the full elims on the trio. And you can see some good tarping right now. Lecce on the backside playing more of the role of the fragger, looking for any edits, and Thomas HD is also still in the picture as he gets it down onto Mexify. We're going to wait for the server to catch up as they continue tarping forward.
Such a beautiful thing. This is what I love about the trio scene. People form these tarps. The layers are kind of forming at the moment. The tres leches cake is forming. You're going to have a bottom layer, a mid layer, and height, of course, all in contention. If you're sitting here on mid layer where Savage, Benji, and Lecce are, they have opportunities to send beams down below. And the great opportunity is the zone's going back up north. So this beautiful tarp that Sundown mentioned is going to allow all our competitors to go right through. But as you see, that's the mid layer. Below them is, of course, the low ground, and they have to deal with navigating through those builds. But the ones at up height that we'll soon get a picture of are sitting pretty, because all they have to do is walk all over old builds and can continue beaming down. Now, Puchik and Hen are cooking up right now on the mid layer as Deceptos picks up a 3-piece right then and there and gets a really strong trio who's in our current top 5 here. And look who's on height. It is Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson.
Mongraal, Mikro, and Tayson on hype, but that was so huge from Deceptos and Puchik. We talked about it, the fact that Hen going down, that's a huge part of their clutch factor, but they took out the team who's directly in contention with them. Just one space right in front of them there, and now they're trying to push forward. You can see Kezek's all by his lonesome, but we've seen so many individual clutches coming out. What can he do with this space? In every single additional point he's able to get, and not only is that an elimination point, that's a placement points too coming through from Kezek's, trying to find some more space on the backside of the zone, using the AR and whatever. He still has 64 builds, but not necessarily having to use them, as he's just kind of a rat stuck in a maze trying to find whatever space he can. Crashback comes through, no threat going on to him, but he has plenty of room right now. 21 players remaining, and that's another point coming through solo from Kezek's. As you see, still Mongraal, Mitro, Tayson, high ground, uncontested, unthreatened.
And they are starting out the day uncontested, and can they end the game 1 uncontested and be the last trio standing high with the Victory Royale? On your top right is Mongraal, and you're seeing the pressure that he's applying to everybody down below, which is Umpify that you're seeing on your bottom right of the screen. Umpify is doing his best to try to find a moment, a chink in this armor to kind of bolt their way up, and once they get a strong tag, then the team up top of Mongraal, Tayson, and Mitro gonna have to watch out, because the shockwaves could come on through. If you're looking on the overview screen, Deceptos goes down. Yanis is on the blow. Refguard is still up. Matzo, Umpify, and ADN, a strong trio, is still up. Andalix is still up as well. A lot of big names in this fight, but the question is, can Mongraal get a Victory Royale with this trio? Umpify with the 2-piece on your bottom right. He is on fire as he is the only remaining duo with his teammate, ADN.
And you can see now we're into the top 4 as the challenge for height ends up going out. Umpify is going to end up being knocked by the storm. That's huge if they're able to convert that over. Mongraal also getting the finish onto Janus as we hop on board with the young English Lord. Now you can see 6 teams remaining. They're the only full trio. It's a 3v2v1 with a 2-on-1 being underneath. That one is going to go down there, as is now Cubex and Seti against Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson. So now the question is, who has the HP lead and who has the excess utility? Can you find the gap as we go to the full closure? This is Storm Zone number 9. Seti goes down to Tayson. We're on board here with Mongraal, who has no extra heals. So the question is, does Cubex have white HP? If Cubex has white HP and Mongraal can't find him, that's the game. And Mongraal finds him! Runs back into the storm. Bandage cannon sounds going off. He pops the emote, says, take this victory royale, coming out 34 points in game number 6.
Mongraal on top, and that's a victory royale for this strong trio. Mongraal, the ultimate closer, closing the door and getting it. 3 victories last week and starting off this one with a victory. Let's go.
Toss it back to the analyst, gentlemen. Take it away.
Yes, this is what we're looking to see. This is something Sancho said yesterday. We are watching these players become strong closers. This is huge. A 34-point game to start today. I mean, look, yesterday they didn't have the best performance. They came in 12th place. But now, Shy, 34 points? I mean, that's gonna make a big difference.
I mean, this right here is what competitive Fortnite is kind of about, right? It's if you have some issues, if you're having issues with your game, learning, adapting, and then grabbing onto opportunities, right? The one time they make it off spawn correctly, they play mid-game correctly, they find a victory royale, and in such great fashion with Mongraal hunting down that last elimination. These guys were like in that top 15 overall. I want to see how far they push up. The top 5, though, Queasy, Milan, and Chapix, we saw one of them go down a little bit early. Kezix, 4-0, and Nate triumph over them. They're in first now, Reese.
They played very, very well across all the games, and today is absolutely no different. But Queasy, Milan, and Chapix not doing a huge amount today, going down in 16th with 2 eliminations in game 1 of day 2. So this might be what some of these other teams need to try to get that clutch factor and really start to close that gap a little bit. Hen, Deceptos, Putrik, all these guys, Seti, Cubex, Teak, who we saw was in second in that almost heal off in the end game, are kind of reaching back up now and really starting to kind of claw back at those top 2 teams.
Yeah, Seti, Cubex, Teak, they're here in number 4. Snappy, Michael, and Wakey are going to be there in 5th. We saw Wakey, you know, getting his little solo action on a little bit in some previous competitions, now getting all that knowledge in for the trio in terms of how we're going to be rotating, what the best sides to be at. They'll net up all the way in 5th. This is how far that win got Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson. Way off of that 3rd page, now onto the 2nd one. 6th overall, 94 points. They're peering up, Reese. They really want to have a shot at possibly getting first after the end of the day.
If any team's going to clutch, I'm sure it could be Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson. These guys have been popping off in the warm-up cup, winning that big time, and doing very, very well overall. Like, this is very, very impressive to see them, and I guarantee these guys can come bring it back.
Yeah, but on the same page with like Miro and Raxel, right? These guys are all, these big trios are looking to just stay there. It's not just a story for them. Even the people on these page, Demon, Tay, Steelix, like all these guys have been playing so well over the last 2 days. 11th so far for this trio. Kirachi, Rotary, Storm, right? They move up to 12th. They were hanging around 15th. We saw Thomas HD with some nice early game plays. He'll stay in top 15. And here it is, the next page of contenders who want to look in, beat top 15. Andalex, Janice, their trio will be there looking in, right on the cusp. 56 points just for today. I mean, man, Reese, Zeke, this could like, there's too many trios. I'm trying to like pick out names here and there, but I'm just seeing like 5 a page that can qualify.
And that's the thing. That's how it goes. You know, there's so many opportunities, so many high-profile trios. They just need one game, and it'll flip everything on its head. Now, guys, we do have to take a look at some of the early game drop spots and differences coming out of yesterday, so break it down for us.
Absolutely. This, you know, a little bit of confusion as to what trios should we be paying attention to, how are the games looking. Let's actually take it a little bit slower, look at the early games, and point out who to look at. In 16th place, we see Janice's trio. They're actually moving over to Risky Reels, editing their drop to hopefully have a better day 2, Reese.
In previous weeks, these guys have been landing Sweaty Sands, contesting with our current number 1 trio. So I don't think these guys wanted to do that at all. They knew that would be a really tough fight, and they fought each other in the warm-up cup. And it didn't really work out that well for each other. So they've moved over to Risky today to see how that's going to play out for them.
Yep, but then we'll get a perspective of Slurpy Swamp. We see Hen's trio here. One of the reasons they're doing so well is don't really have to worry about, you know, using the shields. You can actually use all this extra stuff in Slurpy to be able to get up. In first, though, the people who kind of moved Andalex away, 4ZR, Nate, and Kezix, still uncontested, week number 2 at Sweaty Sins.
And our current first place team, Queasy, Milan, Chapix, you can see there how coordinated their drop is. The exact same thing as we've seen from Hen's team down in Slurpy Swamp. All landing, getting these barrels immediately, meaning that they're not going to have to use any of their shield at all. And these guys get a ton of shield because of that. And one of the things that we saw, huge snipes come from Thomas HD right now. A massive snipe for 200. And look at this. Pure coordination between all three teammates. One snipes the wall, the other one AR shots the wall, and then Thomas HD hits the headshot through that at the same time.
I'll say it.
Thomas HD's popping off. Say it.
Thomas HD is the best sniper in the game of Fortnite. Hands down.
I believe it.
No debate. No debate. No debate.
How do you just like keep up with just that raw talent, right? Just that raw skill. That's just how it goes in video games. Sometimes you're playing against someone, you're like, man, I might be good at this, or I might be good at building. No, Thomas HD is just going to snipe you from forever away, so it doesn't matter. You're not even going to have an opportunity to react to him because he's going to take you out before you can even think about him on the map. That is legendary skills at its finest. Now, boys, we're going to get ready to hop back into our next game in here in just a second. Don't forget, we're looking at the top 15 teams. Who will be pushed on through? How many teams are trying to break into that bubble? We'll see how this goes. With that being said, let's throw it back over to our casters to get into game number 8 on the day.
It is rocking and rolling right here in game 2 of 6. This is going to be a great time already. Game 1 proving true that a lot of people are making their way up their leaderboard. Zeke kind of mentioned that people on the bubble sundown. I'm taking a look. I mean, EU is stacked, man. Anyone that's currently sitting like around the 27th place could definitely vault their way up to the top 15.
Yeah, and just looking at the line right now for the first time in a while, we have a change up in the first place spot. We talked about it, Queasy, Milan, and Chapix going down early that game. They've been so reliant on those deep placements to make it far. Well, they fell, and Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate were able to rise to the occasion, climb up there. We talked about kind of those top 2 teams having a little bit of separation. But additionally, the team maintaining their momentum from the 10 Elam VR yesterday at the end of the day. Hen, Deceptos, and Patrick launching themselves up into 3rd place. That was my prediction, 111 points. So with still 5 matches left to play, this is game 2 of 6 on the day. It is game 7 of 12 overall. So 5 more to play. And right now, there's still plenty up in the air in EU.
Absolutely. What is not up in the air is that Mongraal, Tayson, and Mitro not having to deal with Lunef's Jaspe trio in the moment because they have this free. And they have to look and realize that it was a sigh of relief knowing that they would get this uncontested. Just like in NAE's Booga, Jamper, and Avery getting this uncontested. And we're kind of seeing the fruits of their labor really working then for them in game 1. We were wondering who was on top, and we panned out. And, of course, it's Mongraal sitting up there with all the mobility and all the power in the world.
Let's be fair, though, right? Like, they got, I think it was 34 points from that game. Before that game, they were about middling of the pack, and they've still had it mostly contested. And that's largely, I feel like, their rotations out of Stark haven't been as clean, and particularly with the number of teams who are now landing in the northern area of upstate New York going up there. It can be a little bit more difficult to execute getting out of there, especially if you're a little lax. And we saw last week when they were being contested, they went from uncontested after the first 2 games to then having Lenuf, Jaspe, and co drop directly on top of them. And it felt like they weren't taking it as seriously. I mean, Shio and Reese did such a good job kind of detailing those initial drops and how well planned some of these teams have them. And it didn't really seem like that from Mitro, Mongraal, and Tayson. It just seemed like they were content to be like, oh, well, we're going to 50-50 a chest, and if we lose, then we lose, and we'll go sit there and play Minesweeper while we wait in queue. Like, that's not the right mentality to me. I feel like they are much better than that, and even if they're being contested, that they can come up with a game plan to beat it.
And you're seeing this trio right here in 4th place right now. Teak, Kubix, and Seti, and they had a great run. We saw them at the end game. They were in the top 5 at the very end, and they saw a clutch moment of just one player just being solo for a bit, and those are the opportunities that you need to capitalize. Even though you're out, a solo player can still clutch. Thomas did it. Benji's done it. Everybody that's in this lobby has this opportunity to do it. And they kind of mentioned it during the Ninja battles where being a solo player just allows you to sneak on by. You know, you're not really drawing too much attention. You could kind of just, in a blink of an eye, get through. Whereas the trios, you know, you garner so much attention. This trio has been getting some attention right here as we're seeing them landing in the Stark Pond. I love the Drake meme that the socials tweeted out. They were going down into the wooded areas first, dropping there, and then they said, no, thank you. We're going to go ahead and switch it up. But like I mentioned yesterday, the team of Airwalk, Vatos, and Leo were landing here in week 1. So if this team does qualify, which is the chances are they will, then they will have to think about, do we land here considering that we had so much success, or do we go back and go down to the wooded area? But here is a battle kind of going out right now. People are trying to punch their way into the top 15 here, Sundown.
Yeah, and you can see Pink A trying to get aggressive here. Does have the high ground currently, also has the pepper, so it's going to be difficult to maintain. You can see Raison actually getting knocked in the feed by Janice up there. Aqua had already gotten taken out as well, so a little bit of issues going on with that trio today. They've been struggling necessarily in week number 2, but of course already qualified through in week 1 as the pressure continues going on to Pazif and co. Doesn't necessarily have the opportunity to play passively as Carrot does get taken out. Not necessarily maximizing the Storm Surge damage there. However, not going to be necessarily as much of a factor as we've seen, considering the first game it was turned off. It could potentially taper off, but trying to just wrap up this contention right now and find the last remaining member.
And this is Void, Monster Muncher, and PK. They're sitting in 33rd place at the moment. But like I said, with the ability to be so strong, gets that out the air, and the vibe could kind of take them on. And I like it when I see a nice emo right there. That just lets them know that, hey, they're in the zone, you know? They're just ready to roll. I wonder, question is Sundown, do they have that keybind it like really easy to hit, you know, just bang their favorite emote, the L dance or whatever, you know? I wonder that.
Oh, yeah. Do you have? So when I actually was first started playing and constantly dropping tilted and was actually decent at the game rather than just like being able to rotate and catch people off guard and be cheeky, I had the take the L binded, so it pulled up my favorites with alt, and then tab would turn on take the L. So I would eliminate somebody, and then like if I had to alt tab and like go back and do something at work or like couldn't play, I would just sit there taking the L the entire time. So like anytime I alt tabbed out of the game, my character would just take the L. Because like 90% of the time I'm playing Fortnite is when like I just have the opportunity to steal like a couple quick games here or there, unless I'm doing my arena grind at the start of the season. So often like if I have something come up or I need to like go handle something with the pets or there's a meeting or a call, like I'll just alt tab out real quick. Like it's just a casual game, no real kind of harm or foul. But then at the start it would just me sitting there taking the L on whoever happened to be alt tab nearby.
Absolutely, man. You gotta love it. The taking the L, though, you said, we talked about it. For me, one of the most triggering things, maybe I gotta, harden up a bit, not to let that trigger me. But here we're seeing Queasy, Chapix, and Milan who are having a great run. They kind of slipped a little bit, going to second place. And we already saw, this is what Queasy and Chapix and Milan likes to do. This is a great vantage point here in the Stark Industries. Look at all that area that we're seeing there from production. We had an ability to see all the abilities to pick up those storm tags. And for teams that land on the outer edges, that is one problem they have to solve, is where are we going to get a storm tags? As Savage right now has a problem right in his grill, and down he goes. And that's a big-time pickup for McKay. And oh my goodness, this is another team completely setting up the ambush. And the gameplay and VOD review is real, but Benji says, I like your plan. It doesn't matter. I have myself a green pump. I'm going to save the squad. And here we go. Can Benji clutch? Because this is going to be a big-time opportunity for a new trio to add some big names to their elim list. Never mind.
Huge. I was just about to say, huge shot from Benji, finding a near impossible angle there between the triangle at its Lecce. Didn't get converted over, so going to be able to save a little bit. Honestly, they might want to consider just letting him tick out and then using the reboot van for both of them. But reboot van currently in use. We talked about it. We saw Aqua and Reason go down early, but not the full conversion going through. That was a full conversion on that side. So right now the battle is between whether or not Benji can prevent Noah from getting the reboot off before, nope, instead just going to stick the revive on the Lecce. So it's going to be a 2 versus 3 again, Storm closing in. The third team came through, and this is a prime example we talked about them being a little bit lax. They should have known a third team was there. They saw that the other team in Dooms had gotten down, and despite the fact of them owning the entire vault area, Savage went and hit the porta potty hideout right away. It's weird, man. Like, you should have known if you're all going to hit that together, which they ended up coming through maybe 5 seconds after, just all hit it together and all go through. That way you're not kind of in that position where you can be jumped on. Like, you have to clean those things up if you're one of the best trios in the game.
Luckily, what's working out for Benji Lecce is the vault still has a lot of kind of left behind, some leftovers, you know, those delicious Thanksgiving / Boxing Day. This is a international cast, leftovers that you can go ahead and just throw in between 2 pieces of bread. You know what I mean? Nothing like a bread, turkey, mashed potatoes, cranberry. Now we're vibing, sundown. That sounds delicious. And no doubt, Chapek's, Queasy, and Milan are looking so strong. All of Chapek's trios made into the 6th zone, more than any other teams yesterday. So they were able to eat the main course, and they were able to stay with desserts. And that is going to be why they're looking so good. And oh my goodness, that was almost a highlight snipe right there. We're seeing the zone is going to be a little bit center here. So I expect Umpify, HDN, and that Train Hard trio to be sniffing around here these parts.
Yeah, but realistically, what they're looking for right now is to just hit the rift and hopefully not get beamed out of the sky. There are a number of players who are nearby. They're going to want to ride this to be as central as possible, stay away from contention. But right as I say that, teams on the right, teams on the left, and that's going to force them to go straight down. However, nobody nearby in this area will hit the zip line for a little bit farther. And 8 HP Sancho has plenty of the big pots. Queasy is going to go down. That's the danger of the rifts. We talk about it. The players in this game are way too good. It gives off an audio cue, and Sancho, then it's basically just a game of skeet shooting.
Oh man, you could just, or you know, you could just hear the Mayday, 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 I'm under fire. It's like all of a sudden it goes into a dogfight sitting up there in the skies. I'm not gonna try to bring back some memories for some of y'all when those planes were flying around, but there it is, the danger of taking it to the air. You all of a sudden you get swatted out of the air like some flies. But Kirachi, Stormy, Rotary are looking really high right now, have a nice opportunity, and this is those kinds of forts that you see that could kind of capitalize on those rifters who are gliding in. And I've seen it before. Becoming Legend 10 does this frequently when it's off ping. It's just free tags, free beams as Stompy and Scram picks up some big-time eliminations on Andalex's trio. So Andalex's trio, who's doing really hard to get in on that bubble, not having a great game too, but they still have 4 more to go here as Rotary now is approaching what I personally like to call Bizzle Peak or Bizzle Canyon.
Yeah, this is actually one of my kind of favorite drop spots in the game, with the change to the chest spawns coming through in this season. Really, really poorly executed Shockwave right there. You can tell they're looking to aggro Shockwave and push up on top of this hills. You have the Lost Sentinels over on the side, the Abandoned Ghost Space, as well as Hero Park, all kind of in here. It's one of the few areas on the map where you can kind of guarantee a trio enough space. You have rifts nearby for rotation. There's high ground if you're able to control it, and there's plenty of all types of materials. So you're able to max out very effectively in this area. The one thing to note that, well, fortunately, the zone pulled a little bit more in the northern area. There's a lot of variable terrain here, particularly around that Gorgeous Gorge, that can make it difficult. But now, flipping over, keeping an eye on the Elam feed as well while this Russian trio is firing down. Benji got taken out by Noah Riley, and I'm just going to say it again. Stop going Dooms, especially now that there's a third team there. Like, y'all need to get out. It's not going to, like, I don't think you're going to win it. There's no mystical bomb there, especially this week. You haven't been able to capitalize with the shockwaves and the other stuff, even when you kind of have gotten it. So I'm not sure why they're being so stubborn and still staying there. I think they could rotate out and have more success.
I just have to take a quote from a big medieval fan, and that is Marcellus Wallace. You know what I'm saying? He says pride. It only hurts, it never helps. And that prideful stance of trying to go for those 300 lances is hurting Benji. But Rotary, Stormy, and Kiriachi are looking really strong right now, coming in 12th place into this matchup in Game 2. And this is going to be an opportunity for them to get in. And the adjustments that they made are paying off, and you have to do your homework. You can't just show up to this test and trying to procrastinate your way into the top 15. Yes, there is a track where you could get in through series points, but these are competitors don't want to be automatically given an entry into the heats that are coming up soon. They don't want that. They want to be able to post that leaderboard on their socials. They want to be able to say, like, hey, I'm in first place. And that's why you're seeing a lot of competitors saying, we're going for that number 1 spot. We're going for that 5th spot. Zate made a big statement yesterday in the NAE saying that I don't need Doom's mystical bomb to show that I am the best. And I'm waiting for someone from the EU region to make that same statement. Is it going to be Mongraal? Is it going to be Benji? Is it going to be this new squad of 4ZR, who is, I would say, making probably the strongest statement outside of Thomas Anas and Flick?
Especially if they're able to keep up the consistency. The fact that they won last week, they're leading this week as well. They're a trio that has the capability to make the individual plays, which we've seen before. But on top of that, we've also seen them stay hip to hip. And Noah actually just going down there to the Storm. So again, nobody really winning out on kind of that Dooms fight, especially now that there's a third team there who seemed like they were executing their ambush fairly well until they got a little bit outclassed in the box-to-box fight there at the end and weren't able to close out. But now hopping back on board here, Slender, Kiko, and Grande, we will see kind of that Gorgeous Gorge area in play here, trying to get an angle as Slender finding the shots. You see Noah going down again, which to me signifies that they're trying to chain revive out of the Storm. Some great shots. This is actually the legendary scoped AR coming out here from Slender. And I'm going to say that, like, while the vaulting of the rare and the uncommon was very much so called for, I really, really, really enjoy the epic and legendary variants of this, especially in trios. In this situation where you have somebody pinned so far away, having that scoped and that hit scan ability to just ping out targets and kind of sneak through those shots. And you saw the 52 damage headshot ended up coming through as well. It just does so much, and it can really enable you, particularly because it doesn't eat up as many medium bullets as some of the other ARs, which means you can kind of funnel some of that ammunition into somebody else.
And here we go. We're approaching slowly Zone 4 here, and it's going to be around the Authority. And the Authority in previous iterations, in previous seasons, used to be ultra scary. You and I, Sundown, called a lot of games where there was that fortress wall surrounding it. And here we go. Ooh, getting some good tags here, Sundown. But is Cyber is all by himself as Safik and Rezumi have went down. So now we're going to see, can he be able to avoid the lobby focus and get his way in? He's going to be such a difficult spot, because look on the south of the map here as we go moving on to Zone 4. All those people have a high elevation, and they're going to be able to send down beams towards Cyber. So Cyber here is going to have to hope that someone does not look his way. But Alpha and Nikov, they totally see this opportunity. Now they definitely know he's solo, and it's just a matter of time before Cyber goes. He does have a shockwave though, Sundown.
Yeah, I was about to say, Siberia Jake here, the player for VP. He has 4 shockwaves. He's over on the side. He'd already sniped at the players. Yo, burn your shockwaves. Just start throwing them off, toss some metal around you, and get ahead of these guys. Because if you ever get behind and they have the ability to turn around and not worry about it, you're just out. You're out of the lobby, and we saw that they're going down with still 3 shockwaves. If you're a solo, use every single bit of utility you have to just get a little bit further into the game. Because worst case scenario, you're burning it so somebody else doesn't have it. His 2 teammates had already go down. There was no reboots in, and especially with still 20 trios and 55 players remaining, going down there means 0 points for the entirety of that game. You need to use that and go through. As we see Crashpad come through, dropping directly on top of Seti, Kubex, and Teak. What will end up happening, you can see, turns it around, gets Remix right away. Teak will also clean up Squint, so that's 2 elims going over to them. Gonna get a Crashpad refresh as well, so good job from one of our top trios, currently sitting in 4th place, to handle that aggression a little well. You can see it might have been a little bit of a Storm Surge desperation play there.
we already saw into the future thanks to Shio, and I'm already taking a look at the Zone 5 reveals, the half in, half out. Half is in the safe zone, half is in the storm. I have to believe that Train Hard's Amplify as Kirachi gets taken down right there by Seti with a nice hit as he was entering the box. Down goes Kirachi, but to finish my point is that trio is going to look really good, and they know they have the experience, and no doubt I'm expecting them to be from height. But let's see if my seance opportunity is real, as Seti here is looking really strong, but Sundown, they have to make this rotation. They do have the shock, so I'm expecting them to use that as we get a nice overview look at seeing how all our competitors are going to tackle this. It's going to go to the top of your screen here. You already see a lot of people already in safe zone, but already look at that tarp that Thomas Anas has on that right side. It is up and over the water. The good news is fall damage is null and void as it goes over water, but still, you have to be sure you hit dead center.
And you can see now we do have our top 17, so those placement points are going to start ticking out. Everyone left in the lobby receiving 1 point. Each trio that goes down will be an additional point, and the rifle fire coming out as the players trying to enter into the zone, try to find a crack in the armor of the defenders who are gatekeeping them out. Hen will find Michael again. That's 2 games in a row they've had that exchange, and it's come out on top for Hen and his trio. So good job making it into that end game again. We'll see if they're able to capitalize now, as I believe all 3 of our top 3 are still in here. We know number 4 is as well. Number 5 just ended up getting knocked out. So the battle at the top is definitely well and alive here. The question is, who is going to be able to push forward and really capitalize here in match number 7?
Now, thankfully for that lobby, it's going to push back up towards the south side of things. So the advantage that I was speaking of Train Hard's Amplify, Adian, and Matzo, may be null and void considering that. But you have to put those in favors for them for coming up on top, because this is where they landed. They don't have to, they kind of know this area so well. They know how to make rotations. They know how to play in-game. And there it is, a crash pad with the box breaker play. And this Train Hard trio picks up a nice elim, able to throw that out. And you can't really prepare for that, Sundown. You're standing on your floor, and all of a sudden, you're falling into a trap and getting eliminated. But now Train Hard is attracting a lot of pressure here. And they have to be sure as they set up for the Mega Shockwave.
And they messed it up. They messed it up. You see that, which is why it's so key. If you have the ability, take the half second to add the guidance up top. It ends up being just a couple walls and another ramp above you, because he gets sent off in other directions, and they're going to have one of them get picked up as we hop on board here with our number 1 trio, trying to rotate around the side as we wait for the replay to catch back up. We already see sitting on 5 eliminations so far, and oh my lord, look at Kezik's inventory. 4 floppers, 2 slurpfish. Nobody on the map is going to be able to contend with that amount of white HP. So what Nate, 4ZR, and Kezix are looking to do is they're looking to just make it into the end game where Kezix has the ability to utilize these floppers and then just camp out the zone. He's going to even, like, the fact that he's eating a slurpfish now just to get the 50 shields shows how much he knows this utility is key. But right now, those crash pads are actually going to break up, and that's a really unfortunate slurpfish there, right as he gets the conversion over onto Chapix, losing the extra siphon. However, he's going to find Snappy. Can he find more? Gets the down onto Alpha as well. So now we're going to see some flopper play coming out from Kezix. That's 1 flopper he's eating. Gonna wait, and again, a little bit of a mismanagement there of the siphons. However, finding the play on the backside. That was another one of his. So that's 3 straight eliminations from Kezix in the storm. Already had to eat 3 of his floppers. Still has 1 more slurpfish. There's the last flopper, but can he find the zone? Finds another player trying to do it. Gets a refresh on the floppers. That's 1 more, Sancho, as he's closing in. We have our top 10, 18 players remaining, and Hen, however, just going huge, picking up 2 eliminations himself.
Hen's popping off. Kezix is getting his fish on and flopper on and doing really well, but now Kezix now is in trouble. Down goes Kezix and down goes Nate. That's our first place team going down in a blink of an eye. But you're looking at it, it is Flick, Thomas, and Anas on the high ground, and Train Hard's trio is still in it. Stompy's still in it. I'm trying to take a look. Hen is trying to clutch all by himself, and Cammy is trying to clutch as well for this trio. We're going to take a look here at Swag. Swag does have his partner here. It's a duo from Swag and Miro, but on the high ground, as you see on the top right of the screen, it is Anas, Thomas, and Fleck are doing really strong. If you're going to take a look at the overview, you see Hen is still up, and Hen is clutching right now, and he is all by himself going up against a duo and another solo, but it's just a matter of time. But Stompy may have something brewing here, Sundown, as he's sitting on the mid ground.
He's sitting on the mid ground chilling. Right now it's a 3v2v1. Anas, Flick, and Thomas being the only one left. Hen is the solo on the low ground. However, already got the additional +2 points. Finally, will get cleaned out. And that's Hen! Hen finally got one. He actually converted over and was able to get an elimination and convert one. But now we have our top two. Flick end up taking down Train HCO. But because we're pulling back over Hero Hill, that concave Train is not going to allow him to build back up. Skype goes down as Flick drops in. That's 10 eliminations in the Victory Royale. 35 points coming out from Thomas, Anas, and Flick. That will be game number 7 wrapping up. And just look at all those builds.
Woo-wee! Thomas, Anas, and Flick just putting that power position right there. My original week 1 pick are being so strong, and we mentioned throughout the broadcast, yes, Thomas is solidifying himself as a star. There's people in the EU region that are adding Thomas to their gamer tag, but you cannot sleep on Flick and Anas Sundown.
They played that incredibly well, but also have to give a shout out to Hen for lasting through there, getting him into the top 3. But now we're going to toss it back on over to Zeke, Reese, and Shio to break down game number 7.
Boy, oh boy, Thomas HD. We just talked about this guy, and now he's here to show us another VR. Boys, what we can't forget is this trio has already qualified. So right now, they're playing for prize money, and something Reese talked about yesterday, and that is alphaing up on POIs. Trying to show everyone else, look, this is my spot, and if you want to compete with me and my trio in grand finals, look at the scoreboard. That's a testament of what we are capable of pulling off. Let's take a look at the standings together. Don't forget, this is a cumulative leaderboard from the 6 matches today and the ones we've played so far. Kezix, 4ZR, Nate, they are holding strong, 160 points. I mean, Shy, they're looking to pull ahead, but again, we're more focused on the top 15 teams.
Yeah, a lot of the teams that we were looking at in that game were actually near that top 15, but this page, Reese, what do you think about the teams we're seeing so far?
Well, it's interesting. Kezix, 4ZR, Nate, obviously having some 2 really good games so far. But in our second place team, Queasy, Milan, Chapix, having a little bit of difficulty today. They're obviously performing very well yesterday, getting 2 victorials. But today, in particular, that game we just watched, they hit that rift in the second zone, and it became a little bit questionable because they're all the way up in the sky, and all these other teams are already in a position to get the Storm Surge tag. So they're seeing these people fly through the air, they get the audio cue of the rift, and it's tag, and we saw one of them go down in that moment, and that really affects the rest of the game from there on out.
Yeah, we saw those flopper plays. Just that first place team gets so much more further ahead. It's now almost a 30-point difference between number 1 and number 2. From 6th to 10th, though, Mongraal, Mitro, Tayson, after that win, kind of fizzling out. We'll break that down in a sec as to where their game kind of relied in game number 2 of day number 2. Snape, Swag, and Miro, I think these guys were a shoo-in to win that one, but I believe Swag got shot down by Anas all the way over on height towards the end game, so that leaves them at 7th. Still, everything being consistent, the one kind of outlier is Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD winning that last game, breaking the 2-day curse of being on this page, 11th to 15th. Now they're in 8th, so I want to see how much higher they can actually fly.
And we've seen a couple teams on here kind of struggle a little bit more today. One of the teams that I kind of caught up with was Kiriachi, Rotary, and Stormy Right. They were in like a really good position in the second zone, third zone. They're on the high ground. They were really beaming down on the players. But somehow they just didn't manage to get enough shots off for that Storm Surge like we talked about earlier. Despite the fact they were in the position to get these great tags. And they actually end up going down to that first Storm Surge. So unfortunately, they're not going to do too well in that last game. But there's still 4 more games left today. And they're already in a position to qualify as well.
Yeah, they've won a game before, so we definitely know that Kiriachi and his trio knows how to do it right when things go their way. Past that, from 16th to 20th, we still see Train H on the cusp of being top 15. Remember, top 15 is what you need to qualify for heats. That's where all these teams that we're watching today are trying to shoot towards, and they're still so good it could go anyone's way on that side of the page. Towards the top, though, Zeke, it's looking pretty solid.
It is, and especially like when we kind of double back and we talk about the people trying to break in, Janice isn't in there, right? This is our FNCS Invitational Champion. Him and his trio did not even qualify in week number 1, and they're looking to break in a top 15 this week. Now, guys, there is actually someone I would like to talk about, and that is Mongraal.
Yeah, these guys were over here landing at Starks. We saw this happen over the last 2 weeks, honestly. I think today's been going the best that these guys have had so far in general, their entire FNCS competition for this season. getting cars, moving out of Starks. Game number 1 was a win. In game number 2, though, things went kind of differently, Reese.
A little bit more sour. Game number 1, they'd set themselves up in a really, really good spot. They had plenty of good loot coming out of Starks, as they nearly always do, with rotations in particular, be it shockwaves, crash pads, and bouncers. All 3 of them had that completely set up in game 1. And that allowed their early and mid-game rotates to get into this kind of 5th zone relatively simple. They used the bounce pads in combination with the crash pads to get in, and then just took height with that in that game 1.
And then this is where the trouble was for every other trio in the lobby. If you were watching that last game, you saw how good the flopper play was from Kazakhs overall. You saw the win for Thomas HD, Anas, and Flick at the end of the game. This game was actually a king of the big hill. There was one hill that stopped so many trios. Look at Mongraal struggling to get up and above it. This hill was active throughout the entire 7th to 9th zone. Flick, Thomas HD, and Anas actually going ahead and taking height so much earlier, so far and high, something that Anas actually loves to do in solos. You see that call come here in trios, and they had no shot at all, no trouble in working that, Reese.
And one of the things that actually they really contrasts the first game, they took the height very, very early, and if they'd done that in this game and it was able to actually control that, that hill wouldn't have been as much of a problem, because when you're on high ground, you're the one controlling the distance between there.
The skill, the prowess of these players. And just to kind of echo some of this as well, you know, it's so cool to see these guys win, and it's even more interesting to see, like, Thomas is such a strong player, but Anas and Flick, I mean, Thomas was down that last game, and they still pulled off the VR, right? So all 3 of these players are massive slayers in their own right. So we'll have to see kind of how this permeates the rest of the standings, right? Because with 4 games left to go, these guys could just be at the top and hold a spot, which would mean someone else would miss out on that spot, breaking into the top 15.
That's actually a very good point, Zeke. You have to understand that when one person wins, and this kind of sounds like very simple, there's another team that has to lose. With Fortnite, there's another 32 teams, right, that have to not have the opportunity to get that top spot. So that ripple effect, it really switches things up on the leaderboard every single game.
I thought Reese was going to be add. I thought Reese was going to add. He was like, Reese was like,
You know?
oh.
I was thinking ahead, and Shao kind of nailed it, in all honesty. That first place slot is obviously prize money, but on top of that, it's like pride, right? You know, I've won in week 1, qualifier 1, qualifier 2, or qualifier 3, maybe more than one. And it's a bit of pride that adds up, right? You guys got those calling cards. We've won. We're coming into the heats and the finals as a dominant team. We've proven ourselves already. So I'm really interested to see kind of how that plays out as well.
That's right. Well, we got 4 more games to go, so let's send it back over to Sancho West and Sundown to take us in to the next game here in the FNCS.
So much, Zeke, Reese, and Shio. It is Game 3 of the FNCS Chapter 2, Season 4, Qualifiers 2, Day 2, Round 3, EU. You got all that? I hope you do. Copy and paste if you don't, because we're about to have a fantastic time. And so far, we're seeing some consistency here, Sundown, of the copy and pasting. The big names are still sitting on top. 4ZR still on top. Now, the question is, you mentioned it, can Benji, the 300 Lancers trio, make it out of that and switch it up? Or will they consistently try to fight, get injured, and out?
Well, they have the benefit this time. You can see the zone just outside of Doom, so if they opt to just get in and get out, they have a quick rotation path to at least do so. We saw it last round. Those purple arrows just north in the northwest area actually collapsed on that fight very quickly. We were able to resolve it, but we're going to hop on over here. Flick, Thomas, and Anas trying to find their space here in Dirty Docks. Have plenty of room, so they're not overly worried about it. Plentiful amount of metal, upgrade bench as well, so generally you're able to leave here pretty much anything you want. Flick also already finding a pair of shockwaves, which is incredibly beneficial for this rotation. That, on top of them pulling zone, is going to set them up for a good early game.
And not to mention, this trio used to land in Steamy Stacks. For some reason, one of the most popular places to land in the EU region, considering that it was able to produce 2 solo champions in Janice and Tayson. But they are adjusted. They're going down to Dirty Docks, which is, for those of the people that are big fans of the NA East region, that day 2 will come up very soon after our slotted game 6 games here. If you're familiar with NA East, you know that Reverse 2K, Miro, and Day have been doing so well coming out of this. No one has contested them. And just to pull it back a little bit deeper, Back in the day when Ninja would compete in squads, they came in 8th place, landing in this area. It's a little bit difficult. Back in the day, in squads days, though, you did have the grotto looming in the distance, and a lot of big names like Tfue and would land there. So they're a little bit chill, a little bit calmer. Not a lot of people are going to be able to peek over here. So this is why they've been so successful here in day 2, Sundown.
Yeah, the biggest thing coming out of this is honestly just guaranteeing you have the Storm Surge stacks, because outside of that, you're not really ever left wanting. So you hop on board the team who placed second last game. It's Skype with his duos. It does have, I believe those are Chinese characters, but I'm also not super familiar with Asiatic languages,
so
if I'm incorrect. But these are Falconly is one of them, and Yagsuo is the other. So Train H players, a French trio who we've seen play incredibly well a number of times. We're trying to execute a nice little push here. Defensive crash pad coming out, a pair of defensive crash pads coming out for the red team to just try and disengage Sky, trying to stay above and continue to rain down shots at Steelix. Just going to get picked up there. Good combo coming through from the burst. Also has the charge to be able to provide a little bit of pressure from the side here. They will get the shakedown as well to try and identify where that final member of that trio is, but just going to maximize the damage by pickaxing down the body and then hitting it with that charge shotgun. You're going to see that a lot because, again, we talk about Storm Surge. The damage onto knocked opponents also counts for that, and you can go over the 100 damage threshold. So if you don't have a sniper rifle, next best thing, max charge shots straight to the head.
You're seeing in the feed Milan picking up an elimination on Miro, so that rotation way up there in Craggy Cliffs colliding with Stark Pond. But let me give you guys and gals, she's, hims, theys, what would you say, bonesies, jonesies, all of the ladder here. Listen up. This is the people here in the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th, all tied going up in this matchup here. 65 points, so it's all tiebreakers that's breaking it all up. You have a team that is trying to punch their ticket in. Kiriachi, Rotary, Storming Right, who competed last week, are so close to not making it. Blaster, Nikov, Alpha, in 15th right now, holding on tight as the Train Hard team that we were just witnessing, watching, of Sky's trio are still knocking on that door. Kiko, Slender, and Mosh Grande are in the 17th place. And my pick, Revsguard, Stompy, and Scram just on the outside, 18th place. So that is how tight it is. And you mentioned, Sundown, 17th place is where the placement points get doled out, but Boyer's not going to wait. He's going to go ahead and try to pick up one right here, and Papa goes down. It's the battle for Lazy Lake is going down between this trio of Kezers and Boyer going up against the Papa Flores and the Leon Flores, I believe, and Mama.
Well done from Boyer there, picking up at Elam. We've talked about it. The SMG's not really utilized almost at all this season, but the close range tracking, the pressure, being able to put down an answer in the form of that shotgun, also getting a nice little wall block there to make sure they execute it. Now looking to kind of close this fight, get together, use the chug splashes, and then try and push out the rest of the Flores as Mama and Leon over on the side. Boyer trying to close the gap using the AR. Nice 49 into a 33. Going to leave that opponent down for now and then go on over. That's Leon getting cleaned up. And I actually dislike that a little bit because, again, not maximizing the Storm Surge, which we've seen come into play a little bit here in terms of the kind of 5th and 7th circles. So leaving that opponent down and then just eliminating the other one effectively pulls off about 160 damage they could have had on there. But that's just picking the fine threads out.
It's those fine threads, though, those details that, you know, it goes from like a hot 500 thread count Egyptian con. You want that 1,000, you know what I mean? You want all those threads to give you that fine, soft feeling blanket. And speaking of blankets, Noah, Riley, Aqua, and Rezon are putting the wettest blanket on Lecce and Savage. And look, another trio is sniffing here. So this is about to be a very tight situation and not a lot of oxygen here for Benji, Lecce, and Savage here, Sundown. This is going to be rough sauce to watch.
It's going to be rough. And I mean, again, we talk about it, just getting stuck in this area. You can see what looks like yet another team also heading in as well. And because you are on the outside of the circle, not leaving early, it's going to make the rotation in that much harder. You can see some pings coming out over on the side saying danger. Hey, there's a team rotating around here. We need to make sure we stick together. And honestly, like only 20 mats as well. And just not a whole lot going on between either one of these teams. It's really, really, really difficult to get yourselves rolling when you have such a high-quality team opposite you each and every single time.
Now we're going to go into another battle that's happened. We're still sticking with Boyer here in Lazy Lake, as it is the Coolest Carrot who made a big surprise on the scene in the FNCS Invitational. We're all wondering, who is this cool Carrot making some big-time plays down out in the Authority, but Carrot now is going to go ahead and get diced. Out goes Carrot and down goes Pasic and gets the L dance as well. The hot binds are happening. It's actually Kiriachi. Where are they doing way over here out here in Lazy Lake? Or they're just, I know they land there south of Misty Meadows, but they're making the rotation quite early and running right straight into Lazy Lake here, Sundown.
Yeah, they've actually been rotating, landing kind of more towards the south side of Slurpy Swamps and also in the cabin there, and then heading east pretty much right away. But now you can see Tripper trying to put some pressure on the wall. He has his binds up there. He lets you know he's got Q, M5, M4, and V. That's something we've seen out of some of the EU players, but that's actually Tripper who's in the duo with Boyer right now, just trying to kind of keep their space, do what they can to disengage. We already saw them win one fight. Kezher has been taken out. You can see him trying to double back on over to the reboot van to execute on the reboot, but with a limited number of mats, it's going to be really hard. Boyer pushing through, finds a huge shot onto Dieburn. That's actually going to be a full elimination, so that was just a solo who's trying to get a part of it and not going to be the full team who's pressing down on him, as we now have Skype, Yaxo, and Falconly also joining in on the party. Why not? Fiesta at Lazy Lake. Everyone's invited. All of you showing up anyway.
Everybody show on up and bring everybody, but make sure you're staying socially distant and wearing masks. But this is the battle that's happening virtually, so that's why they're going to get chest to chest and make sure to get these elims. But they're going to go ahead and maybe disengage, as you're seeing as they're making away, noticing that it's not worth the fight. But still, Rotary, Kirachi, Stormer here are still right next to them, the next door neighbors. And this is a battle of the people on the bubble. It's about to burst for one of them, as only the top team 15 advance, and you're hearing the honk of the horn, and that's going to be a moment for everybody to stop like a deer and look around for those elim opportunities. But wow, seeing another team that's having a slow start to this day, Legendary, Riser, and there it is. They're gonna go ahead and try to make this push to pick up their trio teammate. But these Storm Riders are going to have to get out of here as quick as possible. And considering that they have a slow start today, you said so yourself a little bit earlier, looks like it's going to be a res chain. And Sundown, I don't know, man. You don't want to be in shambles this early into Zone 2?
I mean, they're going to have to execute so well to get out of here. Luckily, finding a med kit. So they're going to chain revive. And on top of chain reviving, the one thing I would like to see them doing is actually throwing their teammates farther towards zone when you're going to be able to pick them up, because you'll save just that much extra time. But it's going to get to a point. This is only a one-tick zone. They're going to have not enough time. Yeah, no, that's it. He doesn't have enough time. Doesn't have it. I was about to say they're going to miss the minimum amount. Oh, no, I apologize. Watching the wrong feed. It's good. There's no way.
It's close.
Like, they're going to be able to get out of here, but it's going to require just so much. And right now, Rajasser should have been carrying Lusha with him and tossed him right at the end to move all of them further, which is now you're going to see, because Legendary, they're playing this completely wrong. I actually don't think they end up getting out of this zone and into the next one, because the next zone is also going to be closing. They're above Storm Surge, but the fact that they're losing key time, maybe if they burn the shockwaves, they can kind of be able to get ahead of it, but it's going to be so freaking hard.
Here we go. This is the play that maybe be creative here. You shockwave the one person that's carrying the down teammate, and then you shockwave over to kind of break the gap, but we're seeing it, the heals. This is why they're holding on. Every bandage, every HP, every tick is so vital, because this could come down to it here, Sundown. This could come down to it, just them surviving. Maybe they pop off an in-game. Maybe they find a bandage cannon here.
There's nothing in the vault.
There's nothing in the vault. That would have been the play. Legendary's going to head and port out of there, but they're still alive. Hey, and that is all that what matters here in the FNCS trios. These are how competitive.
Right.
Oh no, there's the
zone's already pulled away. Like, there's no way.
Believe in the believe.
No, I don't believe. I don't believe.
To.
I literally, I don't. Nope, I don't believe. I believe we are watching this perspective right now so that we can see them go down and fail the chain revive. And you know what? I'm completely all for
Small
it.
fries. Something. Something,
No,
anything,
there's
something.
not a chance. What are you gonna do? Like fish straight out of the ground and just hope to pull out a small fire? There's no more white heals on them. It's all gonna come down to whether Legendary or Majaster can keep chain reviving.
Campfire.
But the difference is when this storm zone ends up closing. Nope, he missed the chain revive. That's it. He missed the chain revive. They messed up the timing at the end. That's gonna be it. All three of them tick it over, and they weren't able to execute it. Time lost. They're not able to get over to the campfires that they needed. So we talk about having to do all the little things right. Well, they did all the little things completely wrong right there. Shouldn't have split the bandages. Should have kept chain reviving on the other two, while one person, whoever had the bandages, kept throwing those people farther through. That's how you get out of that situation. And instead, they're going to go down with only 3 points to their name. And honestly, a whole bunch of frustration.
Yeah, we've all been there, though. Everybody from all walks of Fortnite life has been there. From solos, duos, squads, we've all been there running from the storm, doing our best to survive, hoping for a campfire. But this is going to be the next tough situation for the rest of the board. The Stark Industry elevation. And already there's some people looking down over. And when you see Thomas HD with the legendary sniper, oh no, you better watch out as Heatsea goes out, gets snuffed on out right then and there. But this is going to be that opportunity that we've seen, Polar Peak 2.0. And look at it, folks. If you're on the bottom looking up, that's what you have to deal with. You have to be with the hottest trio in the EU region beaming down toward you, and that's going to be a tough situation to navigate. And not only that, everybody else is up there looking down over, looking for those easy picks. So you have to wonder, the Mongraals of the world are up there. They have to be in a strong position. As you're seeing there, more EU teams have finished top 10 after rebooting a player than any other region.
And that could be a little bit of foreshadow going on here. As we saw, the reboot did end up coming through. Kesher is back up there as Boyer and Trippin are able to get it. Or Kaiser, I apologize. I always want to not pronounce that correctly, even though I know the enunciation. I just look at the spelling and go through. But doing so well, and Boyer showing a little bit of a resurgence right now for Elim so far. Trippin sitting on one, and a cheeky snipe coming through the edit. That's Deceptos who caught that one with his teeth. He says, "Don't worry, Mr. President, get down. I got you." And Boyer now going to try and close the gap. The big thing here is they're not utilizing this in order to convert on the elimination. Look at where they are in the bottom right. Their goal with this is to put pressure on the team up there, and by getting the knock, they guaranteed one of the two teams who's billy goating up on the side of the hill is unable to play gatekeeper right now because they have to focus on the revive. That's why you see them sprinting forward, and with all of their low HP pools and the reboot, they don't have any excess shields, so they need to get in this zone pretty much now on the back of the Boyer snipe, and if he doesn't hit that, I don't think they get in.
And there it is. You're seeing how it's just not about just necessarily storm tags. It's not necessarily about getting the knock. It's not about getting that 1 point. It's just allowing yourself to get that in game. And Boyers and Kaiser are playing really strong, already over their average eliminations, already sitting at 5, I believe. They've been outputting 2.6. So they're turning it up at the right time, because day 2 here, we're at the halfway point. This is game 3 here. After that, we're going to take a break and let our competitors rest for a bit. Because like I said, if you get to the end game, we're talking about 20 minutes of high, intense Fortnite competitive action.
And you can see right now with that zone reveal in the bottom right-hand corner, we're going up onto upstate New York, just a little bit northwest, some of the factory into play, but that means you pretty much have to go right now. And you see right there, Boyer & Co. being taken out. That's Antrak, Slove, and Sick, who will be on the benefiting end of those eliminations. And it was going to be tough anyway because they had to go and pull up, didn't have any excess shields, any excess utility had already been burned. So despite getting those 6 early eliminations and the 2 trio wipes, really not going to be benefiting a ton from the points that they could have gotten this game. Again, those placement points coming through in the top 17. You actually see Savage and Lecce get taken down there in the feed. That was Mitro, Mongraal, and Tayson being the benefactors there. So some Titans going at it right now as everyone trying to find a way up on top of this terraformed hill.
And here it is. We saw on day 1, Stark Industries being big factor as 2 in-games happened here. And out of those basically in-games, it was Miro that was able to capitalize on both of those, getting 2 victory royales going over the Stark pond. But now we're on board with a team that's in the top 3. Going into day 2, number 1 spot at Queasy, Milan, and Chapix. They had a little bit of a stumble here in the previous game. If you missed it out, they were using a Rift to glide on over, and Queasy and Chapix got taken out so quickly, got lobby focused. But we're just going to take a look at the overall positions of all of our players. You're seeing the crazy mountains that the Stark Industries point of interest has. They have to navigate that, and this is brand new. If you're missing out in Season 4, yes, Marvel superheroes are here. We're talking about Tony Stark from the Marvel Universe having a way here at Fortnite Island, trying to figure out what is going down, creating some awesome tech. But now we have a hot team here of Hen, Putrick, and Deceptos making their way on the low ground. Uh-oh, big boom.
Yeah, but I was about to say, while they're setting up that propane tank play, they didn't cover their flank, and now it's all going to be up to Hen. And we've seen this time and time again with this team where they get a little too separated. They're not necessarily on the same page. Deceptos is going to be able to get picked up. It's going to be at the cost of Putrick, but however, more pressure's coming through, and now it's all on Hen, the young English Lord. We talked about it, how he's been performing so incredibly well since the Cash Cup he won on his birthday. What can he do alone in this situation? Back to the Storm. Rotary, Kiriachi, Stormy right to one side. Nikoff and Co. directly above him, but now we're going to hop on over. Some shockwave is being used. This height challenge is going to come out. That's Rezon going down, and it's all going to be on the back of Aqua. So again, not really being able to leave Dooms unscathed despite pulling a relatively close zone. They're put under pressure, and it's all going to be on the back of the World Cup duo champion.
You're seeing people, trios going into one backpack. The carry is real, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many elims or all the points. It just matters how you work as a trio. And so oftentimes, a lot of people like to break down like this player didn't do as much as elims, but that it just all matters, man. The support players, the IGLs, whatever you want to break down trio roles, you work as a unit. And we're seeing right now a strong unit working right now in Teak, Seti, and Kubix. They did some really high in-game finishes. 38 points. It's a solid day here in day 2. And of course, they're one of the teams that didn't even make it into week 1 of round 3. So this is the first time here in the FNCS trios in round 3 in week 2.
And I don't want to say I have a little bit of an issue saying like didn't even make it, but particularly in Europe, I mean, we talked about it a little yesterday, where I think realistically there's maybe 40 to 45 trios who you can say like, hey, if they play their best 12 games, they can win the region, especially when you have to go from the top 1K trios down to the top 33. Making it in every week and having it be consistent is actually nuts. Like that in and of itself speaks to just how strong consistent your trio is when you consider all of the things you have to deal with when it comes with the game of Fortnite. So I think even getting to the dance and then being able to put on a solid performance is argument enough that you can say you belong there. And as long as you do that once or twice, we should be seeing you in heats.
And absolutely, and they are dancing with the stars at the moment right now. They have 3 elims going into 4th place here before this game. Strong performance. No doubt they're going to be able to punch their way into the next rounds, which are heats. And that is when things get a little spicy and the heat is getting turned up in the kitchen as they pick up a nice elim, working in the mucky muck right now, doing really well as a trio. We had so many analyst packages breaking down the strength of the low ground, but Sundown, because you're here at Stark Industry, they're going to have to navigate a lot of high elevations.
Yeah, and you can see as long as the zone doesn't pull completely off of the edge, these players should be moderately happy. While there is some kind of change in verticality, it's mostly pretty manageable. There is the one hill that's kind of completely towards the northern side that can cause some difficulty. Doesn't look like it's going to come to play as we tick in closer to our first round of placement points. Don't forget that happens top 17, and then every placement out until you're into that top 3 is 1 point. Top 3 is +2, top 2 is +4, then the Victory Royale nets you an additional 5. As right now we have Kubux in the top of your screen, Teak in the bottom right, Seti in the bottom left. Seti carrying the burden of eliminations right now with 4 from this match, but doing a good job rotating and just staying ahead of the zone.
Here we go. They're doing their best as well, staying above the Storm Surge, looking very strong. We're so close to placement points getting doled out, and look at them. They're 4th place, working together, and this is what we mentioned as well before, the beautiful tarp that they have. And when you have a clean rotation like this, when you're working on all cylinders, this is the fundamentals of trios that we're seeing, and that is what makes it work so well. The hip-to-hip action, one piece and kind of going back and forth, checking on the front side, checking on the back side, the person on the back side, cleaning up, opening up builds, making edits, looking for those tags, while the person in the front leading the way, kind of going through the chaos chaos and the madness that's ensuing in front of them, making those layer changes, all that coming into this cacophony of awesomeness as we're seeing in the feed. Flick goes down, 4ZR is still up, and now we're definitely in the placement points as we're in the top 15. 4ZR picking up an elimination on Nas, but Kubix is not done. As you see, someone else is occupying this layer. They're going to do their best to send the shots through. As Reese said in one of his YouTube videos, a lot of eliminations come through by shooting on your layer, and that was some good tags there for Kubix.
And they want to continue with it, as we said, into the placement point area. Top 14 trios, top 18 or top 28 players remaining right now. So a couple duos and solos running around. This is a complete trio though, tarping on the side, and they found a great layer. Not a whole lot of contention coming through, and able to get clean shots on the backside. So able to pick up Slender, quick harpoon to get whatever mats and utility from that, as again groups up, gets the one splash as we close in on the top 10. Queasy takes out Snappy with some help from Milan, so we know that that trio is still up. You can see Mitro also picking up and down there onto Rasco. Mongraal converting that one over. We have our top 20 players now, but one more trio will still need to drop before we have the top 10.
The advantages of being on this layer right here, the mid ground, is it allows you to kind of have a 3D effect. You could shoot at people above you, shoot at people below it, but at the same time, you have an opportunity to take height at a moment's notice. So you're going to be watching a lot of trios here in this situation, kind of looking up and down for all opportunities to get these tags. But now they're on the low ground, and they're going over waters. You see, this is closing time. Zone 9, and Kubix closes out another story, as in the Elim Fit is Chapix, and actually, it is Squeeze that's still up. But look, we're taking a look at the Mucky Muck, but if you take a quick peek at the castle made of clouds, on high is the Wonder Boys of Mongraal. Again on high with Tayson and Mitro.
They're just trying to drop everything they can on the top, looking for the opportunity when they'll be able to put pressure down on top of them. Right now, though, Kubix and Seti doing a good job on the low ground, about to run out of materials. The question is, with those two medkits and a siphon going through, can he find the timing with the zone going to full close? He needs to get in front of it and then pop the medkit if he wants to have an HP advantage. We see Queasy going down there, and right now it's a 3v2 v1 again with Tayson, Mitro, and Mongraal in complete control. Milan and Kubix trying to get whatever they can. Not going to happen as Milan gets converted over. Now 1v2, the top comes out, but of course, from the top down, it was never in doubt. Mitro, Mongraal, and Tayson taking home the victory royale and just asserting themselves in day number 2 here.
There it is, the Wonder Boys getting it job done, already finishing week 1 with 3 victory royales, and so far they got 2. What a great start here as we're hitting the half point of week 2.
Yo, I mean, you're right, Sancho. They're on fire right now. They're trying to aim for that number 1 spot. Now, of course, chasing the number 1 spot is pretty good, but it's not the overall story, right? We're going to be taking a look at the top 15 teams trying to push on through. But for these guys, they already have their eyes set. And this is going to be something we talk about for weeks to come. It is all about establishing yourself as that very strong trio, saying it doesn't matter wherever we go. If we're there, everyone else needs to look out. Let's take a look at the standings. Remember, cumulative points from yesterday as well. Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate. This is the team you predicted in week number 1, Reese. And they're back, week number 2. They're still holding down the number 1 spot.
And doing it with very, very dominant fashion. Interestingly, out of all of their games, not managing to pick up a victory royale yet. But still, their eliminations are so far ahead of everyone else. 66. Next closest being 49. And Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson is a team who's known for being very, very aggressive. And they're still out eliminating them by 17 elims.
Yeah, we're watching all this stuff from these day 2 trios, honestly. I would say Hen, Mongraal, Seti, Kubix, and Teak as well. But do not let day number 2 distract you from what happened in day number 1 with Queasy, Milan, and Chapix. Milan somehow stayed alive till 3rd place that game, solidifying their spot and holding Mongraal back from taking over them. And honestly, holding everyone back from catching up and taking over those top 3 spots. On the second page, we see Snappy. We see Raxo, who also lived all the way towards the end of that game. Flick and Austin Thomas holding their 8th place slot. Snape, Swag, and Miro still here. Their 2 wins yesterday are making them hold so far, and now they're getting a few more eliminations. Amplify, Adian, and Matzo over there at 10th with a standard 45 elims. Average placement that's looking kind of good. 97 points tied, though, with Snape's trio.
And Amplify ADN and Matto have been doing really well today, actually picking up a good few high elimination games, in particular the first one where they got 10 eliminations. So if they're going to be able to continue that, they may be able to solidify themselves in that top 15 slot.
Yeah, but now these top 5 trios are honestly taking the competition way far away from everyone else that's playing in Europe today. You can see these 11th to 15th place trios really only have a really big say in the mid game. We're not really seeing a lot of them alive towards those end games consistently. That's why those elims aren't really racking up as far as fast. That does mean, though, that for people like Kyriachi, people like Refsguard, every elimination and every moment matters so much more. A single point, look how close everything is right now. 78 points tied for Hardfine and Andalex.
And in 17th, Andalex, Janus, and X-Squeeze, guys who both won. In terms of Andalex, won the FNCS Duos, and Janus, who won the FNCS Invitationals. These guys have a ton of potential right now, and they changed their drop spot up from day 1 to day 2, and it seems to be paying off for them. They've had a 5th, and then a 27th, it's not a great game, and then a 3rd. So these guys are going to consistently kind of maybe creep up into that top 15 and solidify themselves a really nice placement over the next 3 games.
They only have 3 games left to try and make it into the top 15. Now, guys, this last victory route was pretty significant for this trio. So what happened? What did they do differently that just let them get the back-to-back W?
Honestly, for these guys, it was just playing height fast and getting it immediately before anyone else could. We're looking at the 2nd place POV here, Reese, in terms of Quebec, Seti, and Teak. These guys played low to mid-ground, possibly the best I've ever seen played in Fortnite.
And what's interesting is this game 3 is almost an exact mirror of game 1. We have Seti, Quebec, and Teak going up against Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson. Low ground versus high ground. 2 games, they're exactly the same almost. Unfortunately, that low ground team isn't going to be able to actually consistently win those 2. But if we keep seeing these, both teams are going to get really, really good placement points overall.
Now here's Mongraal's story from that game number 1. These guys were playing mid-ground. A little bit too tunnel vision there, but they got right out of that tunnel into that broad daylight, closer to the sun even, with how close they were on height, with how far up they were compared to everyone else. There were shockwave plays trying to happen, but Mongraal and Mitro dropped all the way down and stopped them before they actually launched up into the air. Won that game over. This is a height trio that's playing that position so well. I'm worried as to what happens when they don't have it. But you mentioned it, Reese, right? You know, how are these guys doing it? It's because they're going for height earlier than anyone else, and that's landing them 2 wins today.
And they're taking it early on. They're taking it in that 5th zone, maintaining it all the way through. How are you meant to take that from these guys? They're so dominant. They're such good ARM, and they're just continually pressuring the teams from 2nd height and below.
Flexing that mechanical prowess all over the lobby. You like to see it. Now, Fortnite fan, we do have 3 games left, but for now, we are going to go to a break. When we return, we'll have the conclusion of EU and know which 15 teams will be heading on to Heats. See you guys in just 5.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Resub here to break down the differences between Round 1 and Round 3, which players sometimes refer to as Opens and Finals during the Qualifiers, and also how you can apply those differences into your own gameplay. There are a lot of things you'll see in Round 3 of this FNCS that you won't see in Round 1, so I want to list out what these kind of things are and what you can expect in your own Round 1 gameplay and in Cash Cups. One of the themes that we've been noticing a lot in Round 3 is that teams who are consistently uncontested are doing better on their regions than teams who are being contested by another team. For the FNCS warm-up Round 3, 60% of the people who placed top 5 in any region were uncontested in their drop spot. This is because it's the same 33 teams in every single game, and they all have their planned and prepared drop spots, and they don't really change this unless their day's going very, very badly. So let's look at EU, where Rams, Kesix, Grizzy 4ZR, and Grizzy Nate took home that 1st place slot in the FNCS qualifier week 1. In Round 3, they were uncontested 12 out of 12 games at Sweaty Sands, and they played their hearts out to win the overall tournament. In Round 1, they were contested by an average of 1 team in Sweaty Sands, which means they had to fight in the early game in nearly all of their matches. This is what Round 1 is going to be like for the majority of players out there. You're not going to be able to consistently get a POI uncontested in an open stage because you have no idea who is in your game and where their preferred drop is. So it's very unlikely that you're going to be uncontested all of the games of your tournaments. So to counter this, you just need to know your looting paths through your drop spot as efficiently as possible and be very, very good at fighting there, which my preferred way to practice that is to play a ton of True Arena and really, really get down that drop spot. Another thing you'll notice in round 3 gameplay is that a ton of the eliminations come in at the end of the game, so once the zones start moving. This is because if you get into a fight in the early and mid game with another top tier team in the finals, most of the time it's just not going to benefit them that much. This is because the fight is going to drag on for a long time and both teams are then not going to be able to focus on their rotates or their positioning. Plus, they will most likely waste their heals and their materials, which means that they're not going to get as far into the end game. If you use LG Jamper, Senbuga and C9 Avery from round 3 as an example, you can see the distribution of the eliminations mainly weighted towards the end game. This is a little bit different in their first game of round 1, because top level players are just so good that they are ahead of the average champion level player. If you look at the elimination spread here, you can see there's way more in the early and mid game because they just wanted to get those high level of eliminations so they could get ahead in the leaderboards after the first game in round 1. So if your trio is a really good fighting trio, you can definitely incorporate this into your first game, get you some high eliminations, and then after that, play very consistently. If your trio isn't confident in fighting and doesn't win a large amount of their fights, this is a strategy that I would not employ, and I would just recommend instead trying to be a lot more consistent in each individual game. In round 3, players need to ensure they have a solid strategy to ensure they're above the Storm Surge threshold. On average, they're in a position to get Storm Surge tags 2 minutes before the first zone closes, such as we see from 100 Thieves Arkham, 100 Thieves Rex, and Energy Epic Whale. A lot of teams do this by just focusing on a high ground position, like a hill in the center zone for example. Then they can have the biggest amount of angles to take shots on players who are rotating, giving them the highest Storm Surge possible. In round 1 there's more early game fights because there's more players being contested. A lot of the times the first Storm Surge at 70 threshold in the third zone does not actually activate because there's not as many players alive. So in round 1 their strategy changes because they spend a little bit more time harvesting and a little bit less time focusing on getting that position to get Storm Surge tags because there's no Storm Surge. But in the 5th zone, Storm Surge activates when 50 players are alive, and in the 7th zone it activates when there's 30 players alive, and this can happen in round 1. However, it normally only does this if you're in the top lobbies, so if you're doing very well in the tournament, or it's the very last game of the day, because people are really trying to play placement and will stay alive and avoid a ton of fights. Last thing you'll notice is in the end game, a lot of times, because there's not as many players alive in round 1, the games are ending much quicker. A lot of times this happens at the end of the second moving zone, which is the 7th zone, or the end of the third moving zone, which is the 8th zone. And you can see in this particular example from Brazil that there wasn't a huge amount of players alive and they picked up this victory royale in the second moving. Now compare this to round 3, where King, Sion, and Rusty K have to end multiple of their victory royales in a heal-off. This is because the zone closes all the way and all of the players alive start to take zone damage, meaning you're going to need as many white heals as you can, be it the bandage bazooka, chug splashes, or even random campfires on the map. In round 3, this is something that a ton of teams employ a strategy for, giving all of their white heals to one player so that he can stay alive the longest, as seen by the fantastic trio of King, Sion, and Rusty K from the Brazil region, who actually won 11 of their 12 games. 2 of these went down to heal off all the way down into the 9th zone, and this is something you'll constantly see if you're watching round 3 gameplay, but really won't happen that much in the average opens game. Hope you guys learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you on the battle bus.
Fortnite fan, did you learn a lot from that? Because I certainly did. And I hope that you learned a lot because Reese worked real hard on it. So you should learn because we can learn and then we can all level up our gameplay. What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to continued coverage here from the Fortnite Champion Series. I'm your host, Zeke. We got Shy Wager and Reese here on the desk. We're 3 games down. Shy, we've got 3 games left. What can we expect?
Looking at my hype train schedule here, yes, the Mongraal train is still going at full speed. I think we can expect possibly another win.
Well, I actually, you know what? I think that's a good call. But I've been keeping an eye on Andlex, 4ZR, and Nate, last week's winner. They've been really consistent. Only one game out of the top 10 so far. So I'm going to consistently see them popping off, I think.
Oh man, well, we'll have to see what happens. We do have 3 games left to go, and we're quickly wrapping up to a finish. So for now, we're sending over to our casters to take us into our next game here from the Fortnite Champion Series.
You, Zeke, Shio, and Reese, and we're jumping on in. I am Sancho West alongside Sundown, bringing you all the action. 3 games left to go before we determine who is the next top 15 that move on to the heats. And after that, you only have 1 more week of this style of action. And I don't know, Sundown. I don't know, man. We're already seeing the big names of Mongrals going through, but sitting at 22nd space, it is Benji's trio of Mr. Sevens and Lechi with only 40 points here today.
Yeah, but again, don't forget, it's not just the automatic qualifications. We'll go through the heats. There are those series consistent points, and the fact that so far we've been able to pencil them in, and they are so good in those open and the semifinal rounds. I think they'll eventually get there anyway. But I mean, we've talked on it time and time again. I don't think them contesting an equally as strong early game trio as them, if not arguably a little bit better, in Rizad, Noah Riley, and Aqua, is a formula to win the FNCS. However, a team that could have a formula to win the FNCS by how they've kind of been staking their claim at Stark is Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson. If they're able to kind of keep up with that gameplay, they should at least be in contention.
Yeah, and already in week 1, they picked up 3 victory royales landing there. And week 2 here, they already have 2 victory royales. And there is a format that you see on the top right of the screen. A victory royale is worth 25 points, second place 20 points, third place 16 points, and after that, 4 through 17 all earn 1 point. Each elim is 1 point right then and there. So you're seeing these are strong trios. To be able to get to that 17th place, we're talking about you have to outlast more than half of the lobby to get there. And usually 17th place pops during the end game, just like Reese's awesome video package. I hope you had your notes. I hope you were taking them. I know it's the weekend. A lot of you are working hard during school. I get that. But Reese laid down, you're going to learn today video and let you know that it is so difficult to get to the end game in these set lobbies. And when you get there, it's still, you can walk away with 0 points, Sundown, and that is going to be a big yikes. And it looks like a big-time trio of Andalix, Yanis, and Squeeze are here to fight. And now this is going to be a crazy battle between the three, a fatal three-way.
Yeah, you can already see Noah and Rizan having a pair of elims on them. Noah being taken out as well. Heard a little bit of the secret passageway go off, so they're trying to create as much space and own as much of this area as possible. Don't really have a ton of excess materials or even the health pool to really take a clean engagement going through, and just with the number of triangles. This is the second game in a row where we've seen kind of that second zone be in and around the Dooms area, which actually makes it that much more dangerous as Benji sends a sniper shot flying through. And that's actually huge because Aqua was the one who is on 150 effective HP, leaving Razon with little to no room to really navigate this situation. He's going to have to come up huge.
This is going to be an opportunity to kind of find your footing, though. This vault kind of works like a little mini box fight arena. You're seeing a lot of real estate you could kind of put up there. It kind of discourages you to kind of push on in. At the same time, you have the ability to retreat, as we're seeing so many new names kind of filtering their way through. I think they're seeing that there is a lot of wounded trios here fighting, and they're going to take this opportunity to get on through. There is Doom's Castle, Dr. Eric Von Doom. And like I said, Season 4, it's all about the Marvel Universe. The Nexus War coming in. It'd be exciting to see what happens with Galactus, the World Devourer. Who knows what can go down in the Fortnite universe, and that is why I enjoy the fresh updates, the new content, and the changing as well, as you see. And that's what makes Fortnite competitive so cool, Sundown, is being adaptive makes you, it just gives you that extra edge to going up against other competitors who have, some issues adapting to those changes.
I think the biggest thing is just showing how much consistency these top competitors really have, and the fact that they can play so well across the different game modes, and then the fact that there are players who definitively do better in solos, and they're like, hey, this is my game mode, I do really well here, and then there's somebody who can pair up and fit into different trios, or maybe only has to play with the same group. I don't want to say maybe only has to play with, but you've seen just how much success Zayt and Saf particularly have had together, and they haven't really necessarily mimicked that across solos or when they've added in other players to that mix.
Absolutely. Now we're seeing Train Hard's trio here looking strong today. The opportunity to kind of get their win. They're already 2 of their teammates of Matzo Amplify qualified last week. This squad is currently sitting, I'm going to take a look at the cumulative leaderboard, sitting at 19th place. So they were tied for that 15 bubble, and they kind of slipped just a bit. But now a battle is ensuing here between Chapix, Milan, and Queasy, and they were the ones that looked very strong here after day 1. They're coming out in the first place, but I've seen these kind of battles break out. They do really well at separating and pinching together, but at the moment they're fighting kind of hip to hip, as we've been talking about all the entire time. But you're seeing here that, they don't want this fight because they have to expense all the heals and shields that they find here, as they do pick up a nice elim here on Riser, and Riser is going to go down, and that's going to be a 50 HP. But when you land at Craggy Cliffs, we talked about it earlier in the broadcast, you get the advantage of holding on to those heals and shields. When you walk away, that's considering you use those barrels, and Milan gets another one and closes out that trio.
Yeah, but generally you want to have heals to hold on to, but getting fought right on the edge of the circle here is going to counteract that. You can already see Queasy no excess utility, and the fact that he only has a pump and an AR signifies to me that he was forced to burn through it. You also have Richard, Kelly, and MCK directly above and kind of on the side, able to threaten if they so choose. We're going to swing on over here. You have Kiriachi and Rotary. Don't see, oh yeah, Stormy right just over on the side there. So a little bit of a 2-1 split between them right now. They're going to want to work all the way into zone, making sure they bring all of their stuff with them. Stormy Right's the one holding on the zone, and we see where that third reveal is coming through. So don't forget, this is our match number 4 on the day after the break. So we hopped in a little bit later, is about 5, I believe 6 minutes into it. So already a couple trios going down, and third circle now being revealed.
One thing I have to point out, Snap, Miro, and Swag, they had a great day 1. They started in the top 5. Now they're slipping down their leaderboard. They're not at risk of losing. I mean, they were in 7th before this game. Now they're at 9th going into it with only 97 points. And below them, you have Umpify, 80, and Matzo, who are already qualified. Heatsy, Steelix, and Snag are sitting there just right behind them. 9 through like 20 Sundown. We're talking about a placement point here. Elimination there. Shooting across the way and getting a free elim. That's what it all comes down to. You mentioned it before. The finest of threads.
And something to note, too, is that the current first place team was our first place team last week. That's Kazix, 4ZR, and Nate. However, last week they won with 182 points, and they really stalled at the end. It took them a while for them to kind of catch the last 2 break. They've had kind of a poor, I want to say it was matches number 10 and 11 last week before bouncing back a little bit in the final game. But this week so far, they're already sitting at a cumulative 176 points. They are only 6 points behind their winning total last week. So if they really kind of keep on this level of consistency, I think they've kind of separated themselves out from the herd a little bit.
And we're seeing that the herd will get separated a little bit more as we have another opportunity to have an ending near Stark Industries. So already the Miros, the Mongraals, all of those fans know that they have a strong chance to have that high ground, as considering Reese pointed out that they like to go for high ground around zone 5, around the half in and half out. But here is Hen, the Become Legends is having a legendary run, being very strong in his trio, considering that he's always around the solo player. But that's not to say anything that Putrek is not doing really well, and that's not to say Deceptos is not doing well. We haven't seen them pick up elims as well, but it just Hen that just has that special it factor that's proving strong today here in game 4, I believe.
It's game 4 on the day, game number 10 total out of the 12. We'll have 2 more after this, and I'm actually a really big fan of this trio. In concept, I don't think they've been playing together all that long, but individually, we've seen really good things out of Deceptos for a while. Patrick, too, as well, being signed over to Navi. They've all been able to put the pieces together. I think if they're able to kind of develop a real chemistry and actually learning to fight, because so often I see what their biggest struggles are, and likely what kept them out in week number 1, is they rely a little heavily on kind of those clutch factors and players not getting picked off. But when they do get picked off, it seems to just tumble really quickly. They don't have the ability to stabilize. And I think if they can either avoid getting picked off or find the ability to stabilize, they'll really benefit from that as a trio. As right now, we say Pinkay is desperately trying to stabilize, but quickly getting burned through all of his mats. And Lechi and Benji are just kind of hiding in the lower level of his help, hoping to avoid it. They should have heard that shield crack coming out there, and they're looking to try and capitalize on Pinky, knowing he has next to nothing, just being forced with those minis and bananas, popping one off, but the pressure coming realistically from all sides. And look at the build counter. It's directly below that 1. He had 27 when we tuned in. Now he's down to 9, 7, 6, and the pressure coming out from the side is who else but our number 1 trio. And are they going to be able to steal that away? No. And he got a knock onto Savage right before that happened. Benji also went down to him before he gets converted over. So now all this ammo is going to be wasted over there as the 3 of them fall together in solidarity.
And you saw the lobby focus, even though there was 2 of the duos right there, the duo, trios, and a solo, it all came down as if they were one team and they get eliminated all together. But like I said, that one pickup, that to-go plate elimination was a big time. As we're seeing the rest of the lobby here, there is not as crazy elevation as before. If it goes north towards Craggy Cliffs, that's where it gets really high up there. You're seeing just off into the distance. But the Miros and Mongraals have a strong one. I saw Miros and Snap and Swag picking up elims, and you're going to take a look at all these people down below are essentially gambling the rest of their end game. If the zone pulls back up towards Stark, they're going to be in big trouble. So right now they're kind of jockeying for position as much as possible. You're seeing the real estate, all the land masses being kind of claimed with all these builds. The special unique vibe of Fortnite is these builds, having to be able to kind of catacomb, tunnel, snake their way in, and this is what I said. It's so beautiful to watch a great tarp, and Shio mentioned it. We already saw really strong example of mid-game play from Trainheart.
And right now they're doing it again, making sure they have the setup on the priority side of zone. And normally we've talked about how, hey, you want to head towards center. Well, once you get to the fourth circle, which is what's closing right now, that changes because the fifth is the half in, half out zone, which means that half of the zone, as you see right here, is actually going to be out in where the storm previously was. And then for zone 6 through the final zone 9, where it comes to a complete close, the new safe zone will always be outside of the circle, forcing the teams to rotate, use their utility, and run forward, and not just making it kind of a positional battle at the end. Right now, we also hear that storm surge tick on.
And we're seeing right now the trio is trying to figure out what to do. They pulled a very long pull right here in the half and half out. What Skype is doing with that cone, looking through the edits, and they're going to like to bounce on over, seeing that there was no one looking their way. So they're kind of go on foot. I don't think they have a shockwave, or they're holding onto it as long as possible. And this is a really nice rotation and a nice use right there. The Harpoon trying to snake their way and grab and scavenge any type of thing. Gets a nice upgrade, but you got to be careful when you stick your hand in the cookie jar. You all of a sudden you get slapped around the wrist, and Sky does get tagged a little bit. Now he has to hope that the lobby just stops, and look at that great hold from his teammates, just holding the line and holding the wall as much as possible. They have to extend as much as back up a little bit, but the zone is about to close in. It's happening right now, Sundown. Now they're in trouble.
And now they're in trouble, and we're also top 50, so Storm Surge turning off. They're no more threat from the passive players. Hen getting knocked. Also 18 trios left, so next trio to fall will be outside those placement points. And Skype getting down because he's a little too slow on that rotation. All going to come down to Falcon Lee here. Nope. Not going to get, excuse me, that's Yagso. The other one is Falcon Lee on the side, and those are actually Korean characters. Yagso's are just a couple random order there. Shout out to our production team, who one of them recognizes Korean. The other one is Korean for Falcon Lee, and his name is Falcon Lee, so I would say that's actually pretty damn cool, but it took us a little while to give you that credit, as now we hop on over here with Teak, Seti, and Cubex.
Here it is, TK, champion in the DreamHack stage, trying to be a champion here on the trio stage. This is just this is week 2 of the qualifiers for the FNCS trios, chapter 2, season 4. This is the last couple of games to get into the dance right here. They are going to have one more week of the same style of play, and it's going to happen next weekend. A little bit later on today, we're going to have NA East, and you're seeing right now, Zone 6 is going to pull all the way up to the northwest, and Kubix and Seti are going to make the same kind of bounce plays, and luckily, they were able to avoid the beams right now. Now is an opportunity to wait, and this is what's so important of a strong in-game leader, to navigate the chaos, to put yourself in strong positions, and this is where you see the different play styles kind of whirl out. They're going to elect to stay on the low ground at the moment, considering that it is free, but you gotta be careful, as now they make a layer switch and now they're in the mid ground area. And we have been noticing, pay attention at the end game, if you're sitting at the mid ground, you will draw the focus of the eyes of Sauron on the top, and they will beam you. And we've already been seeing some aggressive high ground play from Mongraal's trio here today.
Whether it's the Eye of Sauron or the Eye of Balor being the one that provides the damage from the top right now. Cubex, Seti, and Teak over on the side trying to navigate this mid-ground tarp. We are now into our placement point threshold. As you see, the trio's beginning to fall. Good use of the Harpoon to snag one set of wooden builds there. Going to then immediately try and drop down and split it out. Trying to find another one, get some brick. Can he keep sniping? The most important thing here, ooh, got a whole plethora of stuff there. However, not able to grab the big pot, which I think he probably would have wanted, rather than then the secondary shotgun that he caught there. So unfortunately not able to juggle the correct amount of loot, but we see 4ZR still up there as he picks up an elimination onto Patrick. And if you don't slow down Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate right now, they're going to be repeat winners. They need to be taken out before they have another successful endgame. Who's going to be able to do it? Otherwise, it's all going to come down to fighting for second in the qualifying spots. And as I say it, right there, they find him on the side. 4ZR gets taken down, but no confirmation coming through yet, Sancho.
Yeah, there is the confirmation right there. 4ZR gets taken down from Mitro. Mitro is on height with Mongraal and Tayson. The Wonder Boys on their Cloud Castle just beaming down everybody. And when you have that strong position, it feels like this is textbook. It feels like it's deja vu as the storm pushes right back over. And you're seeing the effect of that and how much that's going to help height. But now we're on board with Kubik, who are doing so well in the mid ground, picking up so much elims. And this is the opportunity that you need to capitalize. If you could execute this to perfection, you will rack up a lot of elims and placement points.
And you know, Nate actually just got an elimination in the feed, and as we pan to the wide, we can see yet again on the high ground, Mitro, Mongraal, and Tayson trying to make it their third VR on the day. We have Rasco in the top right. That was Reese's prediction. We have MCS Duck on top, aka X Squeeze in your bottom right, part of the French trio with our French duo of Andalex, and then their partner Jonas, the FNCS Invitational in the bottom right. Nate going down, which means it's all going to be on the back of Kezix. However, they are still cheekily racking up those placement points over and over again as we have top 8 and 15 players make that top 7 and 15 players remaining now.
We're seeing the strength of having that Stark Industry uncontested rearing its head at the moment as you're seeing Mongraal just sending so much pressure to the people. And this is what I'm talking about. The people at the mid ground are being forced down to the people like X Squeeze. And if you're sitting on this low ground, you have to be careful. So Rasco is sitting there on the low ground, close to low ground, about one layer above. If Squeeze picks up an elim, and this is going to be big for them, Sundown, considering that they're just on the outside looking in. This is going to be a great match for them to get them in the top 15. They didn't qualify last week, but now they're making a statement known. We're going to keep up with Raxo. Raxo is still walking with their full trio. Giannis, Andalex, full trio. Mongraal, full trio. And we're seeing it right now. It's Cammy. Cammy's been really strong. This is a great game. He's going to go for height all by himself.
He's going up as well. Rasco does have the crash pads if he wants to get up there. There's the one trying to get out. Catches himself, but eats a couple zone damage. Big 100 trade either way, but Mongraal ends up getting knocked. He needs the Siphon, though. The Siphon ends up coming through as the knock comes out. So Mongraal is down. Tayson's still in it. Bounce pad to the go on the low ground, but Artur clips him. That's going to be dangerous as now he's outside of the zone and taking over, but he's going to get it. Falling from the sky, denies the third victory royale in the back-to-back from Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson, and Billy bounces it out as Rasco, Kami, and Artur take the victory royale.
Ooh, buddy, what a great finish, and look at the aftermath and all the catacombs as we're going into the back 9 of our matches here. Boy, oh boy, Sundown, I gotta say, man, can I change my pick? Who made that? Was that Reese who made that pick? Come on, man. He's cheating. He has to be from the future.
That was Reese who made that pick, but again, I don't want to kind of discredit the victory, but in my eyes, it's the absolute dominant height control that's coming out from the uncontested Mitro, Mongraal, and Tayson at Stark Industries. They're the ones who's really stamping their claim on this game, and while they kind of got a little bit out-executed at the end from the excess Shockwave and the crash pads, they were able to still get a second place finish. That's 2 VRs and a second place now. That's huge.
Oh, man. You know what? We're going to kick it back to Analyst S soon. I'm sure Reese is going to let us know that he's the best. I get it, Reese. You're good. Back to the desk.
No, Sancho, don't encourage him. We can't encourage Reese. Not like this, Reese. Not like this. Well, they get themselves a victory royale. They Billy bounce on over to that W. I mean, guys. All right, Reese. Thoughts. Let's just get it. Thoughts, Reese. Go ahead.
I'm happy. They're a very consistent team. As I've said, day 1 they managed to pick up 2 seconds, so just missing out on that victory royale. Clearly they managed to do something a little bit different, taking height and working out this time.
And the strong stay silent, which is why I haven't said anything so far. They are below Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson right now with 2 wins, consistency, almost more than, oh yeah, it is 15 points ahead of them in total, which is very nice because that's one of my picks. But regardless of that, we have Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate all the way up top with ridiculously no victory royales. I mean, how consistent are these guys, Reese? 20 plus points almost ahead of Queasy Milan and Chapix.
No victory royales, just like your predictions from last week. However, they are doing incredibly consistent. 71 eliminations overall, and just consistently getting to that top 10. Like I said, they've only had 1 game where they weren't in the top 10 so far, and that is absolutely incredibly consistent. There's only 2 games left. If they're going to be able to actually pick up on that last place slot, that'll be very impressive.
And although Hen started out the day good so far in 4th, kind of dwindled down in 6th overall. But you have to understand all the teams that are, flying past, getting big wins. These guys are still contending, being consistent, getting some crazy end-game clips, highlights, and moments, staying alive. 46 eliminations, leading this page of all these trios, and also leading in points with 141 to 116 behind them. Look at that difference in a spread from Snappy, Michael, and Wakey.
And Andalix, Janice, and X-Squeeze down in 10th right now are really climbing the leaderboards today. We talked a few times already about them changing their drop spots over and over. So now that they're landing at risky reels and kind of a little bit north of that on the hill. So these guys clearly benefited from that change of strategy. And that's one of the things that these guys kind of got to look at with a 2-day formula. If something's not really working out that well in day 1, flicks it up, take your plan B, and clearly they're really paying off for them right now.
I'm also wondering what Amplify, ADN, and Matsu are doing because they have almost a 13-point differential, and then it's kind of tied all the way around with other trios past that. Past top 15 as well. Remember, top 15 is what all trios are striving for with these cumulative leaderboards. 84 points down to 55. It's getting kind of, unpredictable as to what's going down over here. There is kind of a 3-way tie between Astro, Kiko, and Skype overall. We'll get some insight to those teams in just a little minute, but anyone can still shoot right past really fast and get into that top 15, but right below them at least.
Dude, it's an all-out brawl right now. We are ramping up. It is happening. I mean, listen, there's a lot of things going on right now. There's a lot of these teams that are showing up. And you know what, Ben? I'm all aboard. I'm all aboard the hype train. We have 2 games
Whoa. Hype
left.
train. Hold up, Zeke. Let's go right in, look at some of these big hype trios we've been watching going off the rails completely. I'm not just saying hype train for no reason. There are some Train H trios in contention today we'll be going with in just a second. One cargo box on this train, though, is sponsored, I guess, by Spectrum and GXR with Cubic, Seti, and Teak. And we're looking at these guys just dominate day number 2. They are so far up, 2nd place right behind Mongraal, landing over at Weeping Woods. And they've just been playing endgame so consistently, Reese.
Yeah, these guys aren't just giving it the heat, they're giving it the coal, they're giving it the steam, they're giving it the full package right now. They did really well in day 1, actually doing 6th, average placement of 8.7, but they weren't doing too much on those eliminations. Now today, coming into day 2, they're 3rd, so they're really burning up.
Absolutely, and here is the actual train on the track with Amplify, ADN, and Matzo doing so well. So far, they are in 6th place. Past that, another train on the track. So we have Skype, Yaxo, and Falconly. They were actually really hot in just this last game. We were watching them just steam ahead through everyone else. Actually, one of the only teams to have early to mid-game eliminations, game after game. We can see them really pushing everyone past their initial POI of Misty Meadows. In this game, though, Seti, Cubex, and Teak. Seti actually survived all the way low ground, getting 3rd, I believe, overall with some flopper plays and big pumps. You saw all the chaos all the way overhead between Mongraal, between Raxo. But man, like, as I said, full steam ahead. There's so many different trios to keep track of.
I'm glad you didn't have that. I would have just lost it if we'd come back to see it again.
Oh, this?
No. I can't!
Yeah.
Okay, well, hey, listen, there's a lot of teams that are hot right now, and we still have 2 games left to go. There's a number of the teams that we've been looking at who finally broken into the top 15, some who are still holding on the outside. Guys, now is the time. We have 2 games left. It is time to bring your A game and just do the best you possibly can. That being said, it is time to go to the next game. Sundown, Sancho, take it away.
Boop, boop.
All aboard. It is time for Game 5 or Game 11 if you're keeping track at home. We got 2 more to go to determine who's the next 15 cargoes that move on to that big train in the sky. And hey, they're talking about all these different times of hype train, Sundown. I gotta say, I'm all aboard the Thomas the Train engine. Thomas HD is going to be someone that everybody's got an eye on. Already in NA East, you already have some of the pros talking about Thomas HD, throwing down those Twitterverse barbs and jabs. I love it, and I'm feeling it. I am Sancho West again, alongside Sundown, and this is where it goes. We already see the zone rules reveal. We got a peek, and it's still going to be on that northwest side, northern area. So Doom's Domain is going to have a strong point here, but let's see if it all points out here as we're on board here with Roxo.
And you can see here, Roxo, Cammy, and Artur, again, were the ones who came up with the victory royale last match, rocketing them up. I believe they are in 4th right now after that last little push. 5th place right there, about 15 points behind Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson, who were in 2nd place, and they're able to finish it out right there. But for me, really, the rising star has been Kezik's 4ZR Indate. The fact that we were able to win last week and now is just putting on as much of a dominating performance. Right now, they're up, I think it's 18 points on 2nd place. So unless they fall here, it's realistically going to be near impossible to catch them for everyone who's not named Milan, Chapix, and Queasy.
And that is one of the teams that are doing the scavenger route. And we kind of highlight this kind of style of play. It's just an opportunity. And the question is, though, as we jump on board to a team that is not doing a scavenger route, is Sundown, how does a scavenger trio find power weapons? And what is the risk of running those routes versus landing at a POI that you're seeing Hen and Putrick and Deceptos have?
So scavenger routes, generally the biggest thing, and the reason you're doing it is because you get more access to resources quicker, and that way, and you're less threatened. So you're not strong enough to take the early game fights, and you're looking to rotate out. Generally, you'll see the strongest one, and that's consistent across other regions, is the Sentinels, Hero Park, Ghost Space one, and then kind of rotating around the side. The strength of this is generally you're not going to find people early on, and you're able to kind of farm up and get your materials. The way you get your power weapons is you're largely reliant on finding the upgrade benches that are nearby and using the excess materials to then find a charge, get over your quick side grade, and then kind of get as many of those rare weapons as possible to get kind of the most efficient upgrades off. However, if somebody cuts off your route or is able to get quickly out of a POI and fights you before you're really able to get set up, it can be incredibly difficult to execute. But right now, we kind of see one of these edge POI fights where it can also be difficult to execute because you don't get that same access to early materials and having necessary space. And you see, you're kind of forced to fight with just whatever you can get your hands on.
You're seeing the Papa, Mama, and Leon 27th place, so unless they put back-to-back pop-off games, they may not be able to qualify, but we talk about the way you could get in is through the series points door, all accumulated throughout the trio's competition. So that's going to be a strong opportunity for them. But as well is that we saw people that didn't qualify from week 1 who were competing in round 3. They were able to build on their success of at least making it and qualify here in week 2. So Papa, Mama, and Leon got some homework to do. They're going to figure out what is their change in strategy, that adjustment game plan. But right now, they're getting it done. Already winning this engagement against Boyer. That's a completely different outcome that we saw in the previous game, Sundown.
Yeah, Boyer and Tripper going down right there early on. Going to put it all on the back of Kaiser, who was the first one to fall last match. So can he turn around and do his team a favor and clutch it out? Looks like it's going to be a little bit difficult to hop on board here with Leon. But big shot backing him off a little bit. Going to break through some of his shields. I would honestly have popped the minis. That way, if you do end up converting on this elimination, you'll end up getting the siphon going through to your shields rather than being unable to pop the minis after the fact. But kind of nitpicking as he is able to find it. However, my nitpicking was accurate. Leon had plenty of time, should have popped those minis and going through. However, the AR shots coming through will give him enough reason to pop it right now.
And this is where a scavenger route team, as you're seeing one right there, could kind of like either decide whether should I third party this, kind of take pot shots at them, or just continue on my rotation and continue scavenging through. A strong team here that is making their way up their leaderboard is Resguard, Stompy, and Scram, who has a very popular spot here in the EU region here at Steamy Stacks. And you're taking a look here, the zone is not that far from them. They're going to have the opportunity to rack up as much metal as possible and take advantage of the sometimes you get some fishing spots on the north side there that they could hit up, or they could use the stacks themselves to scout, to get around faster around the POI. And sometimes, Sundown, there's a Quinjet. We haven't mentioned the Quinjets yet, but if a Quinjet spawns underneath them, they could opt to upgrade to that Stark Energy Rifle, and they could get some valuable metal and hit up the shield henchman chest that harbors inside one.
Yeah, and don't forget the Quinjets, they have set spots on the map that they can land, but where they end up landing, all the players are able to see them off the start of the map. So you'll generally see the routes depend on whether or not they're by there, and players passing through there often later on as well, just to pick up those Stark Energy Rifles we've seen at the top level, the fast first shot accuracy, and then even kind of the potent hip fire that comes out, making that the weapon of choice for a lot of top trios. But we're going to swing it back on over to this fight, and you talked about it, Skype, Falconly, and I already forgot. Falconly and Yaxo, excuse me. That's why just using your regular names is so much better, despite how cool it might be. Are opting to take that engagement you talked about, and again, it's another one of those strengths of the scavenger route is you decide when you fight 90% of the time, because unless somebody gets pounced on when somebody leaves the rotation, and if you play a scavenger route enough, you should kind of know generally when those players are going to be looking to leave. You're not often threatened, which means you can kind of go and decide when you set up these ambushes on player, and they're going to find the first down there. Will they be able to convert on it? Sky goes down, but a huge shot coming out there, and that's going to end up being the full wipe coming through as both Falconly and Yagso are able to get the elims there. Skype will go down, but he's not going to be completely ticked over. There's some white heals, and the zone is relatively close, so they're going to be able to use those and then rotate out of the area.
This trio is in 18th place with 74 points going into this matchup, getting a little bit more elims. They're just three placements away from qualifying in top 15. That's being held down by Kiriachi Rotary and Stormy Wright with 86 points. So some work to do just to get in. Another team that's on the bubble. We're going to keep track of all these bubble teams because they're going to need a good back-to-back. It's Kiko, Slender, and Grande. Vamos! They have to get it up as much as possible to get going, because what's happening here is they're essentially vulturing or kind of picking up the scraps that you see that's left behind from VorZR's trio. And I think that's what's happening to their inconsistency. Sometimes they're going to keep forward and going through the rotations, and all of a sudden VorZR's trio could just turn around and beam. But here comes some beams again. The great fight, the heavyweight fight, the jousting between these young knights is happening right here and there. And they're like a couple of rams just headbutting every single time, and the stubbornness between the two trios is showing this, that they're going to work as hard as possible to give them L's and get that nice condition so they won't have a greasy finish.
I mean, I've said it time and time again.
Embrace.
Man, this is no. I'm not embracing this, because it gets to a point where legitimately, as a top competitive and professional player, I think you're almost borderline inting. I really think you are. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And it's getting to a point where, yes, they're going to be able to qualify for the heats and go through, but if we're talking about the bigger picture, is this a good practice if you're trying to win the FNCS? My answer is no. I don't think that this is time well spent for them, both in terms of trying to earn some of the qualifier money that comes through, also in terms of trying to game plan themselves to be ready for heats and to be ready for that final. Because, yeah, sure, maybe they aren't there in your heat and they draw into a different heat, but in the finals, they're going to be there. And you have to be thinking about winning the overall thing, which right now, in my conversation, 4ZR, Nate, and Kezix have far and away set themselves as the favorite in EU, with the fact that they won the first week, and their level of aggression coming through this week and the level of consistency has been unreal. I mean, just look down there. 4ZR's trio is on pace to be the first team to win a qualifier without a victory royale. And that just speaks to the fact that they're not getting those additional 5 placement points that come through with winning the actual match, and the eliminations on top of it means they're about missing out on 7 to 8 potential points by not having a win. And the fact that they're still, I think at this point, nearly 20 points clear of the second place team, that's nuts.
you know what? I'm just going to play daredevil's advocate here, Sundown, okay? Is it possibly that Benji and that trio, even though Doom's mystical bomb is not there, they're seeing the value in that. So they're just going to say, hey, you know, this week it's not in. We're still going to do our thing. So when it comes back, who knows when it does, then at least in week 3, we'll be ready to capitalize on its strength.
Yeah, and I think that's the potential for it as well. But in the end, I think they have to go somewhere else. Also, I have to say, I see what you did there, tossing in the little Daredevil reference. I know that you actually had the opportunity to play in that Daredevil Cup on Wednesday and were able to run through and had a pretty decent result. You were talking about that. Was that it's been probably one of your best competitive results since the fall skirmish days.
That's right. What can I say? Me and the boys, Nick 830 and Bonsai Bros, had a high top 50 finish. We were unable to queue up for our final run in that Daredevil's Cup. And man, I've never had to use Mongraal type comms in my life. And boy, oh boy, that put the energy in my competitive blood. And yeah, that's what I love about Fortnite is the ability just to give everybody an opportunity competing in the fall skirmish, part of the Fortnites. I had a ball coming in 3rd place. I mean, you want to go way back, the ability to have to recreate the Eiffel Tower, that was insane. The ability to have to not touch the ground as making away with rockets, that was insane. Good times, but here is the insane play, the insane stubbornness, the insanity that is going through, that's happening right now. Benji, Let's Team Savage. But I'm telling you, man, I think they're just making sure that, hey, they're going to be, maybe their practice isn't clean, but we're just talking about practice, Sundown. We're talking about practice.
I mean, this all counts, too. There's money on the line. This qualification spot's on the line, man. It might be practice for them, but also a little bit of unfortunateness, as I believe this is the 3rd straight game where either the 1st or 2nd zone, that white line you see in the bottom right-hand corner, has pulled pretty much right through Doom. And we've talked about from the very beginning, these aren't clean fights. These aren't the results either one of these teams wants to see. And on top of that, the rest of the field is being driven towards that white line by the Storm. So now, not only is it a nice little 3-way battle going on there, it's an entire clown fiesta. Everyone in EU is invited, going through and just trying to fight it out. We got another skirmish going on right on the, I believe this is the southern edge of the Stark Mountain, as now they're heading over towards the side and trying to maintain the high ground, but they're going to have to rotate out of here, which you talked about makes it dangerous.
I remember watching DreamHack as Arab, the Raised by Kings, was able to hold on to that just little sliver of Stark Industries there with a strong 200 IQ. So now everybody's IQ is being tested as they've been competing for so many. This is game 11 of high FNCS trio play right now. So you got to hand it to our competitors who are young as well as in age and in heart. Often a lot of our pros still have to juggle school. I remember reading a tweet from Avery who said he was only getting 6 hours of sleep, considering that he is competing at a high level and maintaining his studies. So it is so difficult for them to do this. It's comparatively for the people in the States, you're watching the like NCAA football, these high-class players performing at a high level while maintaining their studies.
I will say this, don't forget about school, don't forget about your sleep. You'll always be able to prioritize those two. It's very important to maintain a healthy balance while you go through, but these players ultimately look to try and get as much practice as they can. I mean, you say we talk about practice, but in order to maintain the level of mechanics that these guys play at, it does take a very brutal regime of going into creative and maintaining that high level. And on top of that, with all the changes that end up coming through, I think a lot of people underappreciate the level of mental task it takes to go through in the small little games all of these guys play. And we talk about the small little games as Lusha, just a nice little solo rider there, considering he did not get knocked down, was hiding in the beams of the house. And that's what I'm talking about when we talk about kind of the burden of knowledge of playing all the way at the top level. Normally that would work, right? In any other typical game of Fortnite, you hiding in the beam of the house, you'd be totally fine. Siberia Jake, the second he walks into that standalone barn, flips his camera upward and he's like, nope, there's a dude up there. And he goes to take the fight, assuming a solo person hiding in there is going to be down bad, and he was. Gets an elimination and a nice point going through.
And that is big right there, considering that Safik and Siberia Jake are sitting at 14th place, tied or really close, 2 points behind that 15th place, and that is the Bubble Squad. This is another team that we had some strong, consistent play going into this day 2, and we're showing how sometimes you could lose momentum going into day 2. So this theme up here is Swag, Miro, and Snap, who are in the top 3 or top 5 going in, are now they stabilized a little bit. They slipped down to 9th place. Now they're back to 8th place, and you're seeing that because the zone pulled near Stark Industries, they're able to capitalize and staying on their feet. We're not yet at placements yet. We're still about four placements away before those points are being doled out, but they are fighting and finding Elim Sundown.
Which means I'm keeping an eye on the top left, because I've seen 4ZR and Nate be able to convert on at least a pair of elims between them. If they don't go down before the placement thresholds, the number 1 spot's locked up. Unless an absolute miracle comes through in the final game, they can win it right here by getting a decent placement and adding on some eliminations on top of it. And then at that point, the rest of the story comes, can you cement yourself into the top 15 in that game number 12? This is our second to last game right now. This is the 5th game on the day. EU FNCS coming through right now, and it's all about whether or not they can just maintain the level they've had consistently, not only throughout this weekend, but throughout last weekend too. Don't forget, they were the number 1 team last weekend, pretty much wire to wire.
It is 7 teams that are on the bubble. They have the ability to qualify. And I think I just saw a llama there. I don't know. Maybe that chat will tell me llama 210. I'm not 100% sure. But I know that we have an emote-only mode here on the Twitch side of things. And on YouTube, just let us know, man. But yes, 7 trios are on the bubble. Either they could flourish or punch their way in or burst and have to do it again and run the gauntlet of having that run. And already the competitors have been competing all weekend starting Friday, getting into the opens. That's the round 1 type of situation, going to round 2 as well. Now we are here in round 3, which is split in 2 days. Day 2, but Seti, Teak, and Kubix are heating up at the right time. We have been watching their story and how they play on the low to mid ground, and they've been doing it so well, executing to perfection, picking up some big time eliminations as well, able to get those refreshers that they need from not only their elims, but using the harpoon, as you're seeing it in the inventory. The harpoon is such an underutilized kind of thing. I know Clay is out there watching. Where did you come from? I don't know. This is a scary game. Sundown out of nowhere, we get a fright, but what a nice turnaround, that 180 of that situation, the Aikido flip as Kubix almost gets a scare, but oh my goodness, I did not see that at all.
It looked like he might have got dropped down from a crash pad that may have just clipped through that ceiling, or it was edited real quick, but good job to not panic and then stick with the AR afterward. A little fortunate to maybe hit back-to-back headshots there to really chunk through the initial burst of that armor, but ultimately they're going to be able to burn the shields, get through, and that's a point, and some more Storm Surge coming through, as we still have 55 players up. So right now, 5 players being threatened by that Storm Surge. That's 25 damage every 10 seconds coming through to the most passive players, and will turn off when 4 more have fallen. However, because that half-in, half-out zone is going to signal the transition from mid to late game. You could see it pulling south. We'll have the moving zones after that for 6 through 9 that will all be outside of where the current safe zone is. So expect plenty of players to fall here as Janus gets down, and we're going to flip on over to that safe zone. As you can see right now, Siberia Jake up on the high ground, trying to put a little bit of pressure on those players coming in and figure out where the threat's going to come from.
And yeah, this is the bubble team that we mentioned before. Siberia Jake sitting in 14th place for this match. And Alex and Janice are kind of trading X-Splash as well. That's a big time knock right there as they kind of slow down the momentum of Janice. As Reese was pointing out, they were catching on, heating up. That was a top 10 team going down. But we're keeping an eye on these 7 trios. Watch out, heads up! Here comes someone going from height. This is going to be an opportunity though for the Siberia Jake to pick up an Elim as they need. They're going to try to chase it down. But oh my goodness, I don't know. We're 13 days from Halloween, and already we got so many jump scares in this game 11 here, Sundown.
Yeah, but the one thing to note, look at Jake's builds. You can see his 3 eliminations, but right underneath it with the build symbol, he only has 3 more mats. However, we talked about keeping an eye on the top left. Well, Kezik's just got an elimination. There's 16 trios left, so those placement points are going to start ticking through, and I'm pretty much sure they're going to be able to wrap it up. Nobody's been able to really find them and threaten them kind of within this window. Once they get kind of into this 6th zone, it's really rare for them to be completely dropped out, but right now, Jake using the crash pad, dropping down 180 onto Flick right away. That's a Nos and Thomas HD, and Nos will be taken down. However, that means Thomas HD is still up somewhere because it wasn't just the full elim going through. So good little execution to pick up those 2 and a key refresh. And as we pan out, don't see him there, so might have been a little bit mistaken. But Bouncer comes out and set your top. Set your top the entire time. Don't just do a 1 layer. And by that, I mean put an extra wall on each side and put a ramp above you. It prevents your trio from being split off like we just saw. But now, keep an eye on the top left. Savage with a pair of knocks. We're on board here with Chapik, Squeezy, and Milan, our current 2nd place team.
And currently in danger of Storm Sword's focus at 106 HP. They get a little bit, okay, they're barely on the fence here as 4 players have to go down. Here in Zone 7, you're going to see Storm Surge, so watch out here as much as possible here, and this is where it gets dangerous. It is a rotating surge, and that rotating surge could be a danger, but Chapix gets Matzo as Train Hard's trio. Down they go, and here we go, and they're way away from Storm Surge, and now the rest of the lobby has to breathe a sigh of relief as it gets closer and closer to that 30 point. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is in-game time. We got 2 more zones before this goes all the way down, and you're seeing another beautiful tarp from Squeezy, Milan, and Chapix sitting at 2nd place currently on our cumulative leaderboard in day 2, and they kind of came out of nowhere in a sense, did not make it in the 34th place, the redemption tail, and there you're gonna see they're making the switch to go up, and they're going slowly up and up as Milan is on the backside of things, trying to pick up the mess, trying to clean up all the cleanups on the remaining aisles, the dirt and whatnot. But what a great pickup right then and there, and there he is again looking for those opportunities, gets some nice tags, didn't almost got it there, got it down to the white tags.
And trying to convert on it, gets him immediately open up an edit on the side. You can see Mongraal picking up Razumi there. However, we also saw that 4ZR was able to pick up another elimination. Those placement points are ticking over, 6 of them so far. That'll be number 7 as we get into our top 10. Cubex falling in 11th. However, 4ZR, Kezix, they are still up number 1 last week and looking to cement the number 1 this week. We're going to hop back on over now with Milan and Chapix. They'll find Teak there. That was another team who is challenging towards the top. Chapix and Co trying to get the eliminations to push towards the top, but it's going to take a whole lot more than that as Kezix is going to be able to convert onto Thomas HD. But look who's on high ground again, Sancho.
Woo! Deja vu! It is Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson, and they are fundamentally the strongest team. I don't know, they could call themselves the big fundamentals of the region because this is going to be a textbook finish. But we did see, though, hey, it's not guaranteed. They did not execute perfectly near the end, and they came out in 2nd place. But what's some strong finishes right here in day 2? Mongraal did it in week 1 with this whole entire trio, and here in week 2, day 2, they're doing it again, and Mongraal is one of the strongest closers. We already see him trying. Look, they're so high up, and you're seeing the attempts to go from height, and they lay down the beams right there. We got Mitra on your top right. We got Squeezy as well, the 2nd place. So Squeezy's in that mucky muck, and here on the up top is Mitro. And look, it's going over old bills, and that just means that gives the green light for height here at Sundown.
And all I'm saying, on the wide, on the back left, while I have Queasy on the bottom right, the 2nd place team, and then the height in the top right, we still have our number 1 team is still in the game, forcing towards the front of the zone. Finally, 4ZR gets taken down there. It's all going to be on the back of Kezix, who's again going back out into the zone and trying to circle around. You see him in the bottom left-hand side. He will be able to get forward, but every single trio he outlasts and finally taken down, but those placement points should be enough to push him all the way up onto the top. Now it's all about this 3v3 going down right now. You can see high ground raining down shots from above, or excuse me, 3v2, v1, as you have Queasy in the storm, and then Pickus and Erkin trying to fight it off, but it's all Mitro, Mongraal, and Tayson, baby, as they take it away. That's their 3rd win over the weekend. They had 2nd place in between, sandwiching their victory royales, and now it's 32 points, launching them towards the top.
6 victory royales here in round 3. The bank is open for the big fundamentals, and look at the chaos they control. The height control. rang true. Mongraal, Mitro, Tayson, another Victory Royale. Man, Shayo, you're looking great. Let's kick it to the desk.
Shayo. All right, we got 3 VRs on the day. That's a 50% win rate so far. That's looking pretty good. How you feeling? Absolutely incredible. Now, here's the thing. We got to take a look at the standings. This is going to give us a large picture, especially now that we are 5 games down. Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate are still in the lead. Queasy, Milan, Chapix, they haven't moved. They're still holding strong behind them. And with that game, Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson are now pulling up as well. So these top 3 teams, they're moving and grooving all the way to the finish line right now. Seti, Kubix, and Teak as well. I mean, these guys, as the top 4, have pulled away so far.
They are pretty far ahead. In particular, right now, Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate have put an incredible performance on. 18 points ahead of second, so there's definitely still a battle there between first and second, but then another 9 points, and then another 9 points. So I'm not sure if anyone in 4th, 5th, like Seti, Kubex, and Teak, or Hen, Deceptos, Putrik, are really going to be able to grab that first place slot unless they pick off something we've never seen before at all. But it's still possible for this kind of tables to turn up in the top 3.
Absolutely. It's just this top 3 finally has a new contender, which is so nice to see. Past that, though, there are 3-way battles going down all the way through different pages of the leaderboard. We have Rax, Oceania, and Artor winning theirs by so much, so far against Snape, Swag, and Miro. I mean, Reese, they're so consistent right now. They have 144 points, a win under their belt, and almost, a really good amount of eliminations.
They should be happy with that. They definitely should be happy with that. You can see not as many eliminations as some of the teams in 10th. Like, we've already looked at ADN, Amplify, and Matzo already, and they were really popping off in the end game. They're definitely getting a much higher eliminations than average. Same with Flick and Ass, Thomas HD. 41 eliminations so far. A little bit ahead of the teams ahead of them. But again, that's what Raxo, Cami, and Artar are doing really well, is that they're getting those consistent end games. Maybe not clutching up that first place Victory Royale in these games as much, but consistently getting top 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, Raxo, Mongraal, Thomas HD, and now Andalix as well are really finding their strides and are miles ahead from where they were before. Always looking worrisome, troublesome below the top 15. Now, Andalix, Janice, their trio, 105 total points, and they're looking so good, actually looking pretty comfortable in this top 15. I think this last game will decide what's going on, but they finally started to play a little bit more consistently. Here are the Train Age boys still on the outside in, looking at 16th place, though. It's a very close game here, below 100 points, so anything can still happen with all these trios. It's been, though, the same ones we're seeing, Reese, in these spots, in these kind of, I would say, risky positions on the leaderboard. I wonder what they have to do to really get consistent and get there in this last game.
Well, they really have to change something, I'd say. These guys are kind of consistently hitting those placement points, getting some eliminations, but not managing to get like a large game out of it. Like a big second that'll push them up the leaderboards, a big Victory Royale push them up the leaderboards. They kind of consistently just go around from 10th to 17th where they get those placement points.
And for a lot of these teams that are on that bubble, we should talk about this, right? Because remember, it's the top 15 that are moving through. So walk us through this. What are we expecting here on the bubble?
Awesome. Let's get it right down to the 14th to 16th place teams out of that last game. We have Kriachi, who was near there, staying there and holding it for, I would say, the last 2 days. Right now is trying to break a little bit free from it. They have a big split drop. They have a chance, I would say, just based off their drop and their end game play, in making this last game really count.
And they ended up going down earlier. Stormy and Kiriachi end up in a mid-game fight. Rotary managed to pick them both up in the reboot, and then unfortunately they get edge of the third zone and just held because they're rotating a little bit too late. And then at this point also we're moving on to Blaster, Alpha, and Nikov. Dropping a little bit of a split drop, looking really nice. But again, Alpha and Nikov going down in the mid game because they got into a bit of a questionable fight. Blaster having to then play the end game as a solo, and it's just not really working out too well for them.
Yeah, the 16th place team as of that last game was Rezumi, Sapphik, and Siberia Jake. Now, you just have to understand, even though you're making endgame, if these top 5 teams are alive every single game, if there's Mongraal on height and then Raxo on the low ground trying to control everything with Thomas HD making plays, you're getting taken out, right? That was Teak who got that elimination.
Yeah, and really any one of these teams are teetering on the edge. Rotary's team was 15th. coming into this, and now they're in 17th, so they've just kind of gone out with that. Irazumi's team was in 13th, now they're 14th. Blaster's team was in 14th, now they're 13th, so any of these guys go out in this really early game, that could compromise their position to qualify.
Oh, man, and that's going to be really tough, right? Especially when you know right now you have to show up. This is it. You're right there. You can see the finish line. You just have to keep pushing. You have to put everything on the line, and no matter what happens, just walk away at the end of the day and say, you know, we did everything we could. And even if it doesn't work out, we have series points, we have a wild card match, we have next week to run it back. Guys, this is it. One game left. Do you think we're going to see another W from Mongraal, Mitro, and Trio? Could we make it 4? Do you think we can make it 4?
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just holding this up until we throw the games.
Okay, all right. Reese, thoughts?
I do think they can. I do think they can, indeed. You know, they've been performing very, very well today. You know, they've had 3 victory royales, and what we're not forgetting is also a second in there. And then one game, I think, was in 18th place. So this last game, they really could pop it off and pull off a really kind of astonishing performance.
Let's see. I'm kind of hoping so, but for now, we're sitting into the last game of the day with Sanchoas and Sundown. Take it away, boys.
4.
4 indeed, and will the 4 signal arise all the way to the top for Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson? They had 3 victory royales last week. They have 3 so far this week, but Sancho, it's all about the battle of the bubble when it comes down to this last game. Well, the top is 18 points clear of Kezix, Forziar, and Nate. Match number 12 in Europe, week number 2, is going to come down. The line is 92 points right now, and it's held by Snagged, Heatsy, and Steelix as we hop on board with our match 11 winners, our match 9 winners, our match 10 second place, and currently third place team, Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson.
I like to go back to what you said there about the battle of the bubble. You know, will that pressure turn these rocks that are really so close into diamonds, or will they crumble and fall? And, you know, this is a squad right here that is shining really bright. The brightest diamond in the sky, the Evangeline, so to speak. So Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson are looking really solid right now. I mean, what does this Twitter mean? Like, what can you do with the uncontested Stark Industries? And we're showing what people can do with Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson getting so many elims. I mean, and placement points. Let me just look at they only finished the lowest 16th out of the 5 games, only first and second beyond that. Like, what an unbelievable run there, Sundown.
Right now, hopping on board here, Forziar, Kezix, and Nate, uncontested over at Sweaty Sands. Generally aren't going to see a ton of early action coming out from them. They make sure they get their tags forcibly on rotation, but you can see just right away trying to maximize the efficiency out of their shields. Kezix already up to 100. Forziar holding that slurpfish in case he can find a big pot on this route. And the real key is, again, without a victory royale to their names, the difference being 82 eliminations out of this trio. The next closest is that third place trio of Mitro, Mongraal, and Tayson. They're sitting on 64 and have the additional wins to back them up, but I mean, they're still giving up 27 points to the victors.
Yeah, and their placement is really high, and they're just kind of holding down this West Coast so strong. And anybody that's rotating in from that Fort Frump, was it Fort Frump something out there? I always call it just Castle, but that landmark right there, whoever lands out there will have to deal with Nate. I think these are really great gatekeepers, and they're capitalized on that in their early engagements. The EU already has been shown to be one of the most aggressive regions so far in the FNCS trios, and so they're coming out full strength, and then they catch all these people doing the scavenger routes that you mentioned on the West Coast. They're catching the people out in Coral Castle who may not have some of the power weapons and putting them in that lobby feed. Now, taking a look at the format again, 25 points for Victory Royale. Second place gets 20. Third place gets 16. 4th through 17th get 1 point, and each elim is 1 point. And already in these 2-day format, Kezix squad has got 82 points just for elims. But the train hard, the battle of the bubble is on here, Sundown. And like they said here at the analyst desk, this trio was just on that edge, coming in 16th place. This will be a bad fight for them to go down on, as already they lose one. Sundown, this looking super bad at the moment, but Legendary gets taken down as Skite is trying to hold on for the fight for qualification.
It might be looking super bad, but right now, Skite looking super good and trying to clutch it up. The question is, will his ID and the veteran be enough to get him through? Wants to be at that party at the end. That is the Heat and the Ultimate Party, but right now, Rajasser's trio is in the way. They're the ones playing the blocker. They're the ones getting up to all of the shenanigans to keep him out, and that's going to be it. Skite gets wrapped up in the battle of the bubble, bursts for the Train 8's trio. Say goodbye to the French squad as they go back to the lobby, and they'll have to think about next week.
Man, that is the 2019 taking out a bubble. A bubble gets bursted. It was like a McLovin ending right there for them. But Remix, Sean, and Squint have been kind of pestering the people out here in the Holly Hedges. And this is one of those things I was kind of pointing out here. This is another trio that kind of runs into 4ZR. So, yes, they may win this fight here. They may win their engagements. But as they get closer and closer to that safe zone, they're going to run into that 4ZR. And that gatekeep right there. And you could come out feeling like, all right, I'm feeling good. I'm going to that next one. But all of a sudden, you run into that buzzsaw of 4ZR, and you get converted into leaderboard points.
Yeah, and that's the one thing they do really well is they're catching people as they rotate out. You can see Kami making sure he's fueling off the truck. That's also something we haven't necessarily talked about as much, is how valuable the cars have become in rotating, and the players actually maximizing their routes based around where those gas cans and where the gas stations are in order to make sure they can chain them together and properly rotate. So it's nice a little bit. I always enjoy seeing kind of the different strategies that come in with the seasons and how players min-max. And you also see teams opting to go for this truck because, one, it's a little bit easier to fire out the back, and also you can have the 3 people in it as opposed to the cars coming through. But now, again, rotating through the gas station, and this is one of my favorite spots on the map in particular because it's such an easy access for metal. All of the tables and the chairs in the dining area inside, all metal, and it gives you about, I think it's 3 or 4 per swing, which is pretty solid in terms of metal transition. In addition, you have the entire kitchen in there, which has metal and a slurp jug.
Also, you got those rocks along the riverbed right there to kind of capitalize on that. And if you need to make a rotation, you could swim on downstream. The variety of ways to rotate are available here in this Chapter 2, Season 4. We've seen the return of rifts be a big factor. We're seeing the car. I just love vehicle play as well. I have to kind of point out in DreamHack, when Mars OW was able to net himself $5,000 by going into a stranded taxi and riding out the crazy push from Booga. And NA East will come on very soon. You just hang on tight as we're here wrapping up day 2 of the EU region. And this is the 12 games so far that they've been going through. The 12th one. So you know when the marathon it's on, the exhaustion is on. You might be running on fumes. But we've been talking about trains and whatnot. A lot of these players needing that premium steam to get themselves across that finish line. Top 15 advance. This one right here is on top of the pack.
You're making sure they get that 4-door sedan so they can have the passenger safe in the back. See him getting out the window, not executing on a drive-by, but instead a nice little internal healing going on there, chucking the bandage cannon inside the moving vehicle. Normally we say, please keep your hands and feet inside the ride, but in that circumstance, it's a little safer to poke your head out the window. So now we see an ambush opportunity coming through. It's a Siberia Jake, Safik, and Irazumi right on the back here. Not exactly sure which team they're ambushing up on, but they're going to look. It's going to call it 3-2-1. Nope, shots not coming out quite yet because they know this team has priority on the zone. So if they don't get a knock, they're in such a weird position.
It's like right here, like hold, and never mind. The call for holding is over, and here it is. Now it's all of a sudden, ooh, and a misplay with the shockwave right there. But maybe that kind of worked out. That gives Sapik a different angle to create the pressure at the moment as Siberia Jake is pushing on in, and right behind him is Rezumi. Rezumi right now, I wonder what this trio is. We have been seeing Lechi and Savage kind of hang out here in the outskirts here of Doom's Domain. Let's take a look right now as the zone is kind of pushing in very close. So we're going to have about 2 minutes here of fighting, and this is an opportunity to get a good clean fight. There's no one else looking in as Safik, Cyber Jake are on the bubble. We already saw one bubble burst, and it's going to be very important for this trio to stay up, and they're going to get the beams, get the tags. No white tags here, so this fight is going to be kind of stretched out a bit. Oh, the box breaker of it, yes. McKay goes down, so it's not the dangerous trio of Benji, but Safik with the nice box breaker play there, Sundown.
Yeah, really good job. He knew the second he had those 3 tags on him in the air, the player only had 1 shield left, lined it up. He still has 5 more crash pads. I thought he was going to go in on the top. Instead, opting to now regroup. What they need to do is find where this other player is, get some damage onto him as they get the AR trades, and then isolate him out. However, keeping an eye on the top left, Mongraal getting a knock there on the ref's guard. That's our team in 3rd place, and they're going to need a whole bunch of eliminations and that victory royale if they want to close the gap. Again, 27 points behind Kezix, 4ZR, and Nate right now for the #1 spot. They want to try and deny that back-to-back. But speaking of denying and bubbles bursting, Siberia Jake gets a little big for his britches, oversteps. They will get the downs there. However, Safik coming in, cleaning up, saying the bubble won't pop yet. He put a little bit more soap on that one, is able to put a curve ball in. And Siberia Jake, they'll get him up. Need to utilize some white heals and some shields, but he should be in an okay spot.
What a dangerous engagement, a risky one, in fact. They're in 13th place with 104 points going into this final game 12. So it's so risky. We've been seeing so much heartbreak happen already. Train Hard's trio felt the heartbreak out there at Panther's Prowl. But Curiosity, Storming Right, Rotary, another team that's literally on the outside looking in, going into 17th place here. And they already went through the grueling week 1. And now they're on the cusp of qualifying. And they don't want to go through it again. They want to have those good vibes and feelings knowing that they made it through so they could use next weekend's ability as Boyer gets taken out. And Boyer, that's the end of that run. So as more stories are concluding here in this final game 12, Sundown.
Yeah, and Boyer, they're currently sitting in 20th, very much on the outside looking in. I actually don't think it would have been possible without like a 15-plus elimination game. Not something we've really seen coming out so far in the European region. But Kiriachi, Rotary, and Stormy Right just going to continue on this outside rotation, try and prioritize the white heels as they are moving through the zone. You can see there is a team a little bit off to their left there. They're going to opt to use the shockwave to create a little bit more distance. I'm sure they probably saw them there as we hop on board with the French trio, Pickus, Erkun of Homino, and then YZEP, who had a decent performance last week, so they're one of the trios who's able to qualify through both times, so showing levels of consistency, but haven't necessarily been able to really push forward in this round 3, in this final round. They've had kind of spots where they've been close, but not really that defining moment where you're like, wow, this team can really play.
Yeah, they were finished 2nd place in that previous game right there. They were in the fight at the very end. And at the early on, I didn't want to say it, but I'm going to say it right now. The storm is here at Stark Industries, and you're seeing a lot of trios making their way up it. And so now that's going to be a great advantage for the Miros, for the team at Craigie Cliffs. I mean, so many advantages are kind of breaking down, Sundown.
They're breaking down, but there's a team on the side, and what YZEP was actually looking to do, he pulled the harpoon out because he knows that his teammate could have potentially gone down there, and he wants to get, they're getting as many of the heals as they can onto YZEP. Him holding the harpoon means he can actually harpoon people closer to him, but now they're getting jumped on by the other team who is down bad in the storm. It's Kiriachi, Stormy and Rotary recognizing, hey, they can take this advantage right now. Rotary's HP is ticking. He needs to find a one-shot if it's going to be anything. He finds a huge one onto YZEP, but it had to be a one-shot. He couldn't afford to need a follow-up. Erkun gonna get the conversion over there, which is some more much-needed HP. However, Pickus not finding the siphon there is going to get ticked down. YZEP is actually going to opt to pop the medkit. So Kiriachi and Stormy Right, if they're paying attention, should nope. I was about to say they should know. Instead, they're just going to bounce their shockwave out, saying, nope, this is a chance for an ambush. Not going to happen.
Man, that was a big yikes moment because Kiriachi, Rotary, Stormy Right are 17th place going into this, and I think they recognize this is not worth a fight right there. I mean, they kind of went for it. The gamble was there, and the cost a teammate. So now they're going to have to go on as a duos, as they're going to have to clutch on in, and we already saw it's going to be a north safe zone as you're seeing YZEP, who's going to make this rotation here, is going to pan on out. I don't think that the Rift is going to be there to bail him out, but they're going to have to use all those old builds. Now we're going to the flip side. A little bit clearer picture right here. The purple haze is gone, but Kezix 4ZR is kind of rifting on top of this entire lobby and leaderboard, wailing as loud as possible and letting everybody know that they have to shred everybody because they are on top and they are doing it with no kind of sweat, man. It's making it look easy.
And one of the things that we noted last game in particular is they weren't playing for aggression. They weren't playing to find elims anymore. They know that if they just hold on, they get their late game placements, they're going to be able to steal it away. As you see, Erican, who is the one rotating the storm, he's going to go down there as a part of that trio. But look at what they have. So the key is they have the bandage cannon over on 4ZR. Kha'Zix is sitting on all of their floppers as well, and they're prioritizing these white heals and getting the fishing spots on this side. What that means is when you get in these late game moving circles, you have more options. You're able to sit back in the storm, pop these white heals between the floppers and the bandage cannon, and then you can find a route around the side where, yes, you aren't getting eliminations and you aren't fighting people, but you're trickling in those points. And when you already have an 18-point lead, you don't need that miraculous 15 elimination victory route 40-point win. You just need a couple points here and there.
Yeah, and I have to point this out as well, is the EU has to have the sixth sense when it comes to Storm Surge. They have all those early engagements, those gatekeeping allows them to do this passive routes, these long-winded rotations that allow them to take their time to get full strength and get even stronger going into in-game. This is game 6 of 6 of day 2 here. This is the FNCS Trios. Chapter 2, Season 4, Week 2 of Qualifiers, Round 3. And you're seeing Flick, Thomas, and Nas on the bottom side of this. You're taking a look up here as a great performance from Teak and Kubix are getting themselves in that top 15. Top 15 guaranteed into the heats. And that is when things are going to get interesting. And as well, the Wild Card Wednesday is looming in the distant sundown. It's going to be a great month of FNCS competitive action.
And right now, we actually have a battle for the high ground in the priority position. Raison and his trio are a part of that. You can see a number of shockwaves going off, panning around the side there. We know that 4ZR and Co. are still rotating up. You can see Mongraal, Micho, and Tayson. So actually, our second and third teams are boxed up directly on top of each other. I think they're just receiving fire from either side. A little bit of harassment coming down. Mongraal sitting on an elim, Tayson sitting on an elim, trying to pressure forward, and if they get this, that's actually monstrous because they've effectively eliminated any of their other competition, and they'll be able to at least hop them with a couple more placement points. You can see 19 trios left, 54 players remaining. Storm Surge probably won't come into a factor if 4 more end up dropping, but right now it's all about, and boom, look at that, Teak going down, good conversion happening there, an additional point ticking over, and I mean, they're so close to being in contention range if they can hold this high ground one more time.
And the big time factor, you're seeing how important high ground here is that Stark Industry has the most occupants of the lobby. As you're seeing, the safe zone has 0 people, but our current first place is sitting right there. They are gambling so hard that zone won't go far. Mongraal, all they have to do is build like a mini balcony out there, and they're safe and they're in. As you're seeing, they are towing the line of Storm Surge, so they know the sixth sense is going in, so they're going to take as many pot shot opportunities. They are currently 24, and you said as a factor, Storm Surge is over. That was not able. They were so close to that, but you're seeing this, how close they're towing the line, Sundown.
And they're right up to line. As you see, Raison gets wakey. But the key thing is now, top 17 placement points are ticking over. They had an 18-point lead, but 0 eliminations. They grab Matzo, toss him back. This is so they can get the shakedown and guarantee the damage. But more importantly, because of that lead, now that you're into placements and ticking those off, you're able to, in your head, start to do the math a little bit, right? So third, second, and first pushing all the way up is an additional 11 points. So that means if Mongraal and Co. end up winning the game, they need at least 15 eliminations right now to close the gap, as long as Kha'Zix and Co. can make it into the top 4, which we've been seeing time and time again. That means the pressure is on. If they're really trying to go for the W, they need to be looking for some more of these eliminations, or to go find 4ZR, Nate, and Kha'Zix and eliminate them. They've been playing the safe side of zone the entire time, and right now, if you look in the bottom right, the zone has pulled completely away from them. So this is the best opportunity possible for Mongraal, Micho, and Tayson to capitalize, as we're going to hop on board with Hen, Siftos, and Patrick. They use the crash pad, but not quite finding the player they were looking for. It seems like they were trying to find an aggressive little peek because they have next to no builds left.
next to no builds, but maybe they find some right here. It's gonna be able to bolster this one right now. Is Hen is going all in here to find these kind of builds opportunities, but you're seeing the zone is pushing off of Stark Industry, so the pressure is off a lot of the IGLs, the in-game leaders. But here are the leaders of the leaderboard at the moment, sitting pretty with a clean rotation, and nobody is looking their way, and they're gonna have an opportunity to kind of make their way slowly into the engagements, make their way slowly higher and higher. But I just feel that this team is on all cylinders. It doesn't matter where they fight, low, mid, high. Granted, they have not been fighting high because it has been the Mongraal show up at height alongside with Tayson and Mitro. So it's gonna be so interesting. How does 4ZR do it this time? How can they maintain their dominant places? And right now it has to be the favorites just based on leaderboard standings to win the FNCS Trios, and they break down Mongraal. Oh my, they put some big time beams and chop it on down with the edge of their hand. The big time plays there from 4ZR.
And we talked about how they were doing everything right. The observers nailed it when they showed the rotation down on the low ground, because the zone pulling back on the other side meant nobody else was over there. They got a free rotation towards the side, tarp along the front, which they've been doing the entire time, and then looking back, shot down deep into the zone to find the connection, and was able to knock out Mongraal right before the rotation came out, messing up the entirety of that high ground. Likely we're not going to see it. It's been 6 games today. 4 of them have had Mitro, Mongraal, and Tayson up on the high ground. But in a key game number 6, when everything was on the line and they needed to do something to secure that team and push them away, they found the shots into the zone. The rotation coming out right now, you can see 4ZR, Nate, and Keziks hip to hip on the front end. 16 trios remaining, but right now it's all about those placement points that are ticking over. They won week 1. Can they win week 2? They are well on their way right now.
The finishing touches are happening here in Game 12 in this masterpiece that's being painted right in front of us by 4ZR and Nate and Keziks, showing exactly how a trio should function, giving us the textbook for other people to kind of follow suit as Prucha cleans up the mess right there and gets Mitro. So that is the end for that historic trio right now, but we're watching history unfolding right in front of us. A back-to-back first place finish in qualifiers. It's going to be a huge, as another elim gets right there on Hardfind. Nate, 4ZR, what are you eating for breakfast? Because I need to have some, because they are cooking it up and they're getting it done here, Sundown.
And not only are they winning these individual fights, they're finding the picks, they're finding the rotation, opens up the floor, and it looks back into the storm. 1 down, 2 down, and it's another team who is pressing into the top 10. That's Hen, Deceptos going, or Patrick and Deceptos going down, all going to be on the back of the young English Lord Hen again. But again, the story is about this French trio and where they operate. We've seen them play high ground, we've seen them play low ground, we've seen them rotate smart, and there's a reason that they're separated at the top. Nate picks up Hen, ends that trio, and on top of all of that, these are impact eliminations against qualified teams that are ticking over full points. 4ZR will finally get taken down. What can Nate and Keziks do hip to hip as 20 players remain, 12 trios, and they're almost on a victory lap at this point?
What an unbelievable victory lap that it is. Even though Keziks and Nate are by themselves, a strong performance. You cannot, oh my goodness, they're getting bopped right there, but he does have some floppers. He has some shockwaves. I know he's holding on to it, so he could go ahead and make a play for height. He's going to use one right here to break it away, to get a moment to breathe, and Keziks gets cracked in the back, and this is where the trio that's been fighting hip to hip get kind of disjointed just a bit, but still, Nate is still up, Sundown, and he's going to rack up all those placements. We're going to take a look at the overview of entirely how everything is breaking down. Safik and Razimi are sitting at high, and that's going to be a big opportunity for them to solidify themselves in the top 15. I'm looking for any other bubble teams. Kiko, yes, Kiko on the bottom is a bubble team, and he has to clutch right now. Kiko is racking up points. I think Kiko is the only bubble team besides the Wakey and Safik and Razimi.
And you can see right now Nate in the top right, and this is what they've done so incredibly well, is when they do get down there, they're able to just outlast, not find other people. Nate, unfortunately, out of white heels, is going to be looking for a pick, and he finds one right there. That's huge, and that's 2 points because it takes him into the top 5, gets a couple of key builds as well, and finds the space. Kiko now in your bottom right. The winner back to back is in your top right. That's Nate as he gets another down. Kiko's on the bubble in your bottom right. Keep an eye on the wide as you have Razumi and Safik, another team who is trying to push forward and make it to the top 15. Finally now, you see Kiko, 3 eliminations, only 3 builds left, but Old Man Mountain comes to claim its toll, and a shockwave knocks him down, but it knocks him behind Wakey, and he gets the conversion, finally knocks it out, but will those 2 points be enough? Razumi and Safik are going to take their own victory lap as everyone else is fighting on the bottom, but a huge pickup from Snappy to get 2 extra points at the end, but that top 15 is going to be so close. There's no doubt who's at the top, but the question is, who cements their name in the heat, Sancho?
Man, already names are being cemented in some unbelievable play, some unbelievable performance as we're watching the paint dry from this masterpiece ending 12-game set. Week 2 is coming to a close here for the EU region and Sundown. It has been an awesome ride here, calling all the action. And yes, I guess we're going to call this early. Congratulations to Kezix, Forzier, and Nate with 239 points and 90 eliminations and no victory royale, Sundown.
Yeah, the big old goose eggs on the victory royales, but it did not matter in the slightest, and it is so huge. We talked about it, the week 1 qualifier winners again rolling over, and the fact that they're doing it by consistently landing in the same spot, fighting off the players who are there, and then they go hunting on the rotations. Yeah. Notice the eliminations coming through. I believe they ended up being like 20 elims clear of even the next closest team, which is nuts. That's ridiculous in EU, Sancho.
And ridiculous back-to-back performance here. Week 2 champions, Zeke, Shio, Reese, break it all down.
Congratulations to the trio. They find themselves at number 1 spot, but as these guys did mention, it is all about the top 15 teams that cemented their names to move on to the heats. Now, a key note here, if there's a team that has already qualified in a spot, that means we'll be looking towards series points to fill those remaining spots later on. Let's see a breakdown here. You can see Kezix, Forzier, and Nate, they are leading the pack right now, 239 points. Shy, only one of 2 teams to break into the 200 total.
200 total with no wins. Let that sink in.
Isn't that the first time we've ever seen this? I'm trying to think if someone's ever taken a first place after so many games without actually picking up a victory royale at this point.
The fact that it makes you're wondering about it, right, is why it's so impressive. Like, it's a feat that possibly no one's even done before. It's a way that someone's won a region just so consistently, but not so flashy-wise. Even though it was flashy, like, it's a paradox what they just did today. That being said, the whole top 5 kept their spots alive throughout the entire 2-day tournament, bar, I would say, Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson, who had such a good game today with 3 wins to get there. It was basically just a total day 2 performance for them.
And in 10th place, we got Safik, Siberia, and Irazimi, the guys who we just saw in that last game pick up the Victory Royale. We actually followed them in the package before because they were 16th coming into this. So they were under the qualification slot, really clutched up in the last game, picking up a Victory Royale, and secured their slot as a qualification for the Heats.
Now, Miro with the 2 wins yesterday gets to use that with this trio to stay on that page as well. But here's the main page we were talking about, the top 15. Amplify 80 and Mats all the way down there is Snag Demon, Tay, and Steelix who get to hold it. Not sure exactly who from the 16th to 20th teams there, but series points are there to keep their dreams alive as well as next week and that wildcard match if they do make heats. Still, EU today, that last game especially, like, mattered so much for qualifying, still mattered in total for all the teams that were playing today.
Man, well, congratulations to the 15 teams that are moving on. Now, before we do go, let's talk predictions, boys, because we made some yesterday in EU, and let's see how things went. So let's remind everybody, it did start over with Sundown, who went with Hen, Deciptos, and Patrick. Now, they did end overall with a cumulative leaderboard score in 6th place. pretty good, 151 points, 1 VR, 50 elims. I mean, they did so well today.
Absolutely. They were playing so, I would say, under the radar in a sense, but when there was their moment to shine, they took it by storm, and they had that win, and it was consistent over 2 days. Inconsistently, though, to even get a higher placement was my prediction of Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson. It's day number 2, breaking strides for this FNCS, 3 wins in a row in terms of just Europe. Like, that's absolutely insane. Not in a row, but on the same day. And they had a top 5 finisher placement. It was so good to watch.
Moving on along, we have Sancho, who went Stompy, Reefsguard, and Scram. Now, they did end 12th place, 107 points, no VRs, and 27 eliminations. And Reese, let's round out with your prediction.
Artur, Kami, and Raxo coming in 5th place, which is really good. They came in 4th last week and done very, very well in the warm-up cup as well. And they just played their kind of consistent games, right? A lot of top 5 placements over and over again. Picking up a single victory royale, but just being really, really consistent in those placements and just kind of getting their eliminations as they go.
Yeah, so like all our predictions, we got to, all the teams have to eat a bit. Mine a little bit more so than Reese's, we'll go back and forth in these weeks. It's all good. But either way, Europe, overall, all the top teams performed.
You'll love to see it. Well, Fortnite fam, that's it for all things EU for this week. We are going to go to break. When we return, though, we'll be in NA East. You won't want to miss any of that action. So, till then, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus. What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. We just wrapped up Europe, and now we are here in NA East for the last 6 games of week number 2. I'm your host, Zeke, and joining us here on the analyst desk, we've got Shy Wager and we've got Reese, our minds, who will help break down all the action today. Gents, are you guys excited? The action in Europe was crazy, but now we're here in NA East.
I'm tuned in. I'm ready to see what these guys have in day number 2. From what we saw in EU, it was brand new. Teams didn't see on day number 1 really pop off. So I'm wondering who that will be on NA East.
I'm thinking we could say something similar in all honesty, right? Like every single region so far, day 2 has been kind of different to day 1. Different teams popping off, doing really, really well. And those other teams who are doing well in day 1, still being consistent, but a lot of times not managing to be as consistent as they were on the first day.
Well, let's hope that's the case this time. We want that consistency factor. Now, we will be taking a look at games in just a moment. First, let's talk about the show. Don't forget, if you miss it, we are back next week, same time, same place for more Fortnite action. Right now, we're going to be looking at NA East. Let's take a moment to talk about the overall tournament format. Don't forget, this is round-based. So right now, we are finding ourselves in round number 3. The last 6 matches today will result in an overall cumulative, wow, that word's hard, leaderboard, and from there, the top 15 teams will advance to heats. From heats, the top 8 trios will move on to grand finals, but there is a wild card match that will give another trio a second chance, Shy.
Absolutely. That wildcard match are those 9th to 16th place teams in the heats that did not qualify. You get 1 game. If you get first, that's a ticket to grand finals, which are obviously 2 days, 6 games per day. And at the end, the person at the top is crowned the FNCS Chapter 2 Season 4 champion.
Ooh, that's got a wonderful ring to it. Now, we are going to keep the ball rolling here. We are going to move on to the overall point format. So this is where things get interesting. 25 points for the Victory Royale. Placement as far out is 17th, gets you the single point, and then every elimination is worth a point. You know, Reese, we talked about it back in EU, but balancing the eliminations and placement, keeping that consistency up, that will result in people placing higher in the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's going to be those teams that you manage to see picking up victory royales, being really consistent in placement, and getting a ton of eliminations that you can see up on the top of the leaderboard. Right now, in second, we've got Unknown, Casker, and Smack, who have an average placement of 3.67. Their worst game was 5th. So overall, these guys have been consistent in their placement. They picked up really nice eliminations as they go, and they played themselves in that second slot.
And again, it's that consistency factor. Now, don't forget, we are playing to place in the top 15, but there is prize money available on the line for all of the teams here in the qualifier round. But that being said, we will be touching on a few other things. Now, guys, we've had a data reset, right? We put 6 games under our belt yesterday. Now, players had time to just reset, take a step back, do some VOD review, look at what went right and what went wrong. How much do you think that is going to be playing a factor in today's games? In EU, we saw teams just completely say, you know what, that drop spot wasn't it, and I'm going to actually hit somewhere else, and it's proved to be beneficial for that trio.
Yeah, we saw some other teams as well really just try to hammer out what went wrong on day 1 and perform on day 2, like Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson in EU, and win 3 games on the same day. That being said, it's a cumulative score, right? So day 1 will still matter. They won those games, but they didn't get first overall because that first day team did so well with 4ZR, Nate, and Kezix.
Yeah, and if we see teams today who, again, just like managed to keep that consistency up from day 1, they're going to be at the top of the leaderboards. If they kind of struggled in day 1 and clutch it up, they can definitely hit that top 15, but it's going to be tough to get the Victory Royale number 1 slot.
Well, let's take a look at the lay of the land. Let's get our snapshot as we begin the day. Where did teams place coming out of yesterday's 6 matches? We are going to take a look together. This is how it stands. Zayt, Saf, Stretch had commanding leads coming out of the games yesterday, sitting at 133 points. Now, just to reiterate, it is the top 15 teams that will be pushing on through, but you know there's going to be those teams that are chasing that number 1 spot.
Yeah, number 1, even starting that day off strong, were Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, and they will be the ones to look out for to play even more consistently and hopefully hold on to that first place title as we watch. But on the back half of the day, there were so many teams reaching the top 5 that started to catch up.
They did, and you can see Unknown, Caster, Smack, Jamper, Booga, Avery, Daymir, Reverse, and Knight, Shark, AV, the X-Set trio. All of these guys in the top 5 have Victory Royales, which is interesting because from EU, The team that plays first didn't get any victory royales. So on NA East, picking up those victory royales is clearly the teams who are being much more dominant. Is that because these guys are taking height earlier, getting more elims, getting better placement, and the victory royales on average? We're going to have to see from all the teams underneath so far.
Yeah, underneath right now we have teams like AJ, Rox, and Vix who've been playing consistently, getting top 5 finishes, all the way down here to Cease, Furious, and Blake, trying to contest height every single game that they can. 22 eliminations overall, 59 points from that playstyle. They're still in the top 15, Reese, so they can still make it out easily.
They can, and in 13th we have our Qualifier 1 winner, Creo, Bucky, and Canada. Same strategy, land in Slurpy Swamps this week, but not seem to work out a little bit too well for them. They're still in position to qualify. Obviously, they've qualified last week already, but something doesn't seem to be adding up with this trio in day 1, so let's see if that happens today.
Yeah, same thing with Zexor, Calc, and Mac. We're looking for these guys on this second week, once again, to try to make that top 15, take the game they have started out at Craggy Cliffs, and take it all the way to the end, hopefully with a dub. Remember, all the way back in Season X, those guys were our champions overall, so maybe seeing how the things have gone. It's the same exact trio, too. It's a rare thing to actually see over time, so I'm curious to see how they play out.
Man, I'm so excited, dude. Another 6 games. Now, of course, we did have 6 VRs yesterday, so let's catch people up to speed in case they did miss out on yesterday's action. Let's remind them of what went down.
Let's do that. 100% jump straight to it. 6 victory royales yesterday in NA East, 6 games, and to start things off, it was high ground action. Remember, in NA East, in Europe, in all the regions, Doom's Mystical Bomb is disabled, so that relationship in endgame is a lot more strategic. It's all about getting your pinches down, maintaining control. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch did that so eloquently, and just all survived, taking down the last member all the way on low in the form of AV.
And game 2 is no different. They had the exact same game plan. Getting up high ground in that 5th zone, really pressuring all the teams below, and that first moving, either shockwaving if it was so far, or just continuing to rotate by foot. And this is a huge clutch, almost via Graza on the bottom low ground, but just loses out because of the zone.
That's unfortunate. After that, though, high ground had its day 100%, but then Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K played low ground so efficiently, using shockwaves to get over Zayt, Sap, and Stretch, winning out a game.
In game 4, Jamper, Avery, and Booga pick it up, and they do it with a heal off. What we didn't see just before this is that Jamper just popped one of his medkits. He took attack to zone intentionally, so that he was 90 white HP, popped the medkit from there, then had the splashes, and still they didn't win the heal off.
And that Season 5 meta's coming straight back to you here in Chapter 2, Season 4, but then smacked afterwards with what I would say is one of the coolest clutches of all time. Ooh. A 180 shot, a reverse 180 pump after that, and then a 108 to the head. Wow.
And game 6 was taken by the Exit trio, AV, Shark, and Knight. These guys are known for their low ground playstyle. Really dominant, in particular with their kind of dead side rotates, staying away from other players, being really consistent on their placement overall. But they took height early on in the last game and dominated all the way through, so they can do it up top and on bottom.
Man, we're seeing this kind of time and time again, right? That high ground playing such a factor, but low ground warriors can still pull out the victory royales. It's just going to take more work. Now, we are going to talk about predictions. We made some earlier on for EU, and then we did the same for NAE. So let's talk about which teams each and one of us chose. We will start with none other than Aussie Antics. He chose Jamper, Booga, and Avery. So now coming into today, they had a pretty good showing, I would like to say. 3rd place, right? 107 points. They did find themselves a single victory royale that was in game number 4, as you guys did mention. So we'll have to see if they can keep that momentum going forward. Monster chose the Exit guys. These won the last game on the day. They're sitting in 5th, 191 points, a single victory royale as well. Shy, talk to us about your trio.
Yeah, Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle coming in from the previous round were 1st place overall, looking to have really good momentum. I just feel like with Zayt, Saf, and Stretch uncontested at Dooms, it kind of shook everyone to the core when it came to endgame. A lot more difficult to play, a whole new problem to solve. They didn't get to solve it completely. I think they're 12th place overall right now, but day 2 is all about learning from day number 1, so they can come back with some crazy strategies that we haven't seen yet and really see this trio rise in the ranks.
And my prediction coming in, Commandment, Scented and edgy. They're currently in 10th position. They've struggled a little bit on day one. They started off with 2 really good games, 7th and 5th, with a good few eliminations, but after that really struggled in terms of just getting moving in the rotations, right? This is maybe a Stormzer strategy, in particular when it comes down to that mid game. They're just really not getting things moving in the end game, so that probably started earlier on. Did they take a bad fight in the mid game? Did they take a bad kind of rotate path, have to use up their heals and all of their materials? Potentially that's what's happened. We've seen it a few times, so today, hopefully they've kind of VOD reviewed, figured these kind of things out, and are getting straight on to these 6 games, and I predict them to do much better today.
I mean, when Reese makes a prediction, we literally have hard evidence that it's usually pretty correct. But Shy, you know, we can't let Reese just walk away like this. You know, we have to see other teams come out on top with our predictions as well. Now, kind of, you did touch on it, Reese, being able to reset the day and kind of say, okay, today's fresh. We're coming back in. We've got 6 games to make something happen. How do we start the day on strong momentum? Is it the Victory Royale? Is it maybe even just testing the waters, hitting that drop spot you hit before and say, you know, because you got to think some people might be saying that might not be it. Their teammates might be saying, let's at least hit it and see if it's the same result from yesterday.
Well, if they've planned out what they're going to be doing differently, if they've looked back at the games, they're going to find each individual mistake, right? I can't say exactly what they're going to do because each team's mistakes are going to be independent of them. If they drop somewhere that didn't work, if they've not had a backup, if they took a bad mid-game fight, if they took a bad rotation path, whatever it is for each individual team, they're going to have to find their problems, and hopefully they put a plan in to fix them and apply that this day.
What do you think, Shy?
I think Reshet Smishet, man. Like, honestly, I'm looking at all the way towards the top right now. The one thing you cannot reset is fear, right? Zayt, Saf, and Stretch all the way at the top right now. They're looking so scary from Doom's Domain. I feel like the only way to stop things all the way at the top is to contest them. And I'm not sure who's crazy enough to do that all the way off spawn 50-50. I mean, if you wanted to, that it would be a sound strategy, really to make, you know, a foothold in that POI completely kind of yours, not just theirs completely. But I don't know. I'm getting all jumbled up even thinking about it. I'm getting more scared too. I want to stay away from it. I feel like they'll hold on to spot number 1.
Bro, it's tough, right? And we saw Hart in week 1. They did contest, and it changed the results for Zay, but we'll have to see how the days unfolds. For now, we're going to send it over to our casters to prep us for game number 1 on the day. Take it away, boys.
That was a good word from the desk there. It's your boys, Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics here for round 3 of day 2. And I mean, we had a great day 1. Aussie, the top 10 leaderboard, it's set in stone right now, but that is subject to change. All depend on how these next 6 games unfold.
Yeah, and it is. And Shai was talking about it, a little bit scared there. We have 2 mythic drops in the top 3, and we've seen what can happen. If they start getting contested the last minute, things change really, really quickly. So I don't really know how to pick it. I'm happy that my guys, Booger's still up there, number 3, but it's going to depend. We'll have to see. This is the day where people change things. They go back, they look at what went wrong, and maybe they decided their drop spot was wrong. So they're going to change it.
Yeah, and the difference between, like, Zayt's team on first place right now compared to their last weekend's performance, the qualifier number 1, is that they were not contested this week. They've had such a different performance tracking showing here around, where Booga Jamper and Avery, they've managed to find some consistency. They've managed to find their groove, and for a qualifier 1 to go very well, and now leading into this one as well, very much in their favor right now. I mean, you have to assume that they have something special going on, and this entire leaderboard's really shooken up. I mean, we didn't get to show much of Unknown, Casker, and Smack last night, but they're in second place, and I said this before the show, it's like, Unknown Army's team averaging 3.6 or so placement. They have the best placement in the top 3 right now.
Yeah, now I was about to say, that's a team I'm not worried about because they did phenomenally well when they were contested and they've done phenomenally well when they're not contested now. So if someone randomly changes up and maybe starts dropping Retail Row, they've done really well in the previous week when they were contested by Jelty, Elige, and P-God, which is a top tier team. So they're the team I'm probably least worried about going into today. But yeah, it's been such a big shakeup. Unknown Army, one of the most aggressive players to ever grace the game, has an average placement of 3rd, which is so much higher than any other team in the top 10. It's crazy.
And not only that, it's what you don't expect of him. So all of a sudden, he's showing a different side of him that we never knew existed. And now, coupled alongside Casker and Smack, they have the fighting power. They're proving that they can continue to do this. And you say you're not worried about them. I mean, that makes me excited about them so far.
Yeah, it makes me super excited. We're going to jump straight into games. We don't have to delay any longer. Let's see how game 1 is going to play out, because this map shot especially will tell the story of today. Let's see who's changed it up and who's going to affect the leaderboard.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 is underway here. If you've been keeping up with the competition, you know this is actually the 7th game, because the qualifiers roll on day after day here in round 3. So this is it. It's time to put up and continue to push away with those points. We already know who's our top 10. We already know who is very much in that top 15 right now, who's battling for the top 15, because that's the bubble. That's the cutoff here. And just judging by the map shot, I mean, we are seeing that it's the same as where we left off, I feel, at least for for yesterday's set of games.
The only thing I'm seeing is a team that's gone Stark and something's gone wrong. I'm seeing 3 blue arrows pushing out of Stark, which is not normally how we see this fight take out. Normally it's a straight 50-50, one team wins or loses, but looks like a team has been game enough to go to Stark Industries, but not game enough to go Doom's Domain. So if yesterday's anything to go off, 2 wins back-to-back and then a 2nd place in the 3rd game when they were uncontested, Monster, this could be the win that puts Zate's team so far ahead that even if they start getting contested, it might not matter.
Yeah, it really might not matter. I mean, we saw, if you just want to reference last week's qualifier, is that Zate carried themselves through with a ridiculous amount of points off of 1 victory royale. They didn't do much else after that, but just 1 big win. You know, we coming into this with the fact that they've had 2 victories already, and on top of that, just great placements across the board. I mean, obviously they're in the lead here. Yeah, it would not matter if they fell off the wagon now, because they've secured just so much points that their consistency alone is carrying them through.
And they're definitely speed players. They come out aggressive and they come out hot. They definitely have a way higher average placement and win rate in their first few games. So this is the same thing as yesterday. They came into their first game uncontested, they won it. Second game uncontested, won it. So I'm going to put a pretty big statistic right now that if you have to pick a team right now from the outset who's going to win this game, it's looking like Zate's team. But a drop spot we did talk about, our 2nd place team, uncontested retail, and that we've seen what they can do with that. An average placement of 3rd. That is ridiculous in 6 games.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you know, the question still remains, what is the formula of success for these guys? How is it that they are finding their way through to endgame consistently, game after game? Because it's not something that we expected from them, but more importantly, it's not a story we've filled or I feel like we've watched in full yet, right? The difference between 1st and 2nd place is that they have vault access. They basically are guaranteed shockwaves, crash pads, motion bouncers, right? They have everything that they need, the full package and arsenal, the 360 coverage. Whereas if you just have a drop spot, you're at the mercy of what comes out here. As we hop on over to a quick replay here of Steamy Stacks.
Steamy Stacks, a fight that we saw break out yesterday time and time again, and it went to about 5-1, I believe, to Bully's team, and it's looking like it might go 6-1 here today as the fight breaks out. Paper in the window, and no, it is. It's down to a 3v1 right now. Paper's gone down, Chaotic's gone down, and that leaves Haz to try and fend off 3 players, and that's a tall ask for anyone, and Haz on this team, he's got good mechanics, but he's not the firepower. This is the brain behind the team, so trying to fight off 3 opponents on the windows, yeah, we know how that one went. So that makes, I think, 6-1, Monster. That is not the way you want to go into your game 2. This was your chance to reset, to refresh, to come in and figure out what you did wrong. Because we said that. You can keep going the same drop spot, but if your plan there doesn't change, how's the outcome going to be any different?
All right, not so fast yet, Aussie. Hold up. Are you telling me that you think they're going to lose this drop all day today again? You don't think they learned anything from yesterday?
You have to think they've learned something. This is 3 players who've been around for a long time. They are decorated players. They're incredible in their own solo rights as well, especially with Paper. Good mechanics, but they're getting bullied by Bully. That's all I have to say. It seems like this is just a story of Bully just running amok and just showing his superior mechanics. So it's a drop that has a lot of nuances to it. You have the stacks. You can fly around, get high ground positioning. So there's a lot of room to play with. So if they change their strategy, I fully believe they can bring this one back. But we didn't get to see too much at the start of that, but it didn't look any different to yesterday.
Hey, I mean, I feel it. It's all about that mental reset. It's just looking like Paper has and Chaotic there haven't quite found that yet. Who knows if it's too late now? Who knows if their series consistency points are going to carry them through? I mean, the question still remains. I think this is their first showing coming in for the week 2, this week's qualifier. So, I mean, it is what it is at this point. Ultimately, though, we're just going to continue to hop in POV after POV, show you guys how the top of the food chain is situating their loot pool. It's looking very, very good right now. I mean, I find it very interesting that Zayt and company do not use this opportunity of a free POI to actually max out their shotguns. Yesterday, we tuned into the mid-game, and Zayt was still running a blue charge, so they're just not one to necessarily take advantage of the fact that they have that free drop, but instead, they get what they can and rotate for placement. I'm not judging them because the success is proving to, it's proving itself already.
I think that's more of a playstyle choice as well. They go for high ground, and then Aspect getting in the box, though. He's not going for high ground here. He wants to get straight into Creo. This is not a team I expected to see here. We saw Bucky, Creo, and Kanata have a pretty rough day yesterday after being our week 1 qualifier winners. So they're having a rough kind of change, and they needed to fix something. And looks like Authority was the rotate path. I don't know about this choice. This is just running straight into a 3v3. And maybe they wanted the high ground positioning for tags, but they found themselves a pretty tough fight. Aspect, Zunies, and NPen have been doing really well in their early fights. We've seen them contested a few times, and I don't think we've seen them lose many times.
But more importantly, Bucky and Creo were finding a lot of success inside the woods area, and now coming to the Authority. I mean, you see who's in charge here. It's NPen and company, but Aspect's going to get traded out, so it is still a 2v1 situation. Either way, the favor right now for NPen and Zunies for sure. What is it gonna be now, though, as the pressure's coming in? It's a little bit of a standoff here. It's a box fight. He has to take complete advantage, but NPen's is playing good defense right now.
He's just got to play defense. They have the numbers advantage. I think Zuni's popping some bandages, and now he's in, and now here they go. They have the extra angles, and things have been timed really quickly. This could be it. Kanata, obviously the strongest fighter on this trio, one of the strongest fighters in NA East, is putting up an insane fight here in a 1v2 situation. NPen's on 6 health. If he gets one to go through
the counter.
This is such a good early fight. NPen wins and he takes down Kanata. That has to be one of the most exciting early fights we've seen, and that's 3 eliminations on NPen and 5 for the team monster.
I was just going to say the fire back, the clap back from NPen. Oh my gosh. Not someone that I would ever hold with high regard for being someone who can take on a player like Kanata, a box fight warrior. My gosh. Listen, if you didn't have NPen up there, I mean, maybe it's time to reconsider, because I'm surely raising my eyebrows here.
Yeah, that was a very good fight. I had him pinned as well. I thought 2v1 for sure. They were definitely going to win it. But when it got turned, he won that one for about 6 HP. He had the defensive advantage inside the box, but he did not miss. And this game 1's breaking out into quite a lot of fights, monster. More than I would have expected. We have Clicks taking up Commandment in the feed as well. Don't really know how that happened. Commandment, yeah, I don't know. Commandment sent it edgy at Misty Meadows. Clicks at Sweaty Sands. That's opposite maps. What is happening today?
Yeah, this is a big change up. I mean, that's what Day 2 is all about, right, though? It's coming back in and trying some different stuff, trying to figure out a new formula. It's going to be hit or miss. That surprise factor might just work. Sometimes it isn't. This time around, it seems like it's not working for everyone mixing it up. As Mongraal now looking for that low ground peek here. He does have an enemy in sight, though. This is the tracking going right through the builds. Oh, it's going to come down. Okay, so this is a bit of a reset for his team. And coming on in, Mongraal notices another weak placement there. Of course, it's just one build. Brings him down. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Sirio eats a big shot there as Mongraal needed that siphon and a material. He's back in this.
Yeah, Narwhal's back in now. And he only had 4 builds, so he couldn't really contest and get up here with his teammates without that elimination. So now he's up on the high ground here, and they do have most of the advantage, and there it is. They win it a clean 3-0 for the fight. So good pickup from them, but it's just breaking out really aggressively. There's fights breaking out everywhere. I can see it in the feed. We now have Miro, Day, and Reverse, who rotating out of Dirty Docks being held. Looks like Reverse is going to go down to Storm. So we have Niddle and Mikey setting up in front of them, but Miro, we've seen his aggression. We've seen the mechanics, and you can see it there, but it looks like Niddle fires back as well, and Miro's actually going to fall. This team had a really, really good run yesterday. They were performing insanely well in 4th place, and they might be going down here pretty much close to spawn in game 1.
Yeah, big problem here. Miro is the firepower for this team here, so losing him right now, it's not looking too good for Day and company. And yes, there it is. Day is going to get concluded as we watch it from the down perspective of Miro. It's Niddle, Clarity, and Mikey. This is a team that had a great qualifier 1, but qual 2 was, I would say, not too hot. I mean, coming in, they're definitely off to a much better start. They were falling left and right in the early and mid game yesterday, already patching up their performances from yesterday. That is what we want to see on a Day 2. We want to see players figure it out and adjust.
A team that I don't think is adjusting. I just saw them in the feed. I didn't see all of them, but Zexro has fallen. A team that you and me were talking about it before, the Cast Monster, just such a decorated team. One of the only, if not probably one of the only team here, I think, that was a trio back in FNCS last that managed to win it, just struggling. And I can't fully understand why. They're dropping Craggy Cliffs. They have it uncontested, sometimes contested other times, but they just don't seem to be performing out of that drop like we've seen other teams in EU have much more success. So we're asking more from that team. It was Shirewage's pick in week 1 to win it. He had them picked in qualifier 1 and they underperformed a little bit, and it's looking like a trend here today. I just don't know what's going wrong for them.
Yeah, it is a definite, question mark there, because just being champions, right? You'd expect a little more, as you mentioned. Ultimately, though, guys, I just want to let you all know, Daymir and falling there, that they were in 4th place coming into the competition. I don't think we kind of weigh the significance of them falling. Miro had quite the day yesterday. Either way, though, we're jumping in with Cease, Furious, and Blake here. It's going to be Zayt who's going to fall right now. Another significant change in the results here, but except now, it's by the hands of a team that's much higher on the standings. This is your squad knocking on top 10 right now. Cease, Furious, and Blake find Zayt off by his lonely sum. And honestly, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that was just a really, really good triple spray. They just got all the bullets in there. They did serious damage, and Zayt was caught off guard. And it might look like Zayt's very split from his team, but that's where a lot of their success comes from. They control so much area, so much room, and because of those shockwaves Zayt was carrying, he was comfortable to do so, because anything short of being completely beamed like that, he would have been able to move, disengage, and get away safely. So that is incredibly unfortunate. I was picking that team, obviously, to win game 1 with their record, but that's going to shake things up massively. And from a team that we really wanted to see have those moments, Monster. We talked about it. 3 players that are more known as solo players. They've really struggled to find solid teams. Furious was on an incredible team with Illest and Riversun, who was winning everything and then got dropped. So I really want to see them have a good performance. And like you said, with this game, they can break it inside top 10.
Either way, though, that Elim right there is going to hold huge consequences for the first place team being, I don't know if they're down and out, right? We only saw Zayt go down. I mean, it was a knock and then a thirst, right?
Mm-hmm. I think it's their usual strategy. I think Stretch and Saf are probably somewhere else controlling more room. I think they're healthy. I think they're safe. It's just Zayt happened to be just caught out on his own there.
There you guys have it. We're going to hop over with Xset now, who is currently very high in the standing as well. Oh my gosh, 500 damage above the Storm Surge threshold. You can see they already have an elimination, so you have to assume they were putting in some serious tags on some fights going on in the distance. Opting to go for a center rotate right now while they have the light, or the line of sights broken here between this valley. This is a great play right now. If you can get center 3rd so you can pull 4th into 5th, that is a massive, massive material saver and movement saver as you come into that late game. So Knight is going to get tagged big time here, though. That's not what you want on the rotate.
No, they've got a bit of extra shield. This team does usually get a decent amount of meds from their drop, so it shouldn't be too big of an end of the world, but you're right, it is. It's a good rotate, getting into center 3rd as they can, and it's not what we usually see from this team, because they drop so far on the corner of the map, dropping at Fortilla, if you guys didn't know, right down by the ocean, or literally in the ocean. They don't normally have the advantage in being able to get center of 3rd, because they normally have to set up on more edge areas to get their Storm Surge tags. If you set up too early, and you don't already have Storm Surge, all the teams around you are fully based up, and it's really hard to get your shots onto them. You kind of have to go onto the edge to get those, but this team now set up behind this ridge line as well, so no one behind them can take shots above that mountain. They're looking really, really good.
I mean, it makes sense too, right? Because they rotate through Holly. They normally steamroll through Holly up into that rotate into the new zone, so possibly just using that river bend out of Sweaty is going to land them in this consistent positioning over and over now. Maybe they found something, a little secret to the rotate there. You definitely love to see it, because that's such a beautiful spot to be in coming into Zone 3. Here's Booga, Avery, and Jamper on the other side, and you know it. They're coming right off that Starks cliff, so they have no reason to overextend, especially when the zone's going to land on top of them, favoring their position over and over again. But we talk about being on this outer edge is going to come with a cost. You are going to have to pay the price here. They are having just a big number of teams rotate in on top of them.
Yeah.
One of those arrows I saw before, I saw Unknown Army, and he is by himself. Okay, no, never mind. Casker and Smack. So they are also holding a super wide stance there.
Oh, Macwood taking some big damage. Zexero back up. So I was talking about wanting more from this team, and it looks like they did avoid that one, but Macwood taking some big damage on the rotate through. He's getting focused a little bit, and Booger, Jabber, and Avery, one of those teams that can maybe sit a little bit more edge, as we know they come out of Stark, so they have almost guaranteed shockwaves because of all those Stark loot boxes inside the vault, so they're going to get a lot of good mobility, so they can maybe stay more edge. It's those teams like Chap that I saw based up on the billboard that I don't know whether they can have the same success, but they're in a good position. They're up nice and high, but except Posick and Grazka with 5 eliminations on the board, they've been doing some work coming into the mid game. They definitely don't need Surge.
Yeah, judging by Graska's loadout, you wouldn't think that they've gotten this many Elans. I mean, that just proves that he was rebooted, so they're back in action. Almost 1,000 damage above the Storm Surge threshold here. That means that they're going to be clear of any incoming lightning damage from the Storm Surge. And just one player has to go down. They're putting a big pressure here. It's actually going to be out to Bully.
The fishing rod.
No, and the fishing rod coming in. They want it. They want the loot.
That's when you're desperate. That's desperation right there. They need to get the loot. They don't really have the extra mats. They are going to build over to and try and secure it, but they know what happened there was a clinical case of lobby manipulation. Except knew that team rotating in late. If they took shots on them, exactly this would happen. The whole lobby would open up and focus. And because they were getting pinched on both sides, being shot in the front and the side, they couldn't outbuild it. But now that Except's taken them down, they can build just to the front and block off all those shots, and now they'll stop. That is phenomenal. The skill to get back into the game when you have what we would call shambles loot, when you just don't have the loot you need, when you have a blue pistol, a fishing rod, and a blue charge to your name, that is one of the biggest skills to have, because now they're set up. They've got their surge, they've got good loot, but they are a bit stranded, Monster.
Yeah, but not only that, too, just think about it. Remember, Bully's team, they were coming out of steamy stacks. They had a early victory on their drop spot, so I'm actually curious as to why they were battling so late inside the storm line, or why they were coming out so late. We'll see if we can get the full perspective onto that one and how that unfolded. Ultimately, though, this is a great wide shot to give you guys just a rundown of how all the players are setting up, positioning up right now for what is going to be the approaching mid-game of Fortnite. This is where that half in, half out, this is where the mobility really gets poured into the game, and this is where, you know, it makes or breaks your run.
It makes or breaks your run, and it's going to be an interesting kind of zone here where everyone's out on the edges of it, but there's not too much in the middle. There's a few trees, there's a little bit open, bit of hills, but this will be a good end game to see who can kind of take and control that high ground, as we now see Except, Grazka, and Posick made their rotate kind of around the edge, use that same mountain line to cut off the lines of sight like you talked about earlier with the Except guys, and it looks like it's led them really close to the Except crew, but they're getting sprayed out by Except and another team up on the high ground, and we see this time and time again with trios. You set up in a good spot, you maybe get some eliminations on another team trying to rotate in, but then you're the target on your next rotate. So Exec guys setting up in a good spot here, and they're just going to secure all that loot that they worked so hard to get, and 6 peppers in the inventory of Shark. I'm not really sure how they got those, but that's like, we're not used to seeing them, but extra mobility on a team that is already just running rampant through low ground. I'm excited to see how they play this one.
I mean, sometimes just got to go along with the flow, and, you know, hey, he ended up with 6 peppers here, and it's going to be mobility they're not going to need, not necessarily right now, because half in, half out is going to land right on top of them. Ladies and gentlemen, that means the low ground warriors themselves end up in the low ground where they love to be, and more material. What they tend to do with this is they open wide. They open this big, basically casket, and if you decide to come down to low ground, they will put you down inside one of them. And I want to see if we can actually get this perspective as the game folds on. Are they going to stay down here? Are they going to push players off? And how you know, effectively can they clear out players from their lair?
Yeah, they do control it very well, and they could use the extra mass to kind of like tunnel out, but I feel like they like playing when it's tight, Monster. They like having things close. They like to be in those tunnels and work box to box without opening up a big base, but they will definitely build out with those materials and kind of reinforce some of the control where Zone's going to go next, as we see everyone trying to frantically make their rotate, trying to combine this mobility. We could see Cease pulling off a bounce pad shockwave here, I think, but they're in zones. They don't need to do too much. They've already made their rotate, and they're setting up for further rotates. So someone's down outside the wall, and they find him. They're going to take it back inside the box. This is a nice little refresh, as Furious took a fair bit of damage to get this refresh, and everyone's making their way across. 19 teams, 49 players coming into this first game on day 2. So this is the 7th game, and Booger's team falls to Blake. So they're having a good game here so far.
Yeah, definitely here, as they give that player the boots and grab all the Storm Surge they can here in the instance. They actually really needed that with only a single elimination. You know, you have to assume that their biggest issue was probably Storm Surge that might just be ringing in sometime soon. So what a come up for them. What a big situation for them to find themselves in with the down body. Right underneath them, though, Coop Chap and Who Fishy still alive. Narwhal still in this game as well with Zlem and Bank. 3 eliminations already at the front of the Storm line, too. Such a great day, 2 for them right now.
And this is where we're talking about those low ground teams. And I think this is going to be a low ground end game. Someone is going to find insane dominance here from the low and mid ground. Not so much the high ground. We might get the win out of high ground, but we saw so many vertical zones yesterday, Monster. So many mountain zones, so many dam zones, just all those massive areas where high ground is so much more dominant, as they don't have to worry too much about the terrain, as they kind of just surf over it. Now, we're going to see that on a more flat area that only goes up a small hill, I'm looking for teams like Bank here, like the XZ guys, to just really run rampant, control, and get some serious eliminations down here, because quite often you actually get more eliminations in these situations than you do on high ground, just like that, dropping rocks in. It's all it requires. It's so much, I don't want to say easier, but so much more consistent to do down here. If you know where players are going to go, if you predict their rotates and you set these little ambushes, it's so good to pick up those eliminations.
Yeah, and Rox, AJ, and Vix were in 6th place coming in from last night's performance. So all of a sudden now the Shockwave's up to high ground. Hold up, Zlen ends up on top. Bank's gonna get taken out by NPen in a world of just events, I guess, that unfolded. It seems like the Shockwave put them all in different layers, different places, and it's not gonna work out for some, as we now have just Narwhal and Zlem alive right now. Narwhal is gonna go ahead and get out to the front. He's trying to find his teammate. This is one of the toughest things to do right here in Endgame, is find your teammate amongst all the chaos here. Finally, though, little moment for himself here, and he is going to be able to get right back with the squad mate here. And still, although he's down and out, I mean, they're earning placement now that they're off that lower level of congestion. They are literally earning so much placement because teams are still fighting through the Storm Surge.
Team that I'm looking for to maybe have their moment. I'm seeing Who Fishy pop up a few times in the feed. There's XZ Shark as well. I'm seeing Coop though, so I'm thinking this might be, oh my gosh, though. Narwhal comes through on Vix. It's like, hey man, start paying attention to me. I'm still putting in the work over here, but someone comes in from behind. Zlem's not tracking their back. He's not protecting them, and someone falls in to go for the elimination. But I want to try and get sights on Chap's team here, Monster. I think they're putting in some serious work somewhere in this game, but no. Clicks, Illest, and Bizzle make the high ground, and they're controlling as we knew someone would.
Definitely here, and take a look at it. It's a wide spread as well. Click's always the one on ultimate high ground because he's the one who can defend it off best. Clarity G, though, in the low ground. Fragging power through the roof. At already 4 eliminations still alive here as a solo individual. Niddle with 4 as well, and Mikey with a single elim. He follows right up onto Voyu, scratches him right out the game. What a big frag for him because he needed the siphon here. This is going to give him a lot of opportunity now to stay alive, as he also did manage to pick up the material too. It's a top 10 situation now.
We have the high ground, but who's going to control it from the low ground? Usually doing it as a solo is so difficult, but the XZ boys are down there as a full trio, so this could very easily... Wait, we have 3 full trios in this right now. We have the XZ boys, we have Coop, Who Fishy, and Chap, and we have Illest, Clicks, and Bizzle, so this is going to be an insane endgame. Don't count anyone out from this. Everyone has their advantages. The XZ guys are nice and low, controlling this bottom. They're looking healthy. They have 6 shockwaves as well, so if any team is going to jump up and take this, it's going to be them as they capitalize on low ground, take down Chap's team, so AV taking down his old duo mate, the player that showed him the ropes, that got him to this position, but Who Fishy still in this as a solo, trying to find something out of this as Clicks, Illest, and Bizzle just rain down from above. You can hear the shots raining out. Illest is finding the angles now. He's going down. We get Shark taking another elimination. They're doing so well on the low ground. It's exactly what you talked about, Monster. This is where they thrive, but Illest is down there. He's in the low ground. He's in the trenches trying to find something. Bizzle's down there as well, but Knight's going for the high ground. Shark's trying to take something. He's trying to take it off Clicks. He can't. Clicks is too high, and they fall back down. Knight has fallen, so it's a 3v2 situation, but Shark's not giving this up. He had 6 shockwaves to start this. He's still got 1 left to see if he can jump up again. He's almost there. So many issues for Clicks. They're down there. It's Shark and AV versus Clicks. They brought it into a 2v1 situation. They have to try and find something here if they can. I don't know if Clicks has the advantages. He's on the high ground, but does he have the health advantage? I don't think he can win the heal off. Shark has just got the siphon. They win it from the low ground, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just enough time. That's going to be a 12 elimination. We talked about them being the kings of the low ground. Do you believe us now? They do it once again with such a heads-up play. Oh my gosh, way to hold down that low ground. Regardless, though, we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down all that action. Get us caught up, guys.
The XZ trio picking up the victory royale here in game number 1 on day 2. This is I mean, we've literally seen this several times now. A team in top 5 wins a VR in game number 1. This time coming from the Exit Trio. Is this what you expected, Shai?
Yes, in day number 2 especially.
Yes!
These guys are like 100%. They said it last week, right? We're always looking to learn from the mistakes of day number 1. Day number 2 is our stronger suit. And we can see that. They might be low to the ground, but now they're up high in the ranks.
Oh man, that's nice transition. Let's take a look at the standings together. Now don't forget, this is a cumulative leaderboard, so these are stats added from yesterday. Now, Zate, Saf, Stretch, still holding on strong, first place. But look who's now in that second place spot right now, Reese.
Clicks, Illest, and Bizzle, you know? They're still doing very, very well. Sorry, that's not true. I'm looking all day. Night Shark and AV pulling themselves out really well. I'm looking at the match and what went overall in the actual match. I'm getting thrown. These guys really did very, very well. And they took advantage of the fact that Clicks, Illest, and Bizzle split way too much on high ground. They had Clicks way too ultimate high, where Bizzle and Illest dropped down a little bit too much, keeping that distance. Kind of got separated and then ended up fighting on the low ground, where obviously they come into the Sharks territory, where they're strong on low ground.
Absolutely. And you say Sharks, I would also say they have turtle shells on their backs 100% when they're on this low ground back-to-back scenario. This will net them 2 overall wins. The next team to do it in NA East for week number 2 in the qualifiers, they'll be 2nd overall. Voil, Rokane, TJ, after that are all the way in 5th. They bump up. Puga falls down slightly because of some spawn issues, but past that, here is 6th to 10th. Slight shake-up here now. Clicks moving straight up from 12th all the way to 8th after being 2nd in that endgame like Reese pointed out. Day, Miro, and Reverse get knocked out of the top 5, but look at the point thresholds, the difference. 96, 94, 80. It's a 1 game, if not even, just off-spawn difference for some of these teams.
And you've seen 6th Day Miro in Reverse, 38 eliminations, really pulling ahead of the pack from the 7th to 10th slot, setting themselves apart. This means that they're obviously able to pick up those eliminations, be it early, mid, or late game, but just not being as consistent with the placements at all. And then 11th, we've got Commandment, Seni, and Edges, who is doing very, very well, but not as consistent as we'd like. Again, they continue to kind of go down in that just getting into placement. They came in 15th, which means they get the 2 placement points and 1 elimination as well.
Yeah, on this page, I'm just looking at a bunch of different trio playstyles. We have Scented Edgy Commandment, kind of consistent mid-ground some of the time, like to go for low. We have Chat with low, Cease with height. In 16th, Creo, Bucky, Kanata are now rising up a little bit to get back into that top 15. They're going to be at 50 points. It's a 50 to 39 point threshold breakdown. France still on this page. We saw him on day number 1 with his trio, kind of struggling between 12th all the way to 16th. Falls lower now, but you all know that once you hit that rock bottom style beat, when you're down there in the trenches, you find that courage, you find the strats to bounce right back in the next game, and I feel like France might do that in this next one we have to watch.
Man, unrelated for me, what I wanted Narwhal to win because it's such a good song. All right, we're going to keep them all rolling. For those of you that got that, that's for you. Let's talk about the early game here in day number 1. Boys, what is different coming out of yesterday?
I mean, there's some similarities in the teams. We have Narwhals, Turtles, Tigers from Clix's play on height, dropping down with Illis, but it's about all these teams overall in the top 5, where they're dropping, how they're looking. Yesterday, we saw Unknown, Smacked, and Casker play so well in those final zones, but their game starts at Retail Row.
And there are all kinds of animals in this game. And this is going on with our winner from game 1. Just a reminder, they also won the last game of yesterday. So technically 2 games in a row. The Exit Trio, who dropped down by the rig. Now these guys take a huge split, taking the rig and also the log factory up higher from that as well, up further north. And this gives them a ton of loot. In total, 49 chests.
Yeah, I didn't know Sharks could stretch that far. Past that, too, in Doom's domain, we have Zate, Saf, and Stretch. I think in this game as well, also uncontested, so they have as much time as possible to do what they need to do. You saw them play a little bit more consistently last game as well, so they still hold that first place gap with every other team. Our top 5 team now with Rocks is looking like these guys are landing over at Weeping Woods, but no tears here whatsoever. They're playing very consistently, very well. I don't think anyone's going to shake them down from that top 10 slot.
And they were playing consistently yesterday very, very well. Today, that first game, they came in at 14th, so a little bit less consistent again, just clutching into few placement points. But I'm sure the rest of the games today are going to be very, very good for them.
I feel like this first game, it felt very tense. Like, I feel like in this first game, everyone was kind of looking at each other like, okay, hey, we've got 6 matches to play. You guys good? I don't want to fight. What about they want to fight? I don't know about that. Listen, guys, we should think this through. We'll have to see, man. We have another 5 games, and then from there, we'll move on the top 15 teams through to heats. We'll see how things unfold for the remainder of our games. I'm very excited. I can't wait to get back into it. And what I'm getting word of is the battle bus is being prepared. We have to get our casters on board, riding shotgun to take us into and through all the action. So what we're going to do now is send it on over to our boys. Monster D-Face, Aussie Antics. I mean, very quickly, though, before we do go, you know, I got to say, I'm respecting the Jean Jacket gang from Monster D-Face. Shy? I mean, you respect it?
I think jeans are better than plaid 100%, and Monster rocks it really nice.
Is it double denim? Is it double denim, though? Who knows?
We don't know.
Is it double
We're
denim?
not going
Monster
to know.
D-Face.
I
Is
hope.
it double denim? Are you got denim jeans on?
You'll never know what I'm wearing underneath the waist here, as I'm not going to stand up. I'm going to sit down and continue to cast here. But ultimately, thank you guys, man. Thank you guys for the awesome breakdown there. Yeah, it was looking like a landslide for a second there, Ozzy. I mean, the boys up at the top, up at Doom's Domain, all of a sudden now get closer and closer to the rest of the pack here.
Yeah, they're getting closer and closer, and they're driving their way up. Your pick's looking really, really good, and this is what we expected to see out of them, was that dominance that we wanted to see. One thing I'm kind of noticing on the map is it looks like maybe someone muscling in towards their area. They're getting more and more teams kind of pushing down towards their drop spot and making it a little bit harder, but you talked about as well, Monster. I actually think it was you when you talked about that mid-game rotate and the storm surge they had coming around that edge and getting to center of third. It paid off in spades. It's what set them up for the end game, and it's what, unfortunately, is probably one of the only downsides of this drop spot. It's just so far away, and because they are so uncontested, they don't get their tags, so they can't go center early. Whatever they did last game and the game before, because like Zeke touched on, they won last game yesterday, so this is back-to-back wins. Whatever they're doing now, it's working.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they took complete control of the entire end of that run there. From half in, half out, they were just granted literally the perfect situation that they love to be in. And not only that, the major impact to set Shark up for success, because they were running low on material, and once he got that impact elimination, that was it. It capped them completely off, and they were able to hold that entire rotate on through. Not only that, though, you saw in the end moments there, they wiped up every team that was left. All of those eliminations were falling into their favor. They quickly went from 5 to 12 eliminations in the final moments.
That's what you do. They set up those low ground. You talked about it. I love the analogy you made. They set up the crypt. It was low ground. They built out all the extra builds they needed. They had all the floors. They had the roofs, and they could just drop people in, and they're just waiting. They had that bigger base. It was more like, it wasn't even a 4x1. They didn't have the walls in between just so they could have those big sight lines, and it paid off. It was a really, really good game for them, and it was those shockwaves as well. I'm not sure how they got their hands on so many shockwaves, but that's what we don't usually see with that team. They quite often get that top 3 with a bunch of eliminations, but without the shockwaves, they can't really make that big hype play to kind of take over that top team. And you saw Shark just bouncing and bouncing and bouncing and just annoying Clicks. If that didn't happen, Clicks would have had full control.
Yeah, not only that, I want to give some respect to Ghost, Clarity. Gee, the man was going crazy in the low ground. When we jumped out of his perspective, he continued to pick up elims, by the way, finishing 4th there. So ultimately, though, what a crazy game. It wasn't a great game, though, here for Miro, Day, and Reverse 2K. If you're just tuning in from home, ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 1's conclusion. This is game number 2 now, as we're stepping into the beginning portion here of the Day 2 qualifier. I mean, you saw that Day was the last alive, but Miro, once Miro went down, he got dropped early in that battle as the Reverse 2K. That was it. They got wiped up rotating into the next zone, so they're going to have to mix things up.
They're going to have to mix things up, and then we see a fight breaking out that we haven't seen too many times. A team that doesn't need to mix things up, doing really well, but unfortunately, Unknown Army being dropped on here over at the Collector's Station. This is hard. This is a great spot for them. They need this extra loot. They need these rifts, and it's been these change of playstyles that has been so good for Unknown Army's team. He's either dropping up there, or he's dropping towards the ocean, towards where Old Grotto used to be, and getting just that extra little bit of loot and trying to bring it down, and unfortunately goes against him, but a full trio dropping there. That was definitely like, that was a targeted assault. They wanted that loot, and they wanted to take out Unknown, and looks like they caught him off guard. I don't know how he didn't see them flying in.
And more importantly, that just looks like good preparation. That's the same team that was contesting Coop, Fishy, and Chap in the final game yesterday. It was Jeff and company, and now this time they say, hey, why take the early game battle in the old caddy's corner when we can just stretch outwards to the mountain? Look at all this free terrain. And for a second there, Unknown was getting this round after round in the closing moments yesterday. So with that, it looks like they hit the VOD review. They hit the replay mode. They said, wait a second, there's no way he's over here by himself getting all of this gear to himself. And now they come in with the counter strategy. He was landed on and pickaxed out of the game.
And that's the thing, you talk about counter strategies. What does Unknown Army's team do as the counter strategy? They can't leave Retail to drop on him to back him up, but Niddle, Clarity, and Mikey setting up a really good shot over here on this player court, way away from his team from what I can see, right on the edge. You can see that in the bottom right in the minimap, he's got a little yellow marker further away. It's Jeff that gets taken out, one of the team new age members, and obviously his team doing a kind of coastal split down here, maybe all the way over to Camp Cotton. His teammate didn't even look like he was going anywhere near a monster. He heard the shots, he heard the comms, he was heading the opposite direction instantly. He knows, full trio, you've already been beamed, there is nothing I can do.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to shake him down, so you have to start, gapping that distance. You got to gap away from these enemies here. And remember, this is the same team, guys. I just brought up Jeff and his crew. They landed on Unknown Army and then split off in 3 directions, sort of a prong split. But it seems like it's a counter for the counter because Clarity, Niddle, and Mikey were ready on their rotate on into the new zone. They were doing a dead side rotate, and I mean, they came across the solo player there, and the rest are just nearby. What a way to kick the game off there for Clarity, Niddle, and Mikey, who they were middling in the pack. They were middling in the competition, and now 2 great games back-to-back already, partly just off of the big elims in the early game.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's just be thankful that with the average age of Fortnite pros, I don't think they can drive just yet, as we see the Stark cars going straight off Stark Industries, and this is just, it's such an underrated feature of Stark Industries. Whenever we talk about what each drop has versus Dooms, what's better, man, these vehicles are seriously good for rotates and hitting the rotates early, and look at that, they're already now onto the bridge, they're already in such a good position. They can now kind of park these here, try and save them up for later, and get one of the most dominant positions going into mid-game. They can farm all this out and control it, or just set up and get their Storm Surge tags.
Yeah, definitely. But, in the grand picture of things, they didn't do too hot last game. Wait a second. Avery falls off. He tries to crash pad himself, thinking he was going to land in the river. No, it's not going to end up like that. Booga has to come down now and play for the save.
I think that was just a complete mistake through and through. I don't think he thought he was going to land in the river. Yeah, I think the crash pad came out just that millisecond too late, but unlucky. He falls down. Booger gets in the boat, and I think he's going to get him back up nice and quickly, as maybe we see the secret for why this team's doing better here today. We saw them fight time and time again at Salty Springs yesterday, Monster, and we said that it just didn't seem like it was working. This looks like a different fight, and what I already like to see, there's nobody else around. When they were at Salty, they were getting third-partied all the time from Authority. Now they have time to take this fight and really take their time with it, and if you're fighting Clicks, Illust, and Bizzle, if they take their time and they have control, they're probably going to win unless someone shows up.
Yeah, this is one of the 2 teams they were definitely engaging on. Either they go towards Holly Hedges and take this battle up top, or they rotate straight through to Salty, and you're seeing it's going to end in one way or the other. Either way, they're going to take that mid-game battle, or the early game fight is what I should say here, as Gabe and Tahi are the last 2 alive here. Illis is already concluded on his elimination. Clicks is going to go ahead and fend them off, but it is going to be a bit of a dragged-out battle here into the storm line. Either way, I don't think it's looking too good for the team underneath, as they're just based up waiting for Clicks and crew to jump on top of them. And here it is. Illis is already ready for the action. The crash pad comes in. They're just trying to set up for the fight here.
Yeah, they're trying to set up for the fight, but they were doing really well as well. Remember, this team is just outside your top 15, or just inside, I should say. They were 14th coming into this game, so this is really unfortunate for a team that I don't think is yet qualified and needs to hold that top 15 position today. And if this game's going to keep going like this, if this rotate's going to keep turning into them butting heads with Clicks, Illust, and Bizzle, they might have to rethink their whole strategy, because yesterday, this wasn't Clicks' team strategy. They were going a different rotate path altogether. They were not coming through here at this time, and if they're going to change it, which seems to be working way better, maybe Gabe's team has to react and change something as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle are on an upwards trajectory here, especially coming into day 2. That game 1, they finished 3rd overall as far as the placement points that they picked up. I mean, obviously taking 2nd place in the last game, just showing that they aren't here to mess around. They're here to play Fortnite. They're doing a really good job of it today. Slick, though, down to 10 HP here. It's not looking too hot for him. He's probably going to have to get carried to the new zone, as Bully was the last one with the most HP right now. Already lost Isiv, which means that the Steamy Stacks fight was a bit drawn out. And I mean, I'm seeing the 3 elims there, yeah, so they already won that engagement. Yeah, look, Bully's going to have to carry him on in.
Yeah, same situation. I think it will be the normal situation of, I think it's win the battle, lose the war. I think they got the eliminations over Steamy, but as you can see, 6 points on the board, that's all they're really getting each game. They're winning the fight, and then they're getting nothing else to show for it afterwards.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting, though. It seems like Slick left the game just to grant all the loot here for Bully instead of sticking around. So I guess it just feels like the pickup, right? The reboot is just not possible, and they're just going to go ahead and bite that bullet, take that one for what it is, and continue on through the game, see what Bully can do by himself.
Yeah, Chapu, Fishy, and Coop having a better day today. So they struggled a little bit yesterday. They had one really good game early on, and then things kind of went downhill after that. But they had a great game one again. They made it right to the very end, going down to the XZ guys on low ground, and that's one of the issues with this team. They also play a similar low ground strategy, and you've talked about it a few times. They've got the big brains in there. They're great solo players, but can they really mesh together? As we see them dating back to the FNCS Invitational, Who Fishy closes fights in an average of 55 seconds, the fastest rate in NAE. So as I'm talking about, do they have the mechanics to close out teams on low ground? It looks like Who Fishy has the mechanics to do it in solos, but maybe this team kind of struggling to be able to put it together in trios. But this is a team that hasn't been together for too long. Chapper's gone through team after team, player after player, and I'm sure they'll start to find some purchase pretty soon, as already in this game, they're looking a lot better.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a risky rotate with the vehicle on through the middle, but I mean, it's so hard to get shot at once you're going in this vehicle because you can't be hit from behind. So Coop and Who Fishy are going to get away with this one, as is Chap, and they make their way to the mid game here. They find themselves a nice, comfortable spot there on the zone. That was still a dicey rotate nonetheless through a multitude of teams. You saw how many people were looking to fire on in. 14 points right now in the competition here. Narwhal, Bank, and Zlem. We saw a bit of them. We did see how Zlem was taken out, I believe, or Bank was, and it was up to Narwhal to kind of clutch up and find some big points. They're already at 3 eliminations, and this is from the northern portion. I do wonder who it is that they battled. Was it Serial and company on the coastal area? Possibly again, so seems like they're winning their fight consistently.
Yeah, I think it's a really safe use of mats. They seem to be boxing up all in the same 1-by-1, staying nice and safe because they're really close to that rift, and I just don't think they want to use any material that they don't have to. Would have maybe gone for the bush strat instead of the 2-by-1 in wood, because this is looking a little bit sketchy. If I was looking for an easy fight and I was a team like Clixers, that's exactly what I'd have my eyes on, but this is looking like a pretty long drawn-out fight here with a lot of builds and trying to base away, maybe trying to get some Storm Surge tags. As TJ, Rokane, and Voil usually playing a lot safer than this, usually playing a lot smarter, but maybe they're just trying to get their tags off because there's a lot of eyes on this area. There's a lot of people here, and Rokane's going for the crash pad. I have to think this is Storm Surge, but either way, it works really well. Gets a really heavy charged shotgun shot, and there it is. Takes down Tezzy, so they are only 173 above, now 275, so yes, this was a play for Storm Surge, and Rokane does it beautifully there, and still has 4 crash pads to his name.
While it might have been for Storm Surge, it was a great play. The big shot, you just had to follow up and finish the fight after that one. And now Jarito is left by himself here inside the gas station, underneath a cone, trapped in between TJ, Rokane, and Voyo, Who Fishy, Coop, and Chap. There is no safe exits here. You basically have to choose your poison at this point. But on high ground, looking for a good position right now. Niddle already poised up to get that information outwards for the rest of the zone. Casker and Smacked by themselves. I don't see any unknown army there unless they're doing another wide split, but that doesn't seem very likely either.
Yeah, they're not doing a wide split. I don't know. They're a duo, so they got to see how they're going to play this one as well. Still a really good team, and with their consistent play style, I don't know having the third will cause them too many issues, but it's going to be about how they got their Storm Surge. You're losing the firepower of Unknown Army, and that's a really, really big blow to that team. Is Clarity G, Niddle, and Mikey looking pretty good, but not the best loadout on Mikey. I don't want to say he's looking pretty good with a bandage cannon, no shields, but obviously playing that support role for his team. And there's plenty of shields around here, 95 above. And with this, the first time I think we've seen one of these really, really far kind of Southwest Zones monster. And this is looking great for the XZ team because we're talking about it again. They don't normally get to go center of future zones, where right now the zone's coming to them.
Yeah, but it's hard to play when the zone lands on top of yourself. You don't have a necessary game plan. I'm going to be very interested to see how they manage to pull this one out. as I want to give the full story. I forgot. Unknown Army was actually pickaxed out of the game, so that means his card was not retrieved by Casker and Smack there. So hence the reason they are still running as a 2-man team. That is a tough blow, like you mentioned, not having the firepower from Unknown. But there you guys have it. The story has been answered. The mystery was solved, as I had to think on it for a second there. But Mikey, Niddle, and Clarity G, definitely one of the, more underrated trios, I'd say, because, Niddle's been around. Clarity has a mean track record from duos or really any squad-based style game mode. He is literally a fragger and a half. He is one that is going to pick up elims after elims. He's going to follow up. He is reliable, and he was reliable in the last game. I mean, they came overall from that game upwards of second place just based off of how many elims Clarity managed to find in the final moments.
They got a lot of eliminations at the end, and they're looking pretty consistent with their positioning. And this is looking like two freebies just walking their way right through. Divine is one shot from, I think, anything. XNB not doing too much better himself, coming out of Storm here, and they're set up in a great position. Whether they deliberately knew this team would be coming through here, and this should be freebies. They need to close out quickly, though, as there are a few other teams in the area, and a couple of shots from them in the lobby focus will get the elimination. But unfortunately, for Mikey's team right now, they haven't hit any tags. So they don't know these players are white. They don't know they're incredibly weak. If they hit a single shot, then they'll know, but they haven't found it yet. And Mikey playing a little bit aggressive, wanting to push them down, and it would be such a big blow and so unfortunate if they didn't push this fight. But no, never mind. The time spent trying to go for this fight, they end up getting put on the back foot, and Mikey gets beamed up, and it's so unfortunate. It's like when you watch a movie and you know something the main character doesn't know. You know how easy these eliminations are, but the team beneath, I don't think they know how weak this team above them is.
Yeah, honestly, and that was a great map shot as well, just to give you guys an idea of who was in the area. There's not a lot of players back here. This is a pretty isolated battle outside of the third party that hit Mikey there, because Smacked and Cask, look, they're already gone. And those other arrows that you see off in the distance, James and company, they're rotating now to the new zone. So it is still a very interesting fight that they can take nonetheless. Shockwaves are going to come out, so they're going to be long gone now. And the rotates on in, the focus, the pressure here coming from Mikey. They're going to go for the right side, trying to get closest to the piece of landmass that's right in front of them. And I mean, they're probably going to continue this battle through Divine and XMB here, but maybe not. No, look, they take the wide rotate instead, way around all these other builds that are already there, and trying to keep a low profile.
They need to keep a low profile because they are a full trio, but they're far from Storm. They're going to keep hiding behind these old builds, but we see it time and time again. You save some materials when you go behind another team, but they can very easily turn on you and hold you, as Chap, Coop, and Hoofishy have a nice big base. They're kind of working their way through right now as well, as these end games are so exciting when they go through buildings like this. A lot of people usually cling to those buildings and try and use the permanent structures for a bit of cover, and that's where those box fights break out, where Calc, Zex, or Macwood are very, very proficient. So this might be where they can have a turn and change their games around, as they maybe get to be a little bit more aggressive in the mid ground, as Coop and Chap's already on the board with elimination. Coop isn't, so not usually the player on this team you'd expect to have the elimination, but they've got such a big tunnel and such a big base here with so much room to control. They just got to be careful that someone doesn't sneak in.
No.
I think that was a misclick. That has to be a misclick. Chap was trying to go for the finish there, and I'm pretty sure Hoofishy accidentally pulled out the shockwave. We saw how brutal that was with Booger's team yesterday. Your World Cup solo champion, unfortunately, throwing down a shockwave on his team on high ground instead of a splash. He put it out on Twitter. He fully owned up to it. It just shows that anyone can make those small mistakes.
Yeah, definitely. And that was XMB's teammate. Remember, they did not have any HP, so it all makes sense right now as to why he was down and out and then picked up to get thirsted. XMB's just behind the other wall here. I mean, it's not looking too good for him, as he is poising up, giving them a lot of attention on the other side of the box. But Coop here, trying to continue through with the follow-up right now, inching his way forwards ever so dangerously right now. And you can see, obviously, on our perspective, the silhouette of the body behind the wall. So there are players in front of them. They have an ultimate rotation to make here. They have to get all the way across the zone right now. No favor on this side. Here comes what would be a potential shockwave setup right now. I think they're trying to figure it out. Are we going to pepper? Yep. Are we going to shockwave? Okay, it's going to be a pepper rotate.
Let's see if they hit the shockwave into the pepper maybe as well. Quite often they'll pop their peppers before their rotation lines, but no, they're just going to run it, and sometimes it does work. The extra speed from those peppers really lets you cover a lot of distance quite quickly, and it's quite hard to shoot at, as Jampa, Booger, and Avery make a bit more of a straight beeline rotation. We have to assume they've got those shockwaves in the back pocket, and they've rotated to the complete opposite side of this map, Monster. They start at Stark Industries. They're all the way down now on that southwest side, so they've rotated all the way down and around to try to get away from this area here, because as much as Clix, Illust, and Bizzle don't have too many players on them, only one team, that could be a huge problem. If they don't have mobility, they're stranded. They're going to get focused by everybody else that's over on this side of the map, as the map kind of splits in two. You can see so many teams on the south side now, so many teams on the north, as everyone tries to just clamber into this edge. And I just want to see where the XZ guys are going as Zexro takes down Avery.
And not only that, Furious follows up with the Thirst, and then one of the XZ Shark went down. Talk about stranded. Bucky was by himself, and he found XZ Shark on the rotate into the new zone. So there it is. Big names are falling right now in the feed. Those are players that hold significant value to the leaderboards right now. That means the top 2 of the top 3 teams right now are literally a man down minimal at the very least that we know of right now. So already the landscape is starting to change here as we're approaching the half in, half out. That was the mid game. The mid game's over, and now the end game begins here. The first full big moving zones are going to come out. Coop, Chap, and Hoofishy leading the rotate here. That is Chap's specialty here, getting in front of these zones and rotating in the low ground. I mean, he basically pioneered this strategy long time ago, right? When it was not really used about these storm zone type rotates hovering across the lining, right? It was like Bizzle, players like Chap, they literally pioneered these styles of rotate. You see, they do it best, especially when they have the peppers, they have the movement.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that there's a bit of a mental block for Coop, Chaff, and Hoofishy that they almost never go for high ground. They have the shockwaves there. They could maybe cause an upset, but I think they'll play it best if they stick to low ground, find these angles, do what they do best, and then maybe go for a late shockwave for height, because unless it's changed from that wide shot, we saw Bizzle setting up for high ground. You talked about those players who pioneer the meta. Bizzle is the ultimate high ground warrior. Back in the day, I'm thinking of like Secret Skirmish, so many times where they just dominated on high ground from top to bottom, and Coop's trying to do it from the bottom right now, as it is Clix, Illust, and Bizzle right up there, but Clix on his ultimate top layer gets broken out. So right now, Chap's team needs someone to contest that height. They need someone to look up and really try and cause some damage here, because that top ground team is looking so hard to beat, and we've seen it time and time again. If they get control and no one focuses them, they end up the healthiest when it comes down to those toe-to-toe fights, as Coop walks forward. 162 on the shot, takes down Spegu, and they're controlling the low ground as we know they can.
And Bucky's still catching Elims in the feed. Clix is still catching Elims as well. The follow-up here is Coop's going to find someone on the late storm line, rotate there as well. It's going to be a good follow-up there for TFT. He's not going to manage to pick up any of the loot. Not that he necessarily needs it right now, but it's all good because he is still very much healthy and set up here. Another team comes through. He's looking for the wall replace just for the comfort to keep his layer safe, and now they're rotating across. This is such a strong position to be in. 5 elimination, the momentum, the wind is in their sails right now, and they're doing so good. But once again, Clix, Illis, and Bizzle, the perfect hold. Clix all the way on ultimate height.
Whatever they've changed, whatever that team has fixed is doing so well today. They found themselves on high ground 2 games in a row now with no mythic loot and no guaranteed shockwaves. That is no small feat right now, but it's because of other big teams like Zate being out of this one. So Clix, Bizzle, and Illust have to capitalize. They need to make this game count. If you're in this position, you have the high ground, you need to win it. And Coop, this team has not qualified. They didn't even make the finals last week. We haven't talked about that. This is their first time in finals as a trio because they're such decorated players. You just assume they've already had a good run. They need to get top 15 as Chap now falls down to AJ, but Hoofishy and Coop can clutch this one out. 5 of the eliminations on Coop, so the firepower is still up. And you've talked about it, Monster. This is 2 of the best solo players. They know how to control themselves in situations like this.
100%, and you know they're going to be trigger happy right now. Is this? They're just 2 people with crazy potential, a very high ceiling when it comes down to catching eliminations, clutching up in these moments, just like that. The great follow-up here for Coop. 6 eliminations. He's carrying the power in his hands right now, and Hoofishy's now leading the tarp out. The switch right there. Just take a look at that. The quick loot split as well. There is no moment of hesitation here. They are literally in sync. Talking about in sync though, high ground is literally controlling everything right now, but it's more low ground action. The beautiful follow-up right here.
Oh my
God. Finds 2 more in front of him, and a 3rd inside the zone, and yes, he finds that one as well. France goes down, and now he manages to pick up the loot as well. He is still very much in this game. Coop at 9 eliminations.
Coop is dropping frag after frag, but it's a 1v1v3, so you have to think Clix's team has all the advantage here, but Coop has dropped so many eliminations. Even a 2nd place right now would be monumental. Even a 3rd place, such a good game as we see Philip go back in for the heal off, which only makes things harder for Coop. He now needs to fend off 3 of the scariest players in the game as a solo. Shockwave comes out, he goes for high ground. Does he have the mats for it? I think he's 1v1 in Clix and it falls, but what an insane performance from Coop. 9 eliminations by himself, 10 10 as a team, and the second place. That is ridiculous.
And for Bizzo, Illis, and Clicks there to conclude with 11 eliminations as well. What a big game for, once again, a back-to-back performances. Our first and second place teams picked up a ridiculous amount of double-digit eliminations, leaving everyone behind in the dust there, Ozzy. I mean, we talk about players performing. There was no stage fright in sight there for Coop, who was just tearing up in the low ground. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk, though, to break it down.
Thank you so much, guys, for breaking down that game. I mean, Reese, I don't get it. Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle, when they find themselves in this spot where they've just been walking around super quietly up on the high ground, this happens. They get the VR because it always happens the same way. Clicks sitting on a ton of heels. I was going to say heellist. Illist and Bizzle are going to go down and attack the enemy team and just say, whatever happens, we're going to distract them for you. Clicks, you go to heal off, and we'll win. It happens every single time. This is their main play. And when it goes through, they're going to get the VR.
It's clearly working for them too, right? 2 games we've played today. They came second in the first game, and now they've come first this time. So super, super consistent performance out of them so far, and I'm really hoping we continue to see that going forward.
Let's see how the standings are shaking out here. And the second game, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. I don't know what they're doing, but they're still holding on, Reese. But behind them, you've got Unknown, Casker, and Smack. The Exit boys are still holding down that third spot. Jamper, Booga, Avery coming in 4th. And now we see Clicks, Illist, and Bizzle sliding on in to number 5.
Yeah, they're really starting to kind of claw their way back up there into the top numbers. You know, Zayt's team in first had a really, really dominant performance yesterday. They were doing so well. And then today they came in with a 6th with 4th eliminations, which is good, but that last game they went down in 23rd. So that's going to kind of narrow that gap and allow some of these other teams to catch up a little bit. And we can see that. Clicks, Illist, and Bizzle kind of starting to get up in those leaderboards. Unknown, Casker, and Smacked just getting a little bit closer as well. Any of these top 5 teams right now really have big potential to do well.
And we are looking at the top 15 to move on through, right? We're going to see a lot of the top 5. They're chasing that number 1 spot. They want to be able to leave this week and say, look, we took home first this week of the FNCS. But that's not what's the most important right now. What's most important is the top 15 teams. As we get ready to flip on to the next page, we'll see what that cutoff is right now. Currently, it looks like 64 points. You've got Creo, Bucky, and Kanata. Another very strong team that hasn't been able to put things together here in the second day.
Yeah, it's been interesting because their first week, they were so strong, picking up the victory overall in the Qualifier 1. This time, not being as consistent. That last game, they did end up 10th with 6 eliminations, so they were doing something certainly a little bit better this time, but I don't know, potentially they're not rotating well with the zone. Maybe it's their Storm Surge strategy going all the way through. We're definitely going to keep an eye on that team overall because I'm going to be interested to see if they kind of flip this around and can they continue to have that really, really good performance that they had in the first week.
And it could be contributed to like a few different things, right? It could be their drop spot. In week 1, they popped off huge, but in this week, this round is different. We're seeing a different subset of teams making it through to round number 3, so the team they're fighting off spawn might be different. Maybe they've opted to land somewhere else. Something isn't firing. And whatever it is, they need to correct that if they hope to try and move up and try to lock in that top 15. Now, they have already qualified, just to be clear. Now it's all bragging rights, right? Prize money, bragging rights, and cementing these power POIs that they want unlocked for grand finals. Now we do have some stuff to talk about, so Reese, I'm gonna hand this on over to you. Take it away.
So we're taking a look in at our first place of that last game. The people who took that victory royale. Clicks, Illist, and Bizzle. Now how have they done it? That's what we're really, really interested to see. And what we've been seeing a lot, and from a lot of these teams, is really just in that 5th zone. For 50-50, this is where they're claiming that high ground, right? If they get set up for that point, their end game is so much smoother. You can see already right there, Clicks all the way on ultimate high ground. He's up there just in case anyone has to heal off or anyone shockwaves up. If anyone tries to shockwave, they're not going to reach him, they're not going to knock him down. And they send Illist, one of the best fighters in the game right now, lower down. And then again, the same with Bizzle. So they're way lower down, continually pressuring on all the teams down at the bottom. And now we saw Coop have a huge pop-off as well on the main feed. which is really, really impressive to see. But unfortunately, these guys have stuck together so well that all three of them are alive. And when Coop shockwaves up like this, Clix is on the high ground. And it's just not enough. Clix is one of the best fighters in the game, and unfortunately, Coop's going to be taken down. And it would have been an interesting 1v3. If Coop had managed to clutch that game out in a 1v3, that would have been absolutely incredible. He already popped off hugely on low ground, securing a ton of points for his team. And if he'd managed to 1v3 this team and pick up the victory royale, it would have been amazing. But our team of Clix, Illust, and Bizzle were too good on high ground, and they just secured it down and got that victory royale.
I know it's interesting because we saw the same thing happen in the last game. The difference was when they shockwaved up to Clix, they were actually able to contest him. Right there in a 1v3, it's like, okay, even if you could shockwave up, which he was successful, these guys already have it unlocked. They're like, all right, whatever move you're going to make, we've already got you on checkmate. It's already done, and we've got it locked up. On the other side, though, it's like if you can contest Clix and get him to even just make one misstep and then full-on take advantage of that, you can flip the script on these guys because we know Bizzle and Illust, they're going to fight you. That's their whole plan is whatever goes down, hey, top three, all right, it's time to duke it out. Whatever happens, happens. So we'll have to see how players can try to, you know, slow them down a little bit, but I feel like we're just going to see more of this, right, Reese? Clix holding down the high ground. Illust, Bizzle, looking to take fights in the middle and low ground tarp.
I mean, Illust in particular is someone who if anyone, would be scared of, right? He's proven himself in the FNCS warm-up. He came first place there, so clearly can work well in trios. He can slay out, he can do better in placement, pick up the victory royales. He's proven himself there. He's also won cash cups. He's placed well in all of the kind of solo FNCS and solo FNCS invitational as well, so I'd be very afraid of him if I was anyone in this team.
Strong player, man. Well, we are ready to hop back into games. So let's send it over to our casters to take us in.
What a good game that was there as we start to wind down. Man, talk about second place for Clix, Illust, and Bizzles coming into game one, and then a first place follow-up now. This is going to be the halfway mark, though. It's game number 3. How is this going to unfold? Because things are getting very interesting here in day 2, Ozzy.
Yeah, they changed something and it worked. It clearly worked incredibly well. We talked about their rotates towards Salty maybe not being the best idea, and they've changed that, and that's got to be the mind of Bizzle. And that's why I talked about it yesterday. Clix and Bizzle, they're multipliers to each other. They make each other so much better. They're insane in their own rights, but they never quite perform to their full potential unless they're playing together. And I'm sure Bizzle has hit the VODs, he's checked out what's gone wrong, changed their entire game plan, and look at it, it's already doing amazing.
100%, and that's going to bump them all the way up to top 5 like you saw there, that first Victory Royale. This is one of the few times where our top 5 is actually teams of which have all gotten big victories. Not just like, hey, I'm playing consistent, so I'm up here. No, these teams are showing strides and moments of extreme greatness. Talk about greatness, Coop, Chap, and Who Fishy. Just, I want to say that they were like not really relevant yesterday, but today, my gosh, they have turned a page and a half. We started the show off talking about what was missing from their gameplay. Was it Chap not quite being the glue factor here? But I don't know. These last 2 runs have been insane. A third and now a second place follow-up. I mean, Coop clutched up like crazy.
He clutched up like crazy, and that's a lot of what Chap's role in the team is. He gets his 2 insane solo players to end game and just leaves them healthy and seeing what they can do, and it paid off massively there, but I don't want him to have to rely on that every single game, you know? You kind of want to be able to see it still be a little bit, it shouldn't have to be a clutch factor as much, not to take away from their win, because they're definitely figuring something out, and things are going a lot better, and it was a good performance. I want to see this team keep up the consistency, and we were worried about them today as well, because it looked like Game 6 yesterday, they were contested monsters, so we thought we might have another team do that as we're shooting back into Miro, who's not normally contested. Miro is almost fallen, though. Day going super ham here with the green burst rifle, doing some ridiculous damage, and it looks like we got Clarity's team now contesting outwardly into Dirty Dogs, and he takes down Mikey too. We talk about how Miro's the firepower of this team, but it's looking like Day didn't like that one.
Hey man, Day's equally as dangerous. You can see him following up here. They're gonna wipe up Niddle as well, and what a clean drop right there. What is up with Mikey, Clarity, and Niddle playing such a flex drop on the coast? I mean, they found a lot of success on the retail row side. It seems like they bit more than they can chew. They went a little too north. Get back down. Get away from the Dirty Docks. You guys are probably going to have to ignore Reverse 2K Miro and Day here because, I mean, where one team goes up and another team goes down, Reverse 2K and them have been slipping down the leaderboards, down to standings. This might be just enough, just a couple points to put them back in where they need to be.
Yeah, a couple points in big Storm Surge tags. We've seen this team going down on weird rotates where that was also the kind of fight you want to have on spawn because it closed out quickly. And now you can hit your rotate and it didn't slow you down too much because it might not seem like it, but even 10, 30 seconds a minute can be so big when we talk about these teams' plans on their rotates. They've versed these players for, upwards of 8 games now. They're starting to feel out their rotations. They know when and where teams are going to be at certain times. And a fight that you didn't previously have can instantly change that whole chemistry and how you're playing the game. So they got to kind of hit this rotate, but it looks like they don't have too difficult of a zone, which could be quite nice. And another question I had coming into this game was what was happening with Unknown's drop now, and I haven't seen him in the feed, so I have to think he either left that area or something has changed because I want to see that team continue their performance here because they're still in second place overall, but your guys are pushing up on the leaderboard, Monster. 128 points in third across the 8 games. They're looking really good. At this rate, they could take the lead over Zayd's team.
Yeah, they're definitely close, but last game wasn't a great one as they did make it through to endgame. They lost Shark, like I called out, when Bucky dropped him on the rotate from half in, half out. So that was a big mistake there, losing one of the major components to what is their successful 3-man run that they do in the low ground. So it really, what we see in the end games is typically all 3 of them alive, working in unison to make big things happen. It's never those one-off crazy performances like Coop just had. Not at least in the last couple days. So maybe that's the key to success is actually staying as a full-man team. But we'll see. It was just one game they fell off. But yes, they're very much up in that top 3 still.
Yeah, they definitely have that strategy of staying really close together. They sit on each other's hips and they don't spread out too far, and that's where sometimes you do. You usually see them all succeed together or all fall together. You very rarely see one of them caught off, and I think that's just their ability as a player as well. You have Shark and Knight, who are one of the best duos last season, having that incredible chemistry, and I think they're just really good at knowing where the other players are in the team and just not getting caught out like that, and that's one of the advantages of low ground. It's very, very hard to get caught out on low ground or get dropped in. Quite often, you're the one dropping other teams on you, and if you have that firepower like they do, it most of the time goes your way. So it was really interesting to see, but it's also interesting to see that the teams that are having those huge rise up in the leaderboards, we have Clix's team on top, but it's also a lot of teams in the low ground. Coop's team again succeeded so massively there from the low ground. So you talked about how much you love that meta shift or a team having their own meta, and the 2 teams we're seeing employ that strategy are both doing probably the most consistent here today behind Clix's team, which I don't know how they keep getting high ground so consistently without what appears to be any real mobility. I haven't seen them with massive amounts of shockwaves. They don't drop a POI that has a vault, but we also have to talk about how good Sweaty Sands seems to be as a drop, because we now have our EU finalists who have now won both weeks of the qualifiers coming out of uncontested Sweaty, so maybe it's something I just don't know.
Yeah, it definitely is very interesting. I mean, we saw a very cool map as well that showed what was the heat signature of PvP action that breaks out across the map, and most of it was in the south, I'd say southeastern portion, not the northwest where Sweaty is. So it could just be the way the dynamic of that area works out. The players just have to move, and no one plays for those coastal fights, whereas outside of Lazy Lake and some of those other areas, it's just a bit more of a funnel, right? Those mountains that meet a little bit more center on that side causes more of the action.
A very good point. It's kind of just where those fights break out, and it depends. And we have Zayt, Saf, and Stretch now looking really healthy, and this is what's going to change up the games. They went a little bit quiet today, and they went a little bit quiet to the end of yesterday as well, so hopefully they can kind of pick back up the momentum here. These are players who've played so many tournaments at the highest caliber, so I don't think it'd be like a nerves issue. I don't know, maybe a mentality issue, but they're looking great right now, and this is what's scary for teams like Clix. I'm not as scared when I see this team healthy for teams like AV and Coop, who are having insane dominance on low ground. But if you're the team that's been prioritizing high ground the last few games, with this team coming into endgame rolling up, it's going to be a lot scarier for you.
What an interesting area to decide to base up here. There's no rifts or anything. They're just sitting on the side of the mountain cliff right now with options to go left, right, or dead center. I'm assuming the zone has to be favoring on top of them. Hopefully we get a little bit of more of a wide shot to give us a better understanding of that one. But either way, there's also a team right up above, possibly Booga, Jamper, and Avery, which they definitely have an idea of where these guys are situated because they drove right by in that loud vehicle.
Well, hugging right underneath the mountain here is quite interesting because it looks like a very sheer face, and it is, but it kind of curves up at the top. So if you were, say, Booger's team on top and you wanted to take tags on this team down below, you'd have to almost build out to look down, which is such a scary position to be in, especially when you're open up high above the whole lobby. So I like this positioning, but this is what I was going to ask. Where are you getting your tags? Like, who is rotating through this area? You just don't have as many sightlines as what you probably need, and I'm seeing no eliminations on the board, so I don't think they've been fought early, as we now see another team rotating through Authority. It looks like NPen's off in the distance, so the main Sharks here at this drop spot have left. They've kind of left this one, and looks like they're letting a team kind of come through and live in there with a little bit of rent paid.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to come on in and start collecting up here. As you can see, they're just refreshing material at this point. It's Lemon Narwhal. Narwhal leading the push towards the top. Once again, they've just had quite an interesting day so far. Definitely finding their moments of success here throughout the competition. With Zuni's Aspect already have rotated out. Oh, wait, it looks like they actually came back. Okay, so they're hovering all around the base of this area. I don't think they fully committed to the exit strat, which is kind of interesting because this zone's going to close, and surely it's not going to land on top of the Authority. Zlem gets taken out on the low ground. Yes, so Aspect comes right back. You move into the house without permission.
That's
what I was going to say, the eviction.
Right now, they are back. Aspect is so crazy because they were gone, right? They were rotating out. And they're like, wait a second. They're coming into Authority, and they come straight back. This team is almost conditioning this, not as a drop, but as a rotation point. I have a feeling Bank, Narwhal are going to be like, okay, next time, let's just go wide of Authority. Let's not go in there. It's not worth the material because the amount they've now invested in a player's going down, and Aspect is going for this one. He is playing aggressive, but Narwhal fighting back, though. Gets the knock on to NPen at 180. Oh my god, Narwhal. Okay, never mind. You can rotate through Authority anytime you want. He is proving insane in these box fights right now. He was on the back foot, all aggression coming forward, and he hit his shots.
I mean, NPen already surprised us once with the Kanata standoff, but now Narwhal's showing that he can do the same. Big shots left and right here, and it's going to be an upgrade as well. They were below the Storm Surge, not anymore. Now they're way up and above it here with 2 insane hits. And now look at the follow-up here. The floor is broken into. Yes, he's going to jump down, and it's a 3-peat for Narwhal. 5 eliminations.
That is massive. And look at the loot they get. So at the same time, Zlem's gone down, but maybe can hit the reboot as well. I think they've got access to his card. It shouldn't have expired by now if they haven't already grabbed it. And 3 eliminations like that is crazy. I'm trying to tell this story of Aspect holding down Authority. No one's going to want to rotate through here, but Narwhal just, jeez. He's making a name for being one of the fighters I should start paying attention to.
Yeah, you know, I was literally setting it up. It's like, yep, he's coming to come in victim, right? They're gonna toss right out this building. Nope. It was the other way around.
Completely flips it.
When the residents fight back here is the story. Unknown Army, though, is alive this time around. So Casker and Schmack do have the glue to this team. I mean, they didn't find much success without him in that last run. So I am interested to see what difference is it going to make now that they have the full team, the full firepower to back them up. Smack takes the sniper shot. It's not going to find it. They're way up and above the Storm Surge line, so it's not that they need to take these fights. They just want to put the shots down on their rotates right now, trying to fend them off to get away from the Storm line.
Well, this 3-person perspective gives us a good grasp of my question was, now if they're getting players kind of pushing in and taking those little areas of loot pathing they have, what's their loot going to look like? And still very, very strong. They have a lot of shield. They have the sniper rifles. They have the shockwaves. They have the mobility, crash pads, everything they could need. So this team is looking really, really good, except for the fact they're rotating what looks to be a little bit late, and they're going to have no hope of going anywhere central on this zone with a few teams in front of them setting up looking for their tags. So it's all going to be about this next rotate. If they hit another clean rotate after this, can kind of find their way through this situation into a more central area, they're going to look really good. But I didn't see the map there, but I saw what looked like a pretty far pull zone.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to go the distance. And talking about going the distance, ladies and gentlemen, this is round 3, day 2 of the qualifier and game number 3. We're just approaching that halfway mark to get you guys all caught up. We want to hit those talking points just to let you know that these games have been dragging on now for 2 days. So the competition has been very, very crazy, very back and forth, and I feel like the narrative today has already shifted. Just different teams finding their moments of success, and honestly, it is very, very cool to watch how 2-day performances change the story as a whole, because now you're seeing different squads just come up and find more success here. It's not as dominant as it was into day 1, at least not so far in this halfway mark here, as the XSET team's trying to make a rotate across, barely above the Storm Surge line there, and luckily it ticks over.
Yeah, the story here is kind of changing. We're not having new faces on top and necessarily we're having new faces on top, but they're teams we'd expect, right? We're not seeing Zayd up there, we're not seeing Bucky, Kriya, Kanata. We're now starting to see Chap's team come up big in this day, XZ's team coming up big with a huge wipe and so much loot. So they're not underperforming names, they're not underdogs by any means, but they're players that we've expected to do well that haven't in previous weeks or tournaments, who are now finally finding their purchase, finally getting into the groove of things and just making things work here. But I think Zayd's going to try and clap back this game as they're in a good position unless something goes wrong. And a team that's been a bit underwhelming, I know they were actually Reese's pick as well, who has been picking winner after winner. Edgy, Centered, and Commandment just not having the best performance previously, as we see that Edgy and Centered have top 10 FNCS placements in both NA West and NA East. They are cross-regional warriors. Obviously living out of Canada for Centered, usually playing on NA West, but unfortunately, I believe, we don't really know. Reese said that we think that Center's back on NA West. NA West, man. Zeke, I have ones for you, mate. NA West, but he's back on NA East right now, but we're not really sure. And that's a big difference. They were dropping Stark Industries, and they left due to that ping difference. Centered having to go back and playing on somewhat, people say about 70 to 80 ping, and I don't know whether that's still the case, because something's not working here.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, by not working, we're just saying, like, they haven't quite taken a flashy victory or anything. Today, they're doing fairly good. Like, they stepped up their gameplay in general. They finished 6th in the last game with 3 eliminations. Not what you expect, right? Centered and Edgy have some serious firepower. And Commandment, he is literally the knight in shining armor. He is the slayer. He will find everything that he needs, and he connects consistently. And the round before that, I mean, they had 22 minutes plus of a live time. So they made it also to the end, but just small tweaks, and we can see them definitely run away with it. I think they're in pretty good shape today.
They're at the same time as well, this team didn't actually make finals last week, so they have had less game time than these other teams. They didn't get 12 games of these lobbies last week as they didn't make it out of the round 2 into the round 3. So right now they're in 12th place and they need to stay inside that top 15 because they haven't qualified yet. And if they have that inconsistency next week, Monster, if they don't make it out of round 2, they're probably not going to get in off consistency either. So this is actually pretty important for this team to stay inside top 15 today.
Yeah, and they're just there. They're in 12th overall right now. It's 86 points. I mean, the difference being just a couple of eliminations that we already know. Cease Furious and company have already found some. Reverse Mirror and Day also found some as well. So the other teams, they're breaking away from the pack off eliminations. Scented, Edgy, they haven't done that just yet with Commandment's help. So they do need to have bigger games because the competition is starting to run away with it here. But it's so close right now. Top 15 bubble is so tight. It's 65 points to break on in and fly upwards. And I mean, most of these teams you're looking at is hovering right around that 90 to 60 point threshold.
Yeah, one of those teams at that threshold that I saw there on the panning shot that I really want to see them continue to today is Oliver OG, Pulse Onyx, and Larson. We talked about them yesterday. They're currently in top 10. This is their first time making the finals, and a team that I think not a lot of people would have put money on to qualify straight into the heats at getting top 15. So hopefully they can continue that because I don't know whether they'll have the consistency in future weeks, but either way, I love seeing the 12-round format for those teams that make the finals to get so much experience. You get 12 games playing in Storm Surge lobbies, which is just... it's unmatched. It is so valuable to a team, and their progression as Coop goes in right now, but Chap has fallen, and Fishy is currently knocked, and Coop has to try and get them up, and it's not looking good for a team that started to find a bit of purchase here today.
Yeah, definitely here, and all of a sudden they go from the top averaging 2nd and 3rd place to now being down a member. Chap already crossed out, but I mean, we've seen this situation before. It was literally what happened in the previous run. This time around, though, the Storm Surge is going to exit with Chap as well here, as they are 61 damage below, and now they have to figure something out. Okay, things change, though, as players get dropped, and now they find themselves above, but for how long? How safe will they be? 9 players have to get taken out this lobby, so they are not safe by any means, and the zone's only closing in now.
I don't know what extra meds they have. If they had some decent meds, Coop and Fishy, we've talked about it. Scary players, very mechanical. They've got a bit of extra shield. With those peppers, if they can kind of keep a low profile, get some tags here and there, and get their damage coming into endgame, they could still control the low ground in a pretty big way right now. They've got Chap still in their ear who's going to be leading them, telling them what to do and where to go, which could help massively, but they're now in a bad spot getting focused, as this zone is going to be a lot about luck. They've all kind of set up and purchased on the edges of these terrains and these areas of landmass. If it goes to the area that you're not on and you don't have shockwaves, this rotate's going to get very ugly. There is nothing to hide behind except for enemy builds.
Yeah, that's the major problem with the water, is the fact that it is just flat, out in the open terrain, right? There's nothing to hide behind, as you mentioned. And I mean, it's literally like a faction. It's this side or that side, and it seems like it's going to land on the authority side. The western side is going to be the pull here as Coop gets taken out and completely thirsted by Paper. So Paper managed to survive the Steamy Stacks drop this time around. Remember, the last round was also a little close, but Who Fishy jumps down. The full thirst as well, so he's got that one. That's all him.
Yeah, Paper didn't survive for long, but it just shows that all it takes is one player. All Paper did was make it away from Steamy as a solo, and he's already affected the storyline massively, as you talked about the factions and Who Fishy, unfortunately choosing the wrong one. He's on the other side of this water. He's on the other side of this absolute firing range, and he's building through and trying to keep a low profile on the bottom side. If Who Fishy could pull this off, it would be ridiculous. He's made it across, so he's behind those builds, and he can maybe make his way through, but he is so weak right now, and if he can pull something out of this game, it would be insane. Who Fishy, one of the best solo players, insane clutches, but no, he falls there, and honestly, a tall ask for him as both his teammates had already fallen, as we're getting a pretty exciting end game, and I'm looking at teams that are on top of authority now to be in a really good position for this one.
Yeah, that was the last straw there. There's nothing you can do. He drew the short end for sure. As we tune in with Scented Edgy Commandment, all of a sudden now we're actually getting some good airtime for them, because they're alive, right? They're alive, and like I said, they've been just outside of top 10. They're very much almost in the top 15. These are the teams we want to also keep an eye out on, right? It's the top 15. That is the breakout performance. We haven't emphasized enough, I feel like, that these are the guys battling, right? And it matters most for players that didn't qual through week 1, as that's the pressure they're facing here. So it means so much more for them to end very, very high right now. Scented's trying to make his way out here. Someone's in the water. Great tags. But it is just a matter of trying to get in front of the storm line. They're running out of materials, so this might be a fight they're going to want to conclude on. Yeah, this player's a solo here. He's going to get tracked down. 113 follow-up, Aussie. It's not looking good, as they're going to triple man inside the box here. And yeah, he's boxed up. He's in the backside. As long as they don't get tagged too hard here, that should be a free frag for them.
But 13 above, they need some damage here. He got 100 tag on that, and that still only just put them above. So they haven't managed their Storm Surge too well here. And you said it best, they don't have really great material. So I'm seeing the shockwaves, and I'm thinking maybe they get their high ground moment. But again, they went back below. I think that damage will put them above again, but they are not in a dominant position here unless they can get a bit of damage or a big refresh very soon. And I'm seeing them topping out on top of the Xset team beneath them. That's going to be a tough reset. I'm seeing Clicks and Bizzle down there as well. So they've got some tough teams around them. They have to try and get their refresh on.
Oh, it's a battle for high ground, though. Zate's going up to battle Stretch, and Sass on the other side getting some pressure down. Booga, Jamper, and Avery actually conclude. They give up the high ground. They conceive downwards, and they give it up. So now all of a sudden, you have Zate and company on height here. Remember, they were still in first place. They had quite a comfortable lead, even after throwing away another game. Now, though, in the low, it's Bizzo and Click still alive here, and Clicks finds a big X and B, and that's going to be the conclusion. Onto Edgy as well. He follows up. What a big shot.
That's a big shot, and that might be exactly why this team has lost Illest. Maybe it was that fight for high ground. It could have been 3 teams going for it. The 3 teams that we've seen having insane performances from high ground, and that's what they do best. And unfortunately, all 3 of them were set up ready and healthy to take at this end game. So it seems like Zate, the kings of high ground, have managed to beat them out for it. But Clicks and Bizzle aren't out of this yet. Right now, this is a team that's played together a lot. Clicks is firepower, and Bizzle's brain power is a match that you don't want to run up against, even as a duo, as they're in this mid-ground layer. Avery's still picking up eliminations. I still see Kanata in the feed as well. Xset was in there, so we've got some big trios setting up to make big plays, but unfortunately, if you're doing it as a duo, it's going to be sketchy. 9 builds here for Clicks. He has 4 eliminations. He has to find another one soon, and this is what Clicks does best. He's looking for Bizzle. He's trying to find him, but this is where Clicks thrives, trying to find these angles, trying to take these box fights. He's almost out of builds. That's it. 1 left, and unfortunately, Bizzle's on the backside. They're back together, but how can Clicks find this? It's up to him right now. There it is. He finds Boyle. It's only a matter of time when you watch Clicks. He's going to find someone, and he's going to take them out, and he's going to keep pushing forward. 77 tag, has the crash pads. He has to leave Bizzle. No! He finds his way back to Bizzle. Clicks is just doing work on the backside, just getting this refresh, working so hard to get this team back into it. Beautiful double crash pad, but man, they're fighting an uphill battle here, Monster.
And now it's a low ground battle too. Clicks has to continue, but no, he's finally gonna get stopped. Finally put at the red light there for a second on high ground. Give you guys the big picture. It's Stretch, Saf, and Zate. You let them run away from Doom's domain. They'll take that high ground if you give them the opportunity to, and that's what they're doing here now. Blake did catch Avery as well, so that means Booga and company are out of the game as Nanolite Scented now falls as well. These are massive frags for Stretch on height here. 4 eliminations for the high ground hold, and only 3 other enemies remain now as we're approaching the final moments here. And you can see it's a 3v3 on the low ground here, Ozzy.
It's a full trio down there, and
Oh
he takes
my
it down
gosh.
a 200 pump on a Narwhal. We've seen how dangerous this team can be earlier, proving that his fight at Authority paid off. They've gotten second place, but can they get the win? Narwhal's gone down, but can Zlem and Bank do something? Saf's out in Storm, though. They're trying to take this fight out to the low ground. Zlem falls as well. So Zate, Saf, and Stretch are moving their way down, though. Stretch goes down, but it comes down to Stretch and Saf. Zate was out of there, but it didn't matter. Stretch is flexing the builds, and they get the win. We were expecting them to get a few games ago, and I called them, man. If this team's healthy coming into endgame, high ground's just probably not the play.
Definitely. That was a cold one there. Either way, though, we're going to jump on over to the desk here shortly to break down all the action. What a great game for a first-place team.
Goodness, so many things happened there in that end game. I mean, last game we talked about Click saying if you give them the high ground, they're going to walk away with it. Zate said, okay, Zeke, hold on a second. That's not the case. Saf, Stretch, we got to show Zeke. All right, listen, first off, hats off. On the other hand, though, Click's on the low ground. Doesn't matter. He's going to run around and still find eliminations and pull off the unthinkable. And then we get someone trying to challenge high ground. Narwhal up there trying to cause a commotion. Unsuccessful. All right, let's take a look at the Let's take a look at the standings and see how things are going here in game number 3 on the day. Now, remember, this is a cumulative leaderboard. Zate, Saf, Stretch still holding down a 40-point lead, Shio. 40 points?
Speechless is my word that it's this consistent overall over 2 days. No one's really been able to catch up and make it a sub 10-point differential from first to second place. I know XZ is there. Right now it's height versus low in first and second, but height is literally staying on top.
It's true, and you know, some of the other teams we've consistently seen still, I don't think this leaderboard's really changed that much today at all. 40 points difference between first and second, and something that we've actually not seen too much from today is Unknown's trio coming 23rd, 15th, and then 24th again. So maybe in the later half of today they're going to catch up again and maybe claim for that second place or even the first place slot.
Yeah, Cease's trio is actually moving up 9th place now. Usually they were found on that 3rd page. Today, though, they're moving up into the 2nd. Clicks has moved up from 12th all the way now over into the top 5. Boyle, Rokin, and TJ are still playing consistent. Still almost have a 10-point lead there in 6th. Commandment, Scented, and Edgy, though, are now at 11th, 99 points. At 15th, Bucky, Kurokanada are finally in that qualifying range.
And in that end game, we watched Narwhal, Zlem, and Bank really pop off. Second with 11 eliminations. Really big game. You can see they're really taking the lead in the eliminations here over the other players from the 11th to the 15th slots. So if they can continue these kind of games over and over again, these guys could easily punch right up into the top 5.
Yeah, Oliver OG's trio as well. Such a very good split over at that Lighthouse, playing those early drops so well, going for Surge, translating that into points on the leaderboard in the top 15. France and Flipization and Vague, I keep seeing these guys in this page, and I'm rooting for them so hard to get the top 15. They've been bouncing up and down like an entire ping pong match, a pinball table of sorts, or a pinball machine. I'm tripping it over because, like, man, I'm just really excited about this trio. Reese, take over.
Well, we've seen them so many times, right? We've mentioned them, we've seen them in the broadcast, we've seen them in the analysts, we've seen them in the leaderboards over and over again, but they are consistently being just under the 15th points. So if we're moving over into... Oh, sorry, go for it.
I was just going to say, don't mean to cut you off there. We do actually have the results here from Brazil. Again, King, Rusty, and Sium, I believe is the right way to say that, are your winners from round number 2. 367 points. 8 victory royales. In week 1, that was 11 out of 12 VRs. This time, they're back at it again with 8 total of the 12. I mean, guys, the stats speak for themselves, man. I don't even know what's going on.
My calculator's breaking when it understands the context of this edition. 19, I understand it's simple math, but 19 total wins over just the 2 weekends. That is absurd. That is crazy.
And you know, I tried to cover this last week, right? We had 11 Victory Royales in our package, one after the other, after the other, after the other, and it got to like number 5, number 6, and I said, hey, is this the end? There can't be more Victory Royales. There was 5 more Victory Royales after that point because they just kept rolling through. And today, 8 Victory Royales out of 12, which is absolutely nuts. So again, top 8 qualify through here on Brazil, so that's Koff at 133 points from Wishy's team there.
And I'm doing some more calculations. I know we're going through all the way to the 15th place slot here for Brazil, but I think if you add up like the first or second and third, it barely still almost matches up. I think these guys triumph. I want to get a point check again on Reese, if you can check that out, how many points King's trio had, but you combine second and third place together, they still have more points.
A lot.
What?
A lot.
That is more than double
confirmed.
of second place, so.
It's
What?
crazy, dude. I don't... Sundown tweeted out that one time, hey, King's the best player in the world. Apparently, it's confirmed. We have actual factual data to back up that statement. There you have it. Now, of course, Fortnite fam, with 3 games down, we have 3 left to go before we know which 15 teams will be pushing on to Heats. What we're going to do now is go to a break, but when we return, we've got the last 3 games, and we'll know which 15 are going through. We'll see you guys in just 5 minutes.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Resub here to break down the differences between Round 1 and Round 3, which players sometimes refer to as Opens and Finals during the qualifiers, and also how you can apply those differences into your own gameplay. There are a lot of things that you'll see in Round 3 of this FNCS that you won't see in Round 1, so I want to list out what these kind of things are and what you can expect in your own Round 1 gameplay and in Cash Cups. One of the themes that we've been noticing a lot in Round 3 is that teams who are consistently uncontested are doing better on their regions than teams who are being contested by another team. For the FNCS warm-up Round 3, 60% of the people who placed top 5 in any region were uncontested in their drop spot. This is because it's the same 33 teams in every single game, and they all have their planned and prepared drop spots, and they don't really change this unless their day's going very, very badly. So let's look at EU, where Rams Kesix, Grizzy 4ZR, and Grizzy Nate took home that first place slot in the FNCS qualifier week 1. In round 3, they were uncontested 12 out of 12 games at Sweaty Sands, and they played their hearts out to win the overall tournament. In round 1, they were contested by an average of 1 team in Sweaty Sands, which means they had to fight in the early game in nearly all of their matches. This is what round 1 is going to be like for the majority of players out there. You're not going to be able to consistently get a POI uncontested in an open stage because you have no idea who is in your game and where their preferred drop is. So it's very unlikely that you're going to be uncontested all of the games of your tournaments. So to counter this, you just need to know your looting paths through your drop spot as efficiently as possible and be very, very good at fighting there, which my preferred way to practice that is to play a ton of True Arena and really, really get down that drop spot. Another thing you'll notice in round 3 gameplay is that a ton of the eliminations come in at the end of the game, so once the zones start moving. This is because if you get into a fight in the early and mid game with another top tier team in the finals, most of the time it's just not going to benefit them that much. This is because the fight is going to drag on for a long time and both teams are then not going to be able to focus on their rotates or their positioning. Plus, they will most likely waste their heals and their materials, which means that they're not going to get as far into the end game. If you use LG Jamper, Sen Booga and C9 Avery from round 3 as an example, you can see the distribution of the eliminations mainly weighted towards the end game. This is a little bit different in their first game of round 1, because top level players are just so good that they are ahead of the average champion level player. If you look at the elimination spread here, you can see there's way more in the early and mid game because they just wanted to get those high level of eliminations so they could get ahead in the leaderboards after the first game in round 1. So if your trio is a really, really good fighting trio, you can definitely incorporate this into your first game, get you some high eliminations, and then after that, play very, very consistently. If your trio isn't confident in fighting and doesn't win a large amount of their fights, this is a strategy that I would not employ, and I would just recommend instead trying to be a lot more consistent in each individual game. In round 3, players need to ensure they have a solid strategy to ensure that they're above the Storm Surge threshold. On average, they're in a position to get Storm Surge tags 2 minutes before the first zone closes, such as we see from 100 Thieves Arkham, 100 Thieves Rex, and Energy Epic Whale. A lot of teams do this by just focusing on a high ground position like a hill in the center zone, for example, then they're going to have the biggest amount of angles to take shots on players who are rotating, giving them the highest storm surge possible. In round 1, there's more early game fights because there's more players being contested. A lot of the times, the first storm surge at 70 threshold in the third zone does not actually activate because there's not as many players alive. So in round 1, their strategy changes because they spend a little bit more time harvesting and a little bit less time focusing on getting that position to get storm surge tags because there's no storm surge. When the 5th zone, storm surge activates when 50 players are alive, and in the 7th zone it activates when there's 30 players alive, and this can happen in round 1. However, it normally only does this if you're in the top lobbies, so if you're doing very well in the tournament, or it's the very last game of the day, because people are really trying to play placement and will stay alive and avoid a ton of fights. Last thing you'll notice is in the end game, a lot of the times, because there's not as many players alive in round 1, the games are ending much quicker. A lot of the times this happens at the end of the 2nd moving zone, which is the 7th zone, or the end of the 3rd moving zone, which is the 8th zone. And you can see in this particular example from Brazil that there wasn't a huge amount of players alive and they picked up this victory royale in the 2nd moving. Now compare this to round 3, where King, Sion, and Rusty K have to end multiple of their victory royales in a heal-off. This is because the zone closes all the way and all of the players alive start to take zone damage, meaning you're going to need as many white heals as you can, be it the bandage bazooka, chug splashes, or even random campfires on the map. In round 3, this is something that a ton of teams employ a strategy for, giving all of their white heals to one player so that he can stay alive the longest, as seen by the fantastic trio of King, Sion, and Rusty K from the Brazil region, who actually won 11 of their 12 games. 2 of these went down to heal off all the way down into the 9th zone, and this is something you'll constantly see if you're watching round 3 gameplay, but really won't happen that much in the average opens game. Hope you guys learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you on the battle bus.
What's up, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. We are here in NA East. The action is heating up like crazy, and we only have 3 games left to go before we know which 15 teams will be joining us into heats. With only 3 games left, there's a lot of these teams that are pulling away in first place. There's some on the bubble that are fighting for their lives, and some on just the cusp of top 20 that are desperately trying to make it in and slide just by on the skin of their teeth. We'll have to see if they can pull it through. With that being said, we're not going to be here too long. Let's send it back over to our casters. We've got Aussie Antics and Monster D-Face calling all the action. So boys, over to you.
Love the clean tosses there, but just like that, we are jumping right into the action. There's no time to waste as this game is already underway. Remember, we are past that halfway mark now. These are the last 3 games of day 2 here for this qualifier, and I mean, it's looking very, very close. Things are already shaking up at the top, right? As Zayt takes the lead once again here, Aussie, and breaks away with a 40-point lead, but down below, it's a much different atmosphere. It's cold down there. It's so close.
There's a lot of teams that need to start having big performances, or at least like a top 3 or a win to really jump them up, because it's a 12-round format, so the points don't shake up as quickly, so you need to have a consistent last few games. In a 6-round format, if you're coming top 20, getting inside, you know, top 15 is not that tall of an ask, but right now, they're all really, really close, but every other team still has the games to go to jump back in front of you, so it's going to be a very massive backwards and forwards, and we have a lot of teams in that top 15 so far that haven't qualified last week, or didn't even make the finals last week. So they need to have a big performance, because if you didn't make finals one week, you made it the next week, like Centered Edgy Commandment, you're at a 50-50 whether you're going to even make finals again in qualifier 3. So I don't know. It's going to be crazy to see how these ones finish out.
Yeah, just talking about how quickly things can change week after week. Qualifier 1 was literally won by Creo Bucky Kanata. This time around, halfway into the qualifier 2 here now, they're in the 15th place. They are one of the teams on the bubble. Not that they necessarily need it, but still shows you how quickly things can change. As we talk about Jeff and company, Vex, Ship Hop, it looks like they've gone back to Caddy's corner for that early game action against Who Fishy, Coop, and Chap here. Who Fishy's on a pepper ability as well as Chap is, and they have all that momentum in their favor here. It looks like this fight's going in their favor here, but Chap is so lit up. So he's already been picked up once.
Yeah, Chap needs to be careful right now. He's got the 2 splashes, obviously trying to hold on to those, but if he gets picked off here, it could be scary. He has 6 shockwaves as well, so if he gets jumped on right now, and one of these players gets them in the back pocket, they can then disengage and cause a lot of issues for this team. So, looks like he's going to try and get to that med kit and try and get something off, as this team is disengaging, and they get the knock there. Coop taking down Chip Up, so they're on the back foot now, and they need to win this one as well. This has been their drop spot since the start. The only time we've seen Chap leave this is when he went to Stark just briefly with Jamper and Booger, and now he's back. This is their home, and Chap does not give up drop spots. If you know anything about competitive Fortnite history, Chap performs well at drop spots, and he does not leave them.
I mean, it's literally the same as with the Zayt story here at his drop spot too, but ultimately they're not doing as good because they have to continue to battle this one on out here. Let's see how it's looking right now, as Chap did pop that med kit, so they're all healthy. Here's Who Fishy's perspective sliding on in. He has that perp shotgun. He's ready to put it to use here. Also has a crash pad, so he can get into any base if he so chooses. Big shots are going to pierce through onto Jeff, and Jeff has no more shield left. That's it. They're against one another. They're back-to-back in the box here. And I mean, the fight continues to drag on, but in a 3v2, it's still not looking too good for them here.
And you see Coop kind of going forward for those aggressive rolls. You have Who Fishy on the walls as well, and Chap sitting back and taking more of those AR tags. He knows his mechanics are not as good as his teammates. That's why he plays with them, but he is very proficient with the sniper rifle. Just misses the shot, unfortunately. Chap's got to back off here right now. This player maybe knows that he's by himself over here, and here they are. They're going to try and set up for the pinch now. They're going to both go for the same walls at the same time and really use that numbers advantage, as Chap gets a good shot in there, 46, but they fire back as well, and this is a problem right now. They need to close this fight out, quickly to move, but they also need to try and save the meds and the utility they get. This isn't a fight over a mythic drop where you're guaranteed a lot from the vault. They need to hold on to everything they have here, as Vex is putting up a good fight and pushing forward. Vex is doing a lot right now. Good edits, good clean movement. He can't get in right now, but teammate comes back through. Someone else is trying to back this up here. It could be Coop, it could be Chap, trying to help fight this one as they're back in the same box. So they found their way together, and all credit to this team. They're playing this fight really well from a disadvantage. They are fighting back, and they are not giving up this drop easily, as now another team pushes in, and it's no other than Booger, Jamper, and Avery, Chap's old teammates coming from Stark Industries. So I have no idea what this is about and how they've rotated this quickly, but now this spells absolute disaster for Chap's team.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like they've now run out of gas, and they're here for a pit stop, and there's another team rolling up, like we said, and it's only becoming closer and closer now. How did it, or, you know, how did they not manage to conclude that one? I don't know, but now they're in a much worse position than where they started. Not only that, they've exhausted so much material here, as I believe they have gotten just a little bit lucky here. Booga, Jamper, and Avery are actually going to back off. They're going to approach the mountain behind them because they figured there's just way too many builds here. It's a bit of a trap to jump into, as Chap trades with Bizzle there on the sniper shots, and Bizzle goes down, but Chap survives. That's a rare instance right there.
That's 2 times, and I was about to say, what a worse situation to be in than having a long, drawn-out spawn fight with a team that's mechanical, but maybe not playing the fight the smartest because they're just trying to play defensively, and then you get pinned between Booger, Jamper, and Avery, and Clicks, Bizzle, and Illis. That is just one of the worst situations. Now we see Xset in the background rotating in too, so it's a who's who of who you don't want to fight in this situation, and unfortunately this game not going in Chap's favor. They need to find something big. They were coming back in a big way today, and it has been halted. They managed to not close out a fight at catty corners before the team that's at Stark Industries looted and rotated to them. Any way you slice it, that is a mistake. When you get put in those situations and you have someone contest you, you've got to either get out or close it out. You can't drag it out for that long.
Yeah, definitely. And that's your 4th and 5th place team there, just showing you how close the competition is, how close the standings are. It's a 3-point difference between them. So just a couple elims, literally the deciding factor for whether or not you continue to hold your top 5 or fall out of it. So now we're jumping in with Saf, Zayt, and Stretch. We talk about 3 points being a difference maker. These guys have a 40-point buffer, as Macwood falls in the feed there to France now in this early game situation. There's only Zone 2 right now, and this is a far, far eastern draw here on the zone. And it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense as to why Booga, Jamper, and Avery will be rotating deep into the storm line. Because if it pulls to the mountains, you want to be there first. So for Saf and them to be in retail row, I mean, they're taking a risk in its own just hanging out back here.
I think they trust the fact that they have the vehicle there. They also have the shockwave, so any kind of risky rotate's not going to be too much of an issue. I think they're actually more worried about their storm surge tags, and they're trying to set up on the edge for that. But as we see, as these days drag on, usually the games start to get less and less stacked. We have 25 teams alive, 69 players. As we see that Zate's trio becomes the 4th team this week with 3 or more wins. So there's some teams out there in different regions that are putting up big eliminations.
Yeah, so impressive. And I mean, like we said, we saw what Brazil managed to put up, those 8 wins from Rusty, 100 I Would Not Lose, and of course King God, like just ridiculous amount of victory royales. But for them to be the 4th to enter into it, that in its own is so impressive. Either way though, here, take a look at that wide shot, gives you guys an idea. Look at all the high ground positions being held by the best teams. Xset, Booga, Creo, Kanata, of course, Jamper, Avery, and company. Zate and them have a spot. Cease and Blake have another mountain to themselves. Just showing you guys that the vets know how to play these games. The vets know that you gotta get these mountaintops early if you want to succeed.
And that's it. You got to rotate early to sometimes get these positions. It's not about, and that's where a lot of teams I'm finding that are kind of struggling a little bit, of spending more time farming out, maybe upgrading their weapons, maybe trying to get a little bit greedy for that extra bit of loot, when sometimes just moving faster can save you so much. If you avoid getting held by an entire team because you moved 30 seconds earlier, that can save you upwards of 500 materials sometimes in situations like this where you're kind of stuck in a wooden base and you don't have the hard mats to build out, and now you just get focused by teams that are above you who got in earlier. And this is a decent zone for the XZ guys, as they're making a huge jump back up here in day 2 and week 2 qualifier. Week 1, their day 1 was a bit of a struggle, but then their day 2 was really hot. So they're kind of on a hot streak right now, if you consider that as well.
100%. I mean, they're in 2nd overall here, the closest team to catch up to Zate. You know, that right there, that's really good. 2 victories over this 2-day format. I mean, that's so impressive, catching 1 on each of the days already. So just kind of puts it all into perspective of how consistent they have been. And this isn't some newfound consistency. No, this is consistency that's carried tournament after tournament, you know, community events and everything of the sorts. And now the biggest stage, the FNCS stage, they're continuing to do it.
And now we see Unknown, Casca, and Smack, the team that was doing really well coming into today, on 2nd place overall. They've only slipped down to 3rd because they're still resting on how many points they had, but they've had a really rough day here so far. They've gone down 24th and 21st in their last 2 games, so doing better here, but they need to have a good game to kind of keep the momentum going. We haven't seen this team really on the back foot like this before, where the pressure's been pushed off and they have to kind of regain it. They've always started strong and kept steady, so I want to see how their mental is kind of affected there. They're one of the calmest teams you'll ever listen to, though. They do not get emotional at all. It just sounds like another day in the office, no matter what's going on for that team. So I can't see them being too emotional, as Edgy, Centered, and Commandment having to play this out without Centered, unfortunately, at the moment. It's just Edgy and Commandment, and they need a good game. A top 3 or a win would really push them up and hold that top 15.
They really do. They've been middling for so long now in the competition, yesterday and today included. I mean, they've been doing, you know, just good enough to continue to maintain that top 15, but they haven't broken into the cumulative standings for top 10 in quite some time. They haven't really got up there. And it's partly due to the fact that, I don't know, Commandment's not really finding his eliminations. Sensed and Edgy aren't either, so collectively they're not finding those mid-game impacts that they need, that they would normally find. Honestly, someone like Commandment tends to do, as they now, I believe, just lost Scented as well. So look at this. They're only a 2-man crew coming into this final zone here.
They got to do something big, and Commandment has the legendary pump in his hand, so he's looking really good. 4 shockwaves as well, so they've got the loot. So as much as they're a duo right now, they have what they need to perform well here. Is they're going to split them now. They're splitting the shockwaves in case anything goes wrong. And you see this zone has got that little bit of a peak in the middle, but other than that, it's not too insanely difficult of a zone. Cease's team in a nice little spot now as everyone tries to claim a bit of that high ground. And we did that big panning shot, unless I'm mistaken, Monster. I think that's the XZ guys that had this mountain out of all of them as well. So they're looking like they're probably going to be in a phenomenal position.
Yeah, we saw Cease, Blake, and company here. We saw definitely Xset at the other side there. You can see Bizzle, Clicks, and Ill is still alive as well, huddled up just underneath the, you know, the cutoff of the mountain, and they have that big tree there to block their line of sight. Creo, Bucky, Kanata holding a little piece of real estate here as well. Just showing you guys, those are the teams that are really in the successful position, really in a strong position right now to find success here. Miro, Dan, Reverse 2K as well have found themselves a little bit of land, but it seems like they're more outside of that big mountain range there. And if you just look at the map, if you guys bring your attention there, look at how many people are trying to get as close to that mountain as possible early. And even then, I mean, you're not guaranteed the zone. We'll find out here in just about 10 seconds where the half in, half out's going to pull. But if you're down there and it pulls far, oh my gosh, it's going to be such a tough rotate for so many different players.
Yeah, it's big open sidelines. You got it. This is one of those situations where you kind of want to be on congested side. You want to be around the other players because at least the builds are going to hide you and you can go through their builds. Because if you don't have the mobility, I'm looking at those two teams right center, Blake, Furious, and Cease. That's not looking great if they don't get zoned. But I also noticed there that Miro, Day, and Reverse had 3 eliminations. So maybe they were contested. As top left, a big fight is breaking out for the high ground. Jampa, Booger, and Avery looking like they're trying to fight Bucky, Creo, and Kanata to take their high ground. And if you know that team, there's a lot of love lost between Kanata and Booger, so there'll be definitely words said there if they've just had a big impact on their game trying to take their position on top of the mountain.
I mean, and it makes sense. They were coming out of Caddy's corner. You know they're going to have shockwaves. They were there nice and early. They didn't overextend, so they quite honestly possibly just shocked on over to get to the new zone anyways. That's why they were battling for height. But the zone's going to pull far north either way, so no matter what they expended, what they put into that battle, it's not going to matter. Everyone's going to have to rotate off that mountain and get to this new zone, and you can see with how fast the crosshairs are moving, players are just doing that right now, as Macwood's in a little bit of a box fight right here, trying to push off a team, trying to fend off a squad to possibly do the tunneling for them. Yeah, look, it's a long tarp into the new zone.
Illis takes down Avery in the feed as well, so big names are falling here. So Booger, Jamper, and Avery really having a rough run here in the kind of day 2 of this round 3 format because they're not having the consistency I was hoping for them to have with still uncontested start as they make their way through, which means that Jamper we saw there as a solo, but Calc, Zexor, and Macwood, this has to be their game. You have to put it down as a now or never kind of situation, right, Monster? They're in 22nd overall, 49 points. They have not performed up to most players' standards or expectations of them on not only just today and yesterday, but also last week. This is the time to prove why they were your last trio FNCS champions and why they are 3 of the most decorated competitors in NA East. They need to do something, and it has to be soon. They haven't got many games left. They need 3 good games here.
Yeah, definitely. And consistency sometimes just isn't enough, right? Like the way the points weigh later on for the other invitees, like it is going to be very, very tough. You have to get this top 15 right now. Otherwise, you are out of it most like. Either way, though, they're going to have to make this cut across here. In front of them is a wall that stands, and that's going to be Commandment, who is by himself. That could be a potential big impact for them. As you can see, the wide shot here is showing a couple of solos that have to make the big move here. N-Pen, Aspect, and Zuni's hugging on the outside. Zayt still alive there as well with Saf and Stretch, and right behind them, Bizzle, Clicks, and Illis too. So all these big names here, as we jump in with Clicks' perspective, they're going to hop on in. They're going to get to the safe zone. On the other side, though, you can see it's Xset on the low ground as well, leading this tarp here. He finds Vix on the rotate. It's what you expect of Xset. This is their comfort zone.
Getting eliminations. We tune in with Xset, they're on low ground, and AV's got an elimination. That's pretty much one of the few consistencies in life in general. This team will be down here, and they will be fragging. I also want to mention that Clix' team used a crash pad on that rotate while they still had Shockwave. So they're setting up for that high ground retake, and right now, I'm not seeing the Zayt, Saf, and Stretch domination up on the high ground I'm used to. Stretch is up there, but Saf is having to push forward, and Zayt is just there as well. So they might have it, but it's not as secure as what it normally looks. So Clix' team making their way back up through the middle, and geez, never mind. They don't need high ground. 3 eliminations on the board for Illust. Massive refreshes, so they have the materials and they have the mobility if they want to go for height, but last game did not pay off for them. They might have to show that they have that versatility we've seen from the Xset team. We've seen this team show they can play high ground. Let's see if they can play low.
Yeah, Illis is literally insane, though, finding those frags there, just consistently picking up one after the other, keeping their team very much healthy, very much fed here. On high ground, once again, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. Deja vu occurs again here in the second day. Saf's going to take a little bit of fall damage on the misplay there, trying to tarp down, but hey, it's going to still be enough time for him to reconnect in full. Finally now, we see Zexro, Macwood, and Calc in an actual endgame with enough Storm Surge.
This is their game.
This is a treat. This is a rarity, something we have not seen in the last 2 weekends of the FNCS qualifiers.
We have the high ground takes going off here. We have Slick and Icy, a team we haven't seen going for high ground a lot, really contesting Zayt and Stretch, and this is what's good.
Calc goes
Not just
up
for their
too.
team, but teams like Calc and Macwood and Zexro. They didn't make the first
Zex
push for
goes
high
up.
ground. They get to come up and clean up. They're technically third-partying high ground. They only had to use one shockwave each, and they have the high ground. They get to capitalize on the work that Icy did. This is exactly what you need when you have a team on high ground. Don't be the first one to take it, but be the last one to take it. It is now yours. You have full control over this situation. XN's on low ground. They're pushing forward though. Zexro and Macwood and Calc are looking so healthy. I asked for them, this is your game. Can you make it count? And they answered me, and they're looking so strong.
Yeah, Macwood absolutely bodied Zayt with a nasty shot on the way up to the top, so that was a crazy way to retake high ground. That is the most significant high ground take of the day so far, and now they get to run it here for the final zones. We're in the final zone. It's all closing now, and look at the eliminations racking up. They absolutely need this right now. They were so far behind, so down in the standings here. Top 15 is just in sight. Can they finally break into that and continue to run away? This is the momentum a team needs. These are the kind of big games you need to set yourself away from the pack as they find day as well. And it's great that they're finding these top teams, but you got to drop the ones that are down low in the standings. As someone goes up, it's Iciv. He gets removed from the competition as well. This is the final zone now. It's closing in, and there's only a couple teams left.
But Saf held out all this time. I think he's going to go down now. No, he's still in it, but he's third place now. Such a big performance from here to clutch this up. But Miro in reverse. We've seen this upset before. Miro managed to pull off an upset against Zayt's team. Here we go. They're going up for it, but reverse. No, he falls. We have World Cup qualifier taking down World Cup qualifier, and such a big finish. Look at the eliminations monster. 14 on the board.
Definitely a big set of elims, the highest that we've seen of today. And just take a look at the builds, take a look at the fossil that was left behind. What an end game there. From high elevation down to low as well. You would have never guessed that Calc and company were just going to snatch high ground at the perfectly executed shockwave play.
And that's it. Like I said, you don't always have to be the first one that goes for high ground. You've just got to be the last one. You need to take it. And I asked big questions for them, and they answered. And this is exactly what we expected for this team. I'm sure they've been disappointed with their performance so far. They are your last trio FNCS champions. They're still together as a team, and they just weren't performing. But now they are. Big jump up.
Yeah, just like that. That was over 30 points game in that one game alone. But the analyst desk will give us a lot more insight here just shortly. So break it down, guys.
Thank you guys so much. Great cast on the day. And to just kind of back up a bunch of saying, that was a 39-point game. If they'd picked up one more elimination, that would have been a 40-point game. Just think about that. To be able to change everything and find this victory royale. Shai, what are you doing?
Oh, my bad, Zeke. I was just reminiscing about last year. That game just reminded me how good these guys are, how they play. It was nostalgic, my man. I was in my feels to see these guys back on top. Man, Calc, Zex, and Mac with trios. You can never forget that combination.
I love you. All right, let's take a look at the standings and see how things are going. You know, unchanged. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, 200 points. They finally have broken that number. Everyone else over 40 points behind. You've got the exit trio, Clicks, Illust, Bizzle trying to close. Guys, right now, I think it's probably safe to say with 2 games left, Zayt and Trio are probably going to walk away in that number 1 spot. Barring something crazy happens.
Yeah, they're 400. They might as well be, though. 40 points ahead of team number 2, that being a low ground team as well. They're dominating time after time, dominating so much so it's sending Zeke into a robotic frenzy because he can't even calculate how good these guys are. Reese, on the second page, look at these teams, exactly the same as before. Is this even more consistent than we've seen from any other region?
I think these guys are consistently in their placements over and over and over again. One of the guys that I want to look at is like Chap, Coop, and Hoofishy, who started the day off so strong. They started with a 3rd with 8 eliminations, a 2nd with 10, but they kind of fizzled out a little bit. 2 eliminations 2nd and 4 eliminations 11th. In these last 2 games, they're already in position to qualify, not making it to the round 3 in week 1. So these guys are in a good position, but hopefully they're going to have to solidify this over the next 2 games.
Absolutely. Past year 2, we see Narwhal's Lemon Bank still holding their spot in number 12. There are Zexro, Calc, and Max somewhere in the 20s in terms of overall ranking placement on the leaderboard, now to 14th. Yes, that was one very good game. That was a victory royale, but now will be the true test. Can they hang on to top 15 with big teams like Creo, Bucky, and Kanata?
And Calc will tell you himself, in the grand final situation, he's the most consistent player on the NA East server across all game modes. He will 100% tell you that himself as well. So in these qualifiers, you know, sometimes maybe they won't go their way, but I believe when it comes to grand finals, these guys are going to be really up there on the placements.
Then we have Gabe Atahi and Sprite also here at 20th. Bully, Slick, and ICF. We saw ICF try to make some plays for height in that last game. We'll see if they can translate that into the next one coming up. So far, though, all of these teams near that top 15 are still fighting, still kind of thrashing at the bottom of the pool, trying to find their way to solidify their spots in the pond.
It's definitely very, very scary. We only have 2 games left, and then we'll know which 15 do make it on through. Boys, I mean, at the top, though, I feel like right now it's a battle at the edge of the top 15, and it's a battle at the top from between, like, 2nd and 5th.
Absolutely. For the teams at the top, it's really just been trading places as to who can win, who can thrive. For Clicks, Bizzle, and Illis, these guys have been dominating, landing at Sweaty Sands, if you guys didn't know.
Uncontested. And what's interesting is over on EU, their EU counterparts took away the first place 2 weeks in a row, landing here uncontested. So exact same strategy that you could see, and this clearly working out across any region at all.
Yeah, the one team they have to keep battling in these end games is the uncontested Doom's Domain squad of Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. So that's the one difference on NA East. Past that, though, from Retail Row, we have Caster, Smacked, and Unknown, who were sitting at somewhere near 2nd throughout the majority of days. Now it's still in that top 5, looking pretty strong, having good endgame performances consistently back-to-back, at least on day 1.
They were on day 1, but on day 2, struggling a little bit more, kind of getting around that 20th position. Potentially an issue with Storm Surge or being pushed off, but, you know, they're still up there in the top 5 overall. And then in our 2nd place slot at that time was the XSET trio, who really just popping off, being very, very consistent day 1 and day 2.
That consistency, man, that's the big factor we are looking at for all these teams, right? You don't need the Victory Royale, but if you can place top 5 several games in a row, that'll at least put you in a very good spot to contest top 5, and will definitely leave you spots within that top 15. Now, guys, we only have 2 games left. There's a lot of chaos happening all over the map. We're talking drop spots, mid-game fights, the end games are getting even crazier. I mean, how are these guys looking to lock up these top 15 spots right now? It seems so difficult, and it seems like the people in top 15 are just doing such a good job of, like, strong-arming everyone else out right now.
Yeah, because of that good job, there's a difficulty. There's a problem you can't really solve, right? Is it going to be height that wins you these games or low ground? There's been a trade going on game after game where one's taking it, the other is. No team really knows what the absolute spot to be at is, and that's why it's so chaotic.
I mean, like, these guys that are getting the Victory Royales are nearly always taking height early in the 5th zone. But again, some of the other teams that we've seen who are very consistent in the top 5 are these low ground teams who are consistently getting good eliminations and then good placements, but not necessarily the Victory Royale.
I love the breakdown of that. Now, of course, guys, we know it is time to get back into the game, so we're jumping in the battle bus and heading down toward the island. Take it away, casters.
Beep, beep.
Thank you so very much there, Zeke, for the great toss. But I want to take that conversation a little further here because I feel like it's been 50-50. Half the time it's high ground. Half the time in today's showing, it's the low ground teams making big comebacks and or snatching it up in those final moments. I mean, I feel like with the Shockwave meta, it really cracks open the playing field, and there's no one story for success.
I don't think there is one story, and different teams have their different strengths, and we've seen those teams like XSET that have multiple strengths. They can play high when it presents itself, but they're comfortable playing low, and I think that's the difference for me with players that prioritize low ground. It's almost always available. It's very rare that low ground won't at least be a decent spot if you're good at it, but sometimes height is just not the play if you don't have the loot, where almost everyone has the loot for low ground. You got a few builds, you're kind of healthy, go low ground. If you're not going for high ground and you don't have the shockwaves, it's so much harder to hold. So that's where I think we're seeing some of those teams. And Clicks, Bizzle, and Illist had a pretty good performance there on low ground, but it's just not the same strength we've seen from teams like XSET consistently, or even Chap's team when they get going.
With that monstrous game, if this was a one-day competition, it will propel Calc, Zexro, and Macwood up to 7th place. But since it is a 2-day qualifier, you have to do a little bit better. So if they can continue to keep it up, it'll hold their average placement up right now. They're currently in 14th. Like we said, they're on the bubble, but it shows you what they can do if they make a high ground endgame situation come to life.
They've shown how well they can do it. And this team's been playing high ground. And it's not surprising to see. It's those teams that have been around for ages. Back when high ground was the strongest thing in the game. When high ground was everything. That's why I'm looking at teams like Bizzle, like Zayt, like Saf. Those players who've been around since the skirmish days. And they're knowing how to control height. And once they get it, they play it so incredibly well. Where a lot of those teams that have been on the blow up recently, I don't want to do too much of a throwback to previous seasons. But in the Mythic metas with the Caddy launcher, and especially being solos metas, high ground wasn't as well played. So maybe some of these teams not being as adept to working together and how to play high ground, and some of these teams that know how to can really capitalize on points when they get there. And I think Calc, Macwood, and Zexor have probably got the most amount of eliminations we've seen from a team that's taken high ground that late.
This is definitely a strategy we've seen before. Zex, Calc, and Mac take that rift nice and early, always pushing on over to the Doom's domain here, looking for a fight on the outer edge. This time around, they're going to get tagged up early. It's going to be a different team rotating on nice and late here, and this player's cut off by himself, so they're trying to dive in before he gets back to his reinforcements here, and they're pushing in heavy. It's Marzo W, Nexian Crumbler, one of we have not seen much of today, and look, they're going to retreat. They're going to jump inside the rift here. They have no shield. They can easily get taken out the sky right now if the shots are good. Can Zexro, Macwood, and Calculator find it? I don't know yet.
I think it's more up to Zexor and Macwood because Calc's only got a shotgun and a harpoon, so not a lot he can do here. He's kind of just staring up into the sky and watching, but even if they don't capitalize on those eliminations, those are easy Storm Surge tags. They lost a little bit of shield, but they rotated really, really quickly, and unfortunately, they've now used their rift to not cover much ground monster, and then they forced another team into a rift, so they don't have any of the mobility they previously would have to go more central in the map, so you'll have to see whether that play paid off for them, and maybe that could be the issue we're not seeing. Maybe it's how they're managing their rifts, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. It is kind of close to break down there, but take a look at this here. Only 3 players in NAEs to finish top 6 every team-based FNCS. Zayt, Saf, and Chap being one of the few to have ever done it. What an accolade. What a chip to have on their resume there. And then Zayt and Saf being 2, right? And then a duo as well, as much as a trio here. And they're still putting up such a great performance right now. And I mean, you got to count them in for grand finals too, right?
Yeah, and I think that statistic's even more impressive for Chap because Zay and Saf are doing it, but they do it together. They have that insane chemistry that they've been playing together since day one. But then you have Chap who's been doing that same performance, had that same consistency with entirely different teams every single time. And that's why he's the player I've been most consistent for, and I feel like maybe it sounded like I've been kind of like not giving him his credit due. It's because I'm just expecting so much from Chap here where I keep waiting for that kind of that light bulb moment and that switch to flick where all of a sudden he figures it all out and his team meshes and they start winning everything because they're performing well, but that consistency is almost unmatched. As you saw, it's just only matched by Zayt and Saf, so we'll have to see what they can do. They've already scared the team off Caddy Corner, so already that's one tick in the right direction. They've got their drop spot back. They're not going to get into a super long fight that's going to throw their game like last game.
Yeah, but it's so volatile for them right now. You know, whether to stay hot, whether to stay cold on the drop, you just don't know what you're going to get right now when you have a team playing such a flex drop in what is the qualifying day 2 here, because they got a taste of it, I'd say, at the end of day 1 yesterday, and then it stopped, and it came back again here for day 2. As Who Fishy, that's just like Fortnite in a nutshell there. Drives into a gas canister, explodes, and, you know, it's all good, though. It's just Fortnite. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's alright, just another day. It's all good. It's all good. It's totally normal. But they've got their peppers, 15 peppers. So they got some serious mobility, and that's what Caddy Corner is so good for. It is guaranteed shield and guaranteed mobility because of all the food crates that are here. So quite often, you don't have to use any of your shields or big pots or any other shield you get. You can just eat all the food and then carry that, as well as 15 peppers. So we'll have to see how this team goes coming into endgame because they've had a good day. Last game got thrown, but it was by something that hasn't happened this game. So we see Commandment, Sentinel, and Edgy who are still floating around that bubble as well, needing to have the big performance like I asked of Calc, Macwood, and Zexro. They're similar teams. They've been around for such a long time. Commandment and Sentinel and Edgy have been playing together for such a long time. They really need to find their chemistry and kind of get into the swing of things.
Right, and just to give you guys an idea of where they stand, they're in 11th place right now, and it's so close, so they're not comfortable by any means. And I mean, they're going to need these next 2 games and this, honestly, this next 3 games, this one included here, to go very good. At least one big pop-off performance will separate them from saying, okay, maybe we're not doing this right, to, hey, I'm comfortable, we've made it. So it is one big game that really is the hurdle that they have to overcome, because they're so close to getting up that threshold.
They're going to kind of make around this threshold, though. They had one rotate path and the team completely blocked it off, so they're going to have to go back through the Lazy Lake route, and I feel like that's what's hard with these edge maps right now. Edgy Sensitive Commandment, usually not getting the rifts at Panther's Prowl, I imagine, but they're hitting the rotate on foot. I see a lot of teams in other regions hitting this rotate, if possible, in the cars that they have guaranteed at Misty, but maybe they know there's a scary team they don't want to drive near, but looking like they're taking this right side rotate away from that big area of congestion on the left. Probably a good call, but then again, that's a fight that's broken out, and I see one player knocked, maybe 2, so that could be a good third-party potential if they keep some eyes out over and look at it. Here it is. They've spotted it. Let's see if they can kind of make something out of this now. They've marked it, so they definitely know it's there, and they're pushing towards it.
Yeah, you talked about scary teams here. Yeah, normally it's Furious, Cease, and Blake that land here. Furious has been landing here for multiple seasons. As they look in, and Maniac's going to fall here. Commandment's going to find himself a free Elin, and he's going to hop in, but gets sniped on the way there. The Siphon's going to keep him alive. My gosh, talk about close encounter there. One that you couldn't even expect to happen. It was Creo with the sniper up on the hill. There were Bucky and Kanata. They're looking into this fight like this is a messy one.
Yeah, they got what they need, though. They got the material, they got a bit of loot, and we see Xset in a fight, and no, AV goes down. That's not what we're used to seeing here. Jordan on the wall takes down AV in a toe-to-toe engagement. That is very, very surprising, and this is going to be a bit of an issue for this team, and looks like they're fighting out here over the bridge. I haven't seen them make this rotate before, and it might be a different team showing up, as Knight now has to do something big. He has 1 elimination on the board, so I have to imagine he's taking down one of the teams here. 35 builds, goes up with the bounce pad, but right now he's got to hit the piece control. Boxes him like a fish, and unfortunately, though, he leaves the edit open. The player gets out, and he goes for the bounce pad again. The only thing I'm worried about is that player on low ground could knock this whole fight out and then pick up his teammate. Doesn't need to come up and take this fight. He can just knock it down because Knight has gone really high, but he has him in the box, and Knight wins the 1v1. So right now, this is now down to a 1v1. He's eliminated 2 of the teammates of this team. He's only got 1 to go. He might be able to pull off a crazy reboot, as this player is looking like he's kind of running away or sitting up in a high ground position. Jordan did beat AV, though, and that is no small feat.
Yeah, definitely here. Jay Worden's right up above. He's right over Xset's Knight. Knight doesn't know he's there. Oh, and Word misses the first shot. What a huge mistake there. Now you're going to have to pay the price here, as Knight has got you clearing his sights. Banish Bazooka as well. No big pressure to worry about the storm line. Not like other players. Grabs the wall as well. And it's just a good old-fashioned 1v1 once again here, as things are going up into the sky. Oh, and Word also has some heals too, so this is going to go the distance.
And this got some firepower too. They've got meds, they've got good weapons. Jay Worden has the builds as well. He has 106 builds total. Getting the shots off right now. This is a good fight. This is not great for XS's team, or Jay Worden only has 2 points on the board. So this is where it becomes an issue, as teams try to change their strategy, and it massively affects those players at the top. This has completely thrown XS's game, whether they wanted it to or not, and Knight needs to win this fight at least to salvage something, maybe a point, and can maybe go on to clutch. He misses the shot though, gets a really nice edit onto the second one, gets the third shot, but the green pump just not applying the damage. Knight right now is massively out firepowered. He's versing a purple pump, the rarity that gives you that 200 pump ability, where Knight only has the green pump. He also has the burst rifle differential as well. So right now, J-Word has all the advantages, but honestly, he's on the back foot. He's losing this fight so far, but even if he loses it, they both lose. Knight loses from this. There's no way he can get the reboots now, and I don't think there's any way he could get in, even if he wins this fight.
Yeah, definitely, but it's about pride here, as Knight knows, hey, they've made it through. They're at 160 points on the standings. They don't really need any more than that, but because of that, they're going to flex out here, and Knight's trying to make something big happen. The Siphon alone is going to give him enough time to go ahead and book it to the new zone, while the Banish Bazooka reconsiders the HP, but hold up, it's going to continue to stretch on out. As the good cones come out, it's going to slow him down, and this is just being so extended. Remember, Jay Worden's out of white heals in a couple seconds. He has to put it all on the table. It's a pump shot. No, it's not going to be enough, as XS's Knight finds the shot first. He's going to stay in the game. I mean, who knows? Do you think he has the reboots?
I mean, I don't know if he has the reboost, but he's instantly moving, so he knows how dire the situation is. He didn't even grab the legendary pump, or sorry, the epic pump or the legendary burst rifle. He just got the elimination, was like, that's it, cleaning my hands of it, dust it off, I'm going to zone. I need to get in and try to salvage something from this game. And I respect that, honestly. He has not given up when he has a really, really difficult situation in front of him, and one that I don't think they wanted. I'm guessing that's a very normal rotate for them, and it just so happened to be a team changing their game plan, trying to pull something off as Bank sets up with the scoped assault rifle, a weapon we haven't seen put into too much use normally, not very much used in casual, but still good in competitive for those really long range storm surge tags.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit harder to attain as well. You got to get it through one of those henchman chests or a drop for sure. And also, you know, it's because of the adjustment to the fire rate. A little bit slower now makes it a much more precision style weapon. You cannot afford to just, you know, shoot shots and not hit them. You need to connect all the way or the players are going to outbuild. Otherwise, I mean, the damage is ridiculous. It carries down range all the way. So it is still a very, very useful tool, especially in the competitive settings here. As we take a glance at height, Sebi, Fernando, Nanolite, a team that is on the bubble. When you talk about players who can have that pop-off performance, have that consistency, it's them right there. Nanolite, so good at rotating. They are just outside of the top 15 right now, hanging out in 17th place. So they need a big game as well, as much as Macwood, Calculator, and company do.
Yeah, they're coming back into it. They had an 8 elimination third in their second most recent game and a 3 elimination 10. So finding a little bit of consistency now, but smacked Casco and Unknown, a team that have just had light and day differences between each day. Like they just yesterday was so dominant. They were so consistent. I was talking them up as arguably, in my opinion, one of the most consistent teams right now in NA East as they work well with the contested or uncontested drop. And currently here on day 2 of round 3, they're actually performing worse than when they were last week when they were contested.
Right, and I mean, even now, though, they still are holding that top 5 finish or placement so far. 1 victory royale throughout the course of this weekend already, averaging upwards of 10th place now. So, yes, the average that they came into day 2 with was 3.67. It slipped all the way down to 10th, to showing you how quickly they're getting dropped come those mid games. They have to figure out what was working yesterday and try to put that plan back into motion, because today has been a tough one. And I mean, we've gone through the halfway mark. This is the back half of the tournament now. It's game number 4, so there is still a lot of time from here to then to conclude out, or sorry, game 5.
Knight's doing well here. Like, he's not using the bandage cannon. He doesn't want to draw any attention. I don't think either of these teams know he's here, but he just got gifted a really good zone. This is exactly what he needed in this position. Maybe if he can get far enough away, he can maybe pop the bandage cannon, but he really doesn't want to alert anyone that he's here, so he'd rather take the health disadvantage, because I think he knows if a fight breaks out, there it is. He's moving further away to get away from those ears, pop the bandage cannon, and now just kind of make his way through. He can probably sit back here in this room, and he just needs to be careful. Same thing as breaking those builds. It's all audio cues, and that's where Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite, well, sorry, just Gabe and Tahi will hear him, or Bizzle and Illis. So he's a solo, but he's got 2 duos in front of him. So both these teams missing their third. So he's at a numbers disadvantage, but not as bad as previously, as Gabe opens the fight here. So this is either Bizzle or Illis. It's Illis he's taken out. So he's still got Bizzle to take down, and that is very good for Gabe's team, as Bizzle is not the firepower. Illis is definitely the one you want to take out in these fights. So now you have Bizzle as a solo, you have Knight as a solo, and Gabe and Tahi as a duo. So this is actually looking better for Knight than what it was previously, and what I would have expected this situation to turn into.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
But
Clix
Clix
is
is
there.
still up. Take a look. He's going to step in. So it looks like Illis is just going to get chipped away from this battle. And now it's still a tough one because Clix is big, but Bizzle's going to fall to Gabe's monstrous shot as he jumps through the box. That's a painful one there. And now it's up to Clix to clutch. He's someone who can still do this, but I mean, you have Tahi at 200 HP. You have Gabe at 160 now, completely capped off, and some shields to go with it potentially here. I mean, it's not looking good for Clix any more than it is for Knight now.
Where was Clix though? I have to ask. We had a big panning shot of the building. Why was Illis so split? Why was Clix so far away? If they had a full trio advantage, they should have been together and played this way cleaner. As now Clix shockwaves away. So they had the mobility for these future zones as well. But all I'm seeing is this is just playing out better and better for Knight. He's just chilling in there in authority now, and hopefully he can rotate out, hide behind all these old builds, and just keep making his way in. So I think he's very happy with this situation.
Yeah, literally. This is a great silver lining for him. Being that he's by himself, he can keep a low profile. All the builds are already set out in front of him. And I mean, most of the team, no, literally, every other player's on the other side of the map as Clix gets demolished by Gabe here. And that concludes Clix, Illest, and Bizzle's run here for game number 5. That is your third place team down and out for the count. But still, they are doing so good that, you know what? They can take a little break here.
They take a break, come back into Game 6. They've already qualified in Week 1, so this will be a guaranteed qualifier again, but still, that's a team with a lot of pride on the line. They'll be a bit upset about that one, and it is probably a mistake that I think they can learn from. I still don't know how that fight kind of broke out or how they got in that situation. Probably a bit of a mistake on maybe Illest's part being a little bit split or a little bit more confident, and that's where those players have that risk. You're so confident in the fights, up against the walls, but sometimes you can be beaten out. You're versing the other best players in NA East, as we now see TJ, Rokan, and Voil in a great position. Safs, Zayt, and Stretch as well, all kind of on these edges, and Calc, Macwood, and Zexro looking to have another big game again. A back-to-back win would probably secure top 15, but in this 12-game format, that's where it gets so tense. If you want to make a big jump up, it's a lot harder to do.
Yeah, definitely. And teams, there's still so many teams that have to do it. I mean, Gabe and Tahi included, right? They're on the bubble. They're literally in 20th place right now. So those couple of elims they've picked up, it set them one step closer. It's one huge step in the right direction. As you can see, even players like Macwood, Calculator, Zextro, with that monstrous game that they just bailed themselves out of being outside of the running, they're now in it. So they have to close strong. Everyone now has to close strong or step up the way Calculator, Zextro, and Macwood did in the last game.
And Coop's team right now, so we got Chap, Coop, and Hoofishy still got 12 of the Peppers. They've made a good rotate, and look at this for Knight. Look at the map monster. Knight is actually having the best luck after the worst one. Every single player or team is on the other side of the map, and he was just the one player that stayed over on Authority, and the half-half pulls completely on Authority. So this is going to be where teams like Coop, who have this mobility, are going to be able to pay off and have their solid rotates, because they're going to need to make it quickly, because you don't want to late rotate this. If you're not starting to hit the water soon, or the big knockdown onto Chaotic, you're going to get held out. We've seen this already today. Crossing that water late, it doesn't end well.
And if you're Gabe and Tahi, you have to be so upset because they gave up the Authority. It's kind of a rule on Zone 4. You don't really move, right? You just see where Zone 5 pulls, and they gave it up. They moved across the water, thinking surely it's not going to pull this way, and it does. So that's how that one's going to crumble out. But Zextro, Calc, and Macwood here, it seems like they found a frag right in front of them, and they're trying to conclude Crumbler now by himself. Yes, Harpoon coming out. They're able to pick up some big material and stuff here. That's a massive, massive come up for them right now. As Jamper finds someone in the feed, Narwhal still as well. Booga and Sebi, these are all teams that are very much in the top 15, literally carrying the points upwards, funneling it upwards. That's better for players like Macwood, Calc, and Zextro here. They literally want the top teams to get all the points. They don't want those bottom teams to be scoring anything.
And I see 4 Shockwaves as well, which we haven't seen on this team too much. So they took high ground last game, and they showed what they did with it. They have 4 Shockwaves. That's more than enough to take high ground in this situation. But because they're moving so late, they're not really going to be able to jump up onto Authority and build that high ground base. As we see that in their Game 4 win, Zextro's trio matched the NA East record for eliminations 14 and points 39 set yesterday by Miro's trio. So I asked them to have a big game, and they had tied for the biggest game this weekend. And they're set to do it again. Look how healthy they are right now. They have everything they need to do it again. They have the mats, they have the meds, they have the mobility, but can they do it? They've just been too inconsistent to bank on it, but they're a power team. They're a momentum team, and they very much have the momentum going right now.
Yeah, well, it makes it great. If there's any team that can hold a record like that and stand to it, it's them. They did it in the last trio FNCS as well, so they've literally set and pioneered this kind of style, this massive elim chain style from height. But now we're tuned in with Coop, right? Coop, Hoofishy, Chap. We talked about eliminations. These are 2 players who tend to find it. Coop and Hoofishy, definitely rising stars right now on the scene. They have Chap to really be the anchor here and lead this rotate, and it seems like it's working out so well. As a full trio, they're just finding their way through this game right now. Look at the great tarp on up. They're going to work together now to break through and continue to try and stay safe. They are below the Storm Surge threshold. 12 players need to go down. They have to fight.
They have to fight here on the low ground, and they're very good. They take down NPen, a player that we've seen having huge performances here, and definitely one of the scarier players on low ground, but Chap goes down. But again, we've seen this before. We've seen Coop clutch up, but man, does he have to do it. The recent signing to G2, he now needs to push forward and do something big as he's 32 below with both teammates down, 2 eliminations on the board. He's got all the peppers though, and as far as solo mobility goes, honestly, I'd probably rather take that even over Shockwaves, because Shockwaves opens up the builds. It keeps you exposed. It tells you who's around you. Peppers are nice and quiet. He can make his way around these builds, try and find something here and just find these angles as he's playing it so well. I know it sounds dumb to say this is where Coop plays best, as you think with a full trio you play best, but if anyone can clutch this, it's gonna be Coop.
Yeah, Coop's done it before. Can he do it? Players in the box here. It's Gabe. Gabe's going to get melted. A player who needed to survive more than anyone else. So that means Tahi is now by himself somewhere in the mix. Can they make their top 15? Bugha, Avery, and Jamper do end up holding that high ground, but Coop has so much more to prove here. A 60-piece follow-up, and now he's on the storm line, trying to stay alive here. 120 mats now, and it's not looking good. They get wiped out of the competition, but still, great pickup for him as Height gets contested by Creo, and that's not going to survive.
Avery, Jamper, and Bugha on the high ground. They've had a very rough day here. They came into this on 3rd place, and they've just dropped lower and lower on the leaderboard. This is their chance to jump back up, and like you said, this is very good for teams like Scented Edgy Commandment, like Zexo and Macwood and Calc, who are still in this game because the leaderboard is getting more top-heavy, but they need to have a good performance. They have to do something to now. This is a who's who right now. You have Bugha, Jamper, Avery, full trio. You have Scented Edgy Commandment, full trio. Zexo, Calc, and Macwood as a full trio. This is going to be intense. As Unknown lurking around in the distance there, trying to see what he can do and find his way into this, as you have 7 teams with 12 players. So those numbers advantages are going to matter, as Saf is still clawing his way into this. He just falls, but a big performance from him to clutch up points again, as Saf is consistently the last player in his team to go down, and it's going to start breaking out soon. It's going through old builds, it's slowing down, but as soon as this opens up, it's going to get hectic really quickly, and I don't see Scented Edgy and Commandment having the items they need to take high ground off Bugha, Jamper, and Avery, who have some eliminations on the board, and he drops down and takes down the solo. So here it is, the numbers advantage coming out here. Avery having that legendary pump shotgun and putting it to use. 2 eliminations. Zuni's falls now as well. There are 3 teams, 7 players. They are clearing out this lobby, but this is their biggest feat. This is the tallest ask. You've taken down the solos, but can you take down the full trio? You have Scented, Edgy, Commandment beneath you. An insane trio that I asked more of, and they performed. They've got 2nd place, Calc going down in 3rd. So these teams that needed to have big performances are having just that. Avery, Jamper, and Bugha don't need these points, but pride is on the line. They want to win this like any other team would want to win it. They don't gain anything, but they want the pride of this. Commandment, Edgy, and Scented. They're looking healthy, but I don't know if they can do it. Commandment's going up. They're going up, but they're just too high. But Avery falls. Avery goes down on low ground. He might not be able to close this one out. Bugha and Jamper are now put on the back foot. It's on them to try and clutch this one up. They've lost a lot of their firepower. We can't see what's going on behind the trees. They're just building through. I think it's 3 players on the low, but Jamper's going for the heal off. I'm talking about this being a fight. It's not a fight. Bugha has stalled them out, and Jamper wins with the heal off. They play it so well. That's all they had to do, and that's always the advantage of high ground. It's the heal off advantage.
Yeah, definitely. You see how it all broke down there, as he did just manage to buy just a little bit of time, and it was enough time for them to do exactly what they needed to. Ultimately, though, we are going to send it over to the analyst desk so they can break down and continue the action for us.
Bro, what is that last moment shockwave grenade, Bugha? World champion, I see it! This is what I want. This is the hype that we wish happens all the time. Bro, that was so well executed. Just given the kind of the knowledge to Jamper. Look, Jamper, just go for it. Heal off, baby. I got it. I got it. He said, that's a world champion? Okay, Bugha, I trust you. He said, 1 shockwave, don't worry. Here it goes. That was basically Salt Bay. Like, that was just this moment right here. And then the VR is very close behind. Let's take a look at the standings to see how things are going. Again, no surprise, Zayt, Saf, Stretch holding down the number 1 spot, increasing that lead. It seems like this is just going up by 5 to 10 points every single round. But that last game, Jamper, Bugha, Avery, now in spot number 2. They have overtaken everybody, and now they are the number 2 team.
Ooh, huge catch up from there. Huge catch up from there. And I think Zeke's definitely had his coffee. I wish I had right now as well to get as hyped as he is. But right now we've seen some huge plays, right? Zeke did some great stuff early on, and he's just kind of been consistently getting those games in. A 7th and a 3rd, just to keep that big distance. And there's one game left that doesn't seem like anyone's going to be able to catch up to them. So it seems like it may be another battle for that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th and 5th spots.
Yeah, Commandment, Scented, and Edgy do not want to be anywhere in terms of going towards battling for top 15. They're sitting so comfortable in 8th. This looks very good for them. That 2nd boosts them up the rankings to the spot. They're now tied, I would say, almost in a 3-way with AJ and Voil as well, just right around them. We have Chap, Coob, and Hoopfishy there as well. They're making endgames. They're playing their low ground game just like Xset. Maybe not as efficiently, but the gameplay looks good. So if both these teams make heats, it'll be insane to see who actually claims the title of low ground champ.
And that big last game was 2nd with 10 eliminations. So that's a really big game for them. And they were like 12th before this, so that's a big jump up for them to be in 8th. And here you can see our 11th to 15th place. Again, some similar names that we're seeing here, but a couple teams kind of raising up on the leaderboards. Zexro, Calc, and Macwood there. Another really good game for them coming in 3rd. A nice little solo clutch by Calc. And Oliver, Pulse, and Larson. Again, they were just down in that like 14th, 15th slot, so another time they're just going up another slot as well.
Rising up the ranks here. Now, of course, Fortnite fam, we're looking at the top 15 that will be moving on through here. The 16th, that's what we need to know. Who is here on the bubble? On the other side, we do have Aspect, Zunies, Npen, Sebi, Nanu, Fernando, Gabe, Tahi. I mean, the list goes on, right? This is where we really need to be keeping very close eyes on, because this is ultimately the final game. You have one final chance to put all your cards on the table and say, listen, doesn't matter where we've been, what we've been doing, right now we're going to show up. We're either going to get the VR or we're going to place high enough to make it into top 15, and that's what we're looking to do. Now, guys, we got to talk about some of these teams right there on the bubble who are right there on the edge and need to try and push on through.
Yeah, for the top side, it's about, in terms of Zayt, looking at making a mark for drop spots, right? That's what Booga's thinking about. That's what the top 5 are thinking about. But for the top 15, for qualifying, the game is so much more closer, so much more serious. I'm focusing on 2 trios right now. Oliver OG and his trio, all the way over at the Lighthouse, and then Zex, Mac, and Calc, all over at Craggy Cliffs on the same side.
These are 2 trios who have not qualified through Qualifier 1 yet to the Heats, so we're kind of checking in with them today. They were doing really well trying to keep that consistent 10th to 15th, but they really need some big games to kind of ensure that they're going through. And Oliver's team with Pulse and Larson here, not really performing that at all. 0 eliminations, and then Pulse just getting taken out by Saf, dropping through down below.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that point that, yes, we're going to be watching and following, especially in this next endgame. A lot of trios that are in the top 5 will be looking at who can win out on the region. But just remember these 2 trios on your screen, especially Zex, Mac, and Calp, because they've had such good momentum the last 2 games as to what they can do to hold on to top 15. Both them and Larson and Oliver OG are in that top 15 right now. They're hovering between 10th and 15th place. But they need to stay there, or they're going to have to not have a guaranteed spot for qualifying for those heats. They want to be playing this next game very well, so look out for their names in the elimination feed. Make sure you're rooting for them if you see them on your screen, and who knows, maybe they do an insane height retake. Just know their game started on the north side of the map.
And I think they can definitely do this because, a little bit slow start going in, but they seem to have kind of got their momentum now, right? They've got their Storm Surge strategy down for mid-game by going onto a hill near the Stark Island, getting their tags that way consistently, maybe taking third parties into fights that's going around that Stark Industries area. That's got them sorted, and that's been their biggest issue through Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2. So, maybe a little bit late to pick up that first place slot, but they're really picking up the heat right now towards the end of Qualifier 2.
Guys, this is it. I don't want it to end. I don't want it to be over. But we've been here for 2 days. We have 11 of 12 matches complete. We have 1 game left to go. What advice would you give these players? If you could just hop into Discord. Just be like, listen, Trio X, here's what you need to do. What is that advice?
All right.
Shy away.
Are you prepped? If I was in a Discord call with these guys, I would back up for a second so I don't get too loud and just say, let's go! absolute confidence. You guys got this. Don't be afraid or scared. Use everything you've learned. Just, edit all the things that have gone wrong, make it right, and pop off.
Let's hope this is it, Fortnite fam. Last game here in NA East. Take it away, casters.
You heard it there. Shio said it best. Just stand there, pop off. You got this. How's it going to play out here for the final game of the round 3? I mean, Aussie, listen, we just have watched a phenomenal 2 days of competition, and now when it matters most, those players on the bubble have to step up. I think the top of the food chain, that's solidified. That point threshold lead that Zayt and company have, that's done.
Currently, I've been asking a few teams to step up and have their moment, and both times they have. Zexo, Calc, Macwood now in 12th, and we have Commandment, Edgy, and Centered really kind of cementing themselves in 8th. So it is, but it's about those teams. I'm still seeing Narwhal, Zlem, and Bank in 14th. Oliver OG, a team that I've been kind of shouting out and really wanting to have a good performance. They're slipping down, so Shio's talked about it. Got happy to have that confidence, but there's some teams up in here who haven't been in this situation. They haven't had it where they need to win this game to qualify straight into heats, and they're the teams I'm a bit worried about, but they're the teams most exciting to watch. When nerves are on the line, can you show up big? Because if you're going to try and make it as a pro in this scene, you have to show up big in these moments.
100%. Let's not forget there is still a piece of that big prize on the line as well. While it may not be the main focus because, pride and hype is when it comes down to leading into the grand finals and the heats, but still, there is still stuff to gain throughout these weeks. And for Booga, Jamper, and Avery, it's about holding on to second place or pulling off something just crazy for first, which seems like a bit of a stretch, but still, nonetheless, they have played so well. Qualifier 1 and now Qualifier 2.
Yeah, and there is money on the line too. We've been talking about qualifying, we've been talking about the bottom and winning for pride. There is still prize money on the line as well. So they're definitely trying to jump up there and get a piece of that as well, just going into those future games. But we talk about how drop spots are so important, and this is your chance. If you're looking at a leaderboard, if you're thinking, hey, okay, I've qualified for, this is week 3, my first time up here, where am I going to drop? You're going to use the leaderboard as a decent indicator. If there's a team that's just dominating, they're probably not the team you're going to look to drop on, as Dave picks up some eliminations in the feed. So they're running into an early game fight. Either a team that's now also dropping a Dirty Docs trying to get a piece of that, or they've rotated quickly and no, it's Jeff, the same team we've seen dropping there, and they've started doing better again today when they started getting contested, Monster.
Yeah, Jeff, Ship-Hop, and Vex there. Remember, that's the same team that was hitting the Caddy's corner against Kupu, Fishy, and Chap. So they've just been, kind of ping-ponging back and forth between that team and then, of course, the Dirty Docs, not finding success really anywhere on the map. Unfortunately, getting bested for the most part. As you see, Aspect find Tezzy there, too. Here's a little replay, though, of Calc, or a perspective of Calc and how things are unfolding for them. They do have the Quinjets that are going to land here at the northernmost portion outside of Craggy Cliffs. And, I mean, this is still a very important situation for them, right? They have to get super looted because they need one more good game to maintain their positioning. They're not safe by any means with the amount of points that they have at 108.
No, they're not safe, and this is all the loot they can get. It's all the loot they can ask for, and they've gotten lucky this game, because when they get the Quinjets, yeah, it's great loot, but it takes a very long time to go over there, take out all the Stark bots, get the loot, and then start rotating. But it's probably the closest zone we've seen them have for the most part today, so they can now use those rifts to get more central, maybe set up for their tags, because they're going to be looting here for a bit longer. And you talked about it earlier, Monster. Teams not really using the material advantage to try and go for upgraded weapons. Craggy has a lot of material. It has more than max of every material for your team, so they can maybe set up for that situation, and they're going to be looking really, really good this game. So if they've had their momentum and they're performing, they got a first place and a third place, I'm expecting another top 3 here today, unless something goes wrong in this last game.
Yeah, that would be the perfect story, right? If you can just come into that back half of the tournament and literally pop off, have those 3 great games you were looking for all week, basically, it's still possible. It's still very much possible. As it is possible for Oliver, Larson, and Pulsonics here to continue to step up. I mean, they have quite the stretch if they want to make it through, sitting at 98 points, 13th in the competition overall over the last 2 days, so still having quite the day for them. And as I talk about people that are having a day, I mean, XZ has had quite the day, but I think AB just fell.
Yeah, They went down in the feed there. One of them did. So they took down J-Word, but then Drew then managed to get another knock onto one of them. So it's going to be that situation where it doesn't really change the leaderboard much, but this fight right here could massively change future weeks, though. If this is going to be a team that's going to be consistently setting up near Exit, and I guarantee this fight is breaking out over Logjam, and we've talked about it. This team has so much loot they try to acquire, and any team that goes near it, they fight them, and they fight them every time. And we need to see. They won last game, but again, ultimately didn't really end up too well for both teams, but they need to do it here, and Drew and Aqualix are on kind of the back foot now. It's a 2v1 situation, so I'd normally be confident they're going to win it, but we've seen how this goes before. The Exec guys are phenomenal fighters, and they don't technically, I want to say, need this loot to do well in the game, but they want to secure it. They've got such a big widespread area because they're this scary, because any team that encroaches in on their area, they do this to them.
Yeah, they really have extended their grip over the swamps, over the Fortilla. I think mistakes were made by Drew, though, giving Xset Shark the opportunity to take a Qualix in a 1v1. And now it's going to mix up, though. Shark's going to get tagged up. It's not looking too good. I don't think he has the clutching power as Knight had in the previous run. And wait a second. For a second there, he almost made me eat my words.
He almost did, and that's it. You can't count him out, but either way, they're still making it difficult, and that's the goal here. We see a little bit of the disrespect, a little bit of the shade being thrown around, but that's the thing. You need to make it difficult. This team is now going to struggle. They're in an area where they don't have a lot of loot. They have a reboot van nearby, but it's going to be a bit difficult, and their game is going to struggle regardless. And when you're trying to find a drop spot because you want to have some good games, making the games difficult, it just serves that purpose to make the not reinforce it. As we hear Chaff, I think, hitting the horn there and beeping at this team as he rotates past, and they're dropping a lot of the wood, but that didn't cost them much for how much they saved. The taxi's now relatively healthy, and they didn't really take any damage, so well worth it there. And now they get to hit the rotate, and these vehicles have, oh geez, another team, and the taxi really copping a flogging here as he makes his way through, but looks like he's all right.
Yeah, this time around, it's not going to be so forgiving for Coop, who gets tagged up pretty hard. He's now down to his last 10 shield, and they don't want to stop just yet. They want a better piece of the land here. Okay, they get somewhere comfortable. This is actually a great spot to actually base up. They're so distanced away from the other enemies, and they also have a piece of that river to use for a rotate as well. So great spot, great position for them to be in, and they've really set themselves up for success. That wasn't bad, though. You literally just made the greatest point, right? For what it's worth, they didn't really use anything, and they got here basically unscathed. Like, yeah, Coop got hit once, but that's one big pot. Like, what's that, right?
Yeah, when people are driving and they're trying to save like some material, if you just drop in the wood walls and you get to a position center map right now, they'll refarm all that wood, and they're sitting fine right now. That's what wood's for. You got to use it to block the damage, and that's what happens. They could have destroyed the taxi, which would have been explosive damage. They would have got pinned down. Teams would have lobby focused them. While you're moving as a team in trios, you need to try and keep that momentum going. You only stop if you're further away from the team, because if you stop in front of them, even if you're dropping down metal and brick builds, they can still spray through them quickly. So it is really worth keeping the momentum going. And yeah, they played that rotate perfectly. These are the things that I talked about with like light bulb moments and flicking the switch that I want to see Chap and his trio find, where they can just kind of tighten up those few issues they're having and have the performances that we've been talking about due to Chap's consistency in these team game modes.
Yeah, what's so significant about that is that they land Caddy's corner, so they have made literally the cross-country trek here. As we get a little bit of information here, more than half of the teams in the top 15 have finished top 15 last week as well. So most of the teams that we're seeing up here right now in the standings, the teams that are doing great have been doing great consistently. This gives us a great indicator of who is going to be players to look out for leading into the heats.
And it's why we need to talk about those teams that right now have their potential opportunity, like Oliver OG, Pulsonics and Larson, like Narwhal, Slam and Bank, who are currently in 13th and 14th respectively, who there's consistency at this top 15. If they make the round 3 next week, which again, there's no guarantee, they didn't make it the week before, can they have a similar performance to today? You don't want to fall just that little bit short when you finally had your chance, because they need to qualify outright if they're really going to have that consistency going forward, because like you just saw, the top 15 is usually pretty consistent, but that does mean, without going too much into detail, if you guys don't know how qualifying works for teams that aren't top 15, there are the roll down slots for consistency. So the more people that double qualify in top 15 means more people will get in off consistency later. So that could pay off for them as well.
Yeah, definitely. And teams that can do that easily, Creo, Bucky, Kanata, Jamper, Avery Booger, right? The Xset boys, all these guys that have had a great open qualifier or qualifier week 1 leading into the second qualifier here. But as we talk about Bucky, Creo, Kanata, we're going to jump into their perspective. It's not looking good. Kanata gets tagged down really low. BBG's AJ is finally going to convert over, but I mean, Kanata is in a world of hurt here, as is Creo, okay? But they are going to be able to heal just a little bit, so they're going to be able to secure the loot here, but for a second, it wasn't looking too good.
Yeah, and they're sitting on that 15th to go from first in week 1 qualifier to now 15th in week 2 qualifier. It's a little bit crazy. We'll have to kind of see how they play this one out and kind of what went wrong there, because nothing seemingly changed, and it shows why there can be those massive jumps of consistency versus inconsistency, as we now have Macwood, Calc, and Zexro 168 above, and this is the game where I said if they're going to have a good game, it's going to be now. Look at the loot. Their center zone, they got to use their rifts, they had a zone that was close to them, they got Quinjet, so they have so much loot. They need to make something out of this game. Cal talked about how he can be a bit inconsistent, but when they're on, and right now they are.
Yeah, they've really found the switch. They hit it on in this back half of the tournament, and just great loot all around. Good team to have nearby as well. Booga, Jamper, Avery, not one to necessarily force mid-game engagement, so I think they'll be safe for quite some time, especially since they're probably playing to continue to hold that consistent spot that they have. Reverse, Miro, and Day here, definitely on a different footing, right? Mid-game fights galore, early game fights, let them have it. They want those kind of action moments here, and it's not looking any difference here as Miro's trying to get inside the base. They're really looking to figure this one out, and it's Clarity G. No, this is a massive drop down, and what a big team to wipe out, because I believe they are just inside of the safety zone, or we're just outside of it. I'd have to double check. No, yes, they were outside of it. So that's it for Niddle, Mikey, and Clarity. They are not qualing, not top 15 this week.
And that's your 6th place team with Day, Miro, and Reverse, and they have 6 eliminations on the board. They've now wiped 2 full trios, but the loadout's looking like it. They got their eliminations, but do they have what they need to show for it? They don't have the meds left. They don't really have the material. They don't have the mobility, so unless they can pull off another trio wipe, but it be on a team that's a little bit more stacked, this is going to be a struggle, but they're 1,600 above, so they've clearly been fighting.
Yeah, definitely. That early game fight, wrapping up the players that land at them at the dirty docks, and now this mid-game engagement. I mean, they're looking very bad for wear, though, and no, as Day gets taken out, too. I mean, the silver lining here is that they can conclude, right? They can pick up all the loot here, so it is going to be theirs, but, I mean, to lose a teammate this far along, that's not good.
After so many fights as well. Again, they're already qualified. They don't really need this insane performance. They had a good performance last week as well, but there it is. Miro managing to get another elimination on Jarito, so that's a lot of eliminations they have on the board as another team is dropping down, and this is where it might matter. If Reverse can kind of pull something off beneath this team, maybe get them focused from above, but they're kind of pushed far and far away from teams as Who Fishy is now down. Bucky, Creo, Kanata pushing in here. Coop, Chap, and Who Fishy were in a great spot. I have to think this maybe came off a snipe or something. I don't know what Who Fishy's done wrong here, because they're in a good base, really fast center zone, and now they're stuck on the edge, and Coop and Chap have to do something really big now.
Yeah, definitely. You can see Coop on the run right now, trying to get down to that low ground, literally looking to scramble here, but, I mean, Creo and Bucky, they're coming in now to back them up, and now they switch focus. They're back onto Chap, and Chap's probably not going to last very long. I mean, he's not necessarily a renowned box fighter, so this is a tough situation. He's got 3 players looking to get on top of his walls.
Yeah, and then Coop's going to try and do something. The cone, though. Oh, okay. Okay, Kanata gets taken out, and that's definitely one of the stronger fighters out of all of this. Coop showing why he was the solo FNCS winner and solo DreamHack winner back-to-back. The first time anyone's ever done this, and now he has to show this skill as a solo player. And honestly, Coop didn't get the respect from the community, especially the top-tier pros like Kanata, that I would have expected. And Coop's showing why you should put some respect on his name as he absolutely bodies Kanata, but he's now stuck in a 1v2 situation. Can he pull this off? This would be legendary. No, they're on either side.
Onto Creo.
Takes down
The
Creo.
follow-up.
No, so close. He almost pulls it off. That would have been massive, but maybe that's the damage they need to have Chap close this one out. Chap coming into this fight, probably the weaker fighter out of this group, but Bucky's now on the back foot with a legendary performance from Coop. He has pulled off so many big solo clutches today. It's ridiculous. Coop is insane.
Listen, Chap needs all of these points. He cannot afford to lose to Bucky right here, right now. And let's not forget, remember, they've already qualified. Like, Bucky, Kanata, and Creo don't have to worry about anything. But Chap needs this more than anything else. They need this engagement here. Ooh. Chap actually hits the shockwave shot across. So that's a big one. Bucky's down to nothing now. He goes in with a crash pad, and he bodies Bucky in the 1v1. Well played.
And there it is. They needed their shots. They needed their damage. They're in 10th place, and they confirm it, and they solidify it. We talked about it. This is a team that didn't make it into the round 3 last week in the week 1 qualifiers. So they got to have a big performance now, because if they have a similar performance next week, they're not top 15. So they're kind of securing it now. What's that? 10th place. How many points between them and below? So they're about 30 points up from the 15th place team. So you have to think that will hold. But Chap survives. He's got a decent loadout to keep trying to get a few more points. But what a big fight from Coop. 100% the star of that fight there. Hoofishy goes down in a 2v3, and then Coop almost pulls off the 1v3.
It just hasn't been Kanata's day, right? Kanata gets it from NPen and now from Coop as well. Tap gets concluded on there. He finally gets a race from the story of tonight's showcase. This is the last game, guys. It's the last running of the evening here for the qualifier number 2. Day 2, right? This has been an intense day of Fortnite action. And I mean, they still put up such a performance, especially with the start that they had from Coop, Chap, and Hoofishy. A 3rd and a 2nd place back-to-back. So really has been quite the weekend for them.
Casca smacked an unknown, a team that has had a very up and down weekend, and not really a roller coaster. It kind of went straight up, and then it hit a big wall, went straight down, but they're in a good spot now, perched up on top of one of the factories of Dirty Dogs. Booger, Jamper, and Avery also there, has Chaotic and Paper. Now, that's a team that we've seen struggle a lot. They're coming into this game on 32nd place. They're second last, but this is their first time I think we've seen them make a proper end game where they're healthy, so let's see what they can do with it, because if this part of their gameplay is inconsistent too, it's looking really scary for next week.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see how this one's going to go ahead and dice up now as Commandment, Edgy, and Scented 2 have a big task in front of them. Remember, all these players are not necessarily safe, but more importantly, they have so much riding on this because they need these qualifications. They didn't have the luxury of qualing through last week, and they're in the same boat as Hoofishy, Coop, and Chap. Like, they're literally up there in the 130s. And I mean, why it might feel like they're completely safe, you know, it's not over till it's over. So still, big games need to be put out from them. Big games needs to be concluded from Calculators, Zexer, and Macwood as well. These are teams that are very much there, but not all the way there. You have Oliver and crew. You have Narwhal's team as well.
Yeah, and a team that I had big hopes for, Cease, Furious, and Blake, just inside there as well, 11th place. So there's some big names up here who just aren't kind of finding their purchase. In top 15, it's top half of the lobby. And when you have the players of this caliber, not everyone can fit in there, as Commandment trying to get his shots from behind. And we haven't really seen a zone pull this direction around Dirty Dogs. There's a lot of builds here, a lot to hide behind, but it's really going to favor those teams that are good at playing those close quarter engagements like Scented, Edgy, and Commandment are doing right now. Just finding those angles, getting those builds, and controlling it, and just trying to keep players away from your walls, and just remembering what are yours, because I'm waiting for a player to kind of sneak in with a crash pad or even inside someone's old tarp and really open these fights up.
Yeah, that's not something you see very often in these trio-based game modes. It's like there's crash pad entries, so when they do it, if it comes flashy, it gets exciting. As Graska, Xcept, and Post-Secure trying to figure something out here. You can see the 3-way perspective. They have a long rotate to make right now. Shockwaves are definitely in tow. They do have a crash pad too. How are they going to be able to make this play? There's so many players sitting underneath them. No one is safe right now. They're going to set up the bouncer Shockwave. Let's see where it takes them.
Pretty good rotate. They don't get split too far, and that's the issue right now. A lot of players like talking about how there's a lot of solo rotation in this trio meta. There's no launch pads, there's no rift to goes. All the rotation is more solo based, but the teams that have been able to adapt to that and find out those little strategies like that with the stare, just to kind of channel the team and keep them together, are the ones that are playing really consistency with these items. As Xcept and that get onto front side, but they've gone really low monster. If this zone goes back up, they put themselves in a pretty risky position.
Yeah, and Furious, Blake, and Cease are down there as well. A team that is in that top 10 that needs to stay there. As you can see, Crumbler falls there to Xcept. Xcept's going to find a nice second frag already. Up above them, Saf still alive here, trying to chip away at placement points here too. I don't see Zexro, or I don't see Zate or Stretch nearby. Oh, yes, Zate is still alive. Here's Stretch. 1 HP on Stretch. My gosh, yes. The shot's going to go through. He's going to get taken out. Instantly thirsted as well. Was that from Calc? So Calc needed that point. That was big.
They've had a big day though. They've done really, really well. They're almost definitely holding their first place. Unless Jampo, Booger, and Avery pull off something miraculous we've never seen before, their lead is gonna hold right now. But it's Chaotic, Paper, and Haz on the high ground. Now this doesn't shake up the leaderboard at all, because like I said, that team is right down the bottom. But there is pride points for them. They need to prove that, hey, we've had some rough times on Spawn, but we're a phenomenal team, and if we fix that up, this is what we can do with it. As Centered, Edgy, and Commandment looking to hit their rotate, I see a bounce pad. I don't see any kind of shockwaves or crash pads, and this is a difficult last zone monster. We've asked a lot of these teams. They've had 12 games, 11 before this to prove their worth, and now they have their final game, and it's a tough one. It was a dirty dog zone. They had to survive getting through all the factories, all the builds, and now the complete polar opposite. It is open area out here. There is nothing to hide behind. There is nowhere to go but towards the next zone, and if you don't have the mobility, you're gonna have to play this so smart.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the layer change here. They do not want to be on that water layer where all the players that are desperate with no HP, with no material, those are the guys that you want to avoid in this situation. So they're going right on up to stay away. Ooh. And no, Aspect falls. This is so big because Zuni's and Enpen, they're so close to making top 15. That might be the end of it. We'll see if the rest of them can clutch up, but that was a massive elimination. Enpen is still alive. You can see him rotating there. Pulsonics, Larson, and Oliver trying to do the same as well. They need more points. They haven't gotten anything this game, and they're just literally just on top 15 as they
take down Zuni's.
Oh, that's so bad.
That's massive. They're in 13th place. It's bad for Zuni's, but it's great for Larson. This team was in 13th place, so not only is it elimination and the points they need to get that top 15, it's on other teams that are around them, and those sways matter so much. As Larson looking a little bit shambles here, doesn't have the best loot, gonna try and pick up another elimination onto Zayt. That's an extra point, and points are gonna mean everything. 3 to 5 points will be such a huge jump up on the leaderboard. They're 45 below. They've played this game so passive. They need all the damage they can get. This is not a team we've talked about dominating the low ground, but they're trying to do it here. They're trying to channel their inner XZ and see what they can do as they push down as the zone keeps pulling lower and lower. Larson has the harpoon. They need a refresh. He has 2 builds to his name. No, 0 builds, 2 limbs. Make it 3. Unfortunately, Pulsonics goes down. Oliver's there as well. Larson, the team is on your back. Can you make it? Can you clutch up the qualification and get the top 15? He's got the purple pump in hand. 30 white tag he does. Another elimination. 3 on board for Larson. Can he make it 4?
No way!
This player is doing so much. He's coming out of nowhere, and he's showing why he is top 15, and he deserves it.
So clean with it as well. Take a look at the exit play right there. Either way, he's put up so much for his team. So valuable. Oliver is still alive somewhere. He's trying to get to his teammate. There's enemies underneath him now as well. It is not looking good for Larson, but what can you say? He's put up such a performance so far. Can he get more is the real question here now.
Does he need more is also the question. He's done so well. This team was on 13th. They're only 2 places clear of top 15. And there's a lot of eliminations. We saw a lot of those teams still alive. And he's gotten so many eliminations. But other than points, he hasn't got much for it. He's given some material to Oliver, who needs to help him out right now. Oliver has the health and shield advantage. He's been the firepower so far. Larson's put the team on his back. Let's see what Oliver can do. He's gotten him to this point. He's got the banish cannon, though. So this could still be doable. We have 6 teams alive with 15 players. And Enpen's gone down as well, so that was their last chance. That could have been enough. They were just outside in 16th, so I don't know if that's going to be enough to get top 15.
Yeah, that was going to be close. Definitely close there, but hey, he picked up some points. Larson's still alive somehow. He gets tagged by the energy rifle. That Banish Bazooka being the difference maker. Just a little bit of extra points there. The little bit of HP. All his final builds now are going just to stay and keep Oliver alive. They're going to layer change now as well. These are the final zones. This is literally the qualifying run for Larson, Pulsonics, and Oliver to make it the Heat. Oh my gosh! The double follow-up. The left and right. And another one. Can he do it again? I asked if he can do more, and he does. My gosh.
Larson is a machine. He's showing why we need to pay attention and why sometimes it's the players that are around that qualification point that have the most to say, that have the loudest voices at the very end, as has Chaotic and Paper also at the very bottom of this leaderboard, coming in at 32nd and trying to clean up and clear out this game. Massive performance from Booger's team, hopefully holding them in second place. He takes down Chaotic, gets the finish. Booger, can you do this as well? We've seen all the power coming out of Larson, an unknown player that I previously haven't watched. Booger, a player you've definitely heard of. your solo World Cup champion, happy to do
he's
something. He
down.
takes down Paper. Paper goes down to the Storm. It's a 1v1 right now. It's Booger versus Haz. He has the bandages. He doesn't have the health or shield advantage. If Haz just sits up there, he wins, but he's peeking. He might leave himself exposed, and no, you have your 32nd place team making endgame once out of all 12 games and winning it.
8 eliminations for Haz, Paper, and Chaotic there. They tried, and at least they get themselves a victory royale, showing that they can hang with the best of the best, even after a tough day 2 there. Ozzy, what a crazy game, though, overall. Just watching the roller coaster, the skyrocket of Unknown and Casker Smack, and then the decline as well. It was just a back and forth performance from all the teams.
It was a crazy day to end up a crazy weekend, and it's so exciting when it's qualifiers. You look at the top, who can take out the top? Can it be Booger? Can he overtake Zate's team? But you have the qualifiers, so we're gonna have to see, did Booger's team get enough there? They were in 2nd place, and no, they weren't. We have Zate at Dooms, TSM Safi, and Liquid Streamon, which is obviously Stretch, winning the weekend on 227 points with 3 victory royales and 58 eliminations.
Well, let's forget big victory royales there. Either way, though, we're going to toss over to Des to bring us home. Oh,
Hey,
never
never
mind.
mind.
Psych, I joked. You
We
still
have a
get
few
to see
more
our
words.
faces here because we just cast this Monster D-Face Aussie Antics. You know, it's been crazy with that winner's graphics. Obviously, we got to shed some light. Zate, Sap, and Stretch, just night and day performance from being contested and now to being here.
Yeah, they did so insanely well, and they've shown what they can do. But remember, that was mostly uncontested, but it was without the Mythic Bomb. They've shown how strong they can be, and they don't need it.
Yeah, they definitely don't. But ultimately, we're going to toss it over to the analyst desk. Let's see the rest of the standings and how it all broke down.
Thank you guys so much. Monster just got very excited. He was just like, you know what, man? I got to take a step back. That last game was crazy. It was an incredible series, honestly, all this weekend. EU earlier on in the day, NA East. I mean, we've got to take a look at the standings. That's really the big storyline, right? Which top 15 teams made it through in the end? So many of these teams were fighting on that bubble, and now we will be able to see which ones have cemented their name and claimed one of the top 15 spots. Now, we do know Zate, Sap, Stretch, them at the top. They are your overall winners here for week number 2. That does not mean they get active champions, of course. That just means they walk away with the bragging rights. Jamper, Booga, Avery did hold on to 2nd spot. And again, you know, the XZ trio, they held on as well, Shy. I mean, literally all day.
Absolutely, and Low Ground really showed up this entire weekend with these guys and some more as well. In 5th place overall too was Clicks there. Day Miro in reverse, another Low Ground trio. 6th place overall. So many more though. Reese, this was an insane showing of performance of skill.
It was, and Day Mirror in reverse actually had the most eliminations out of anyone in any team here, but only placing 6th. Obviously 6th a great placement, but these guys are really clearly working on their fights, and that's been paying off a ton. But just that little bit more consistency in their placements is really going to show that these guys in Qualifier 3, the Heat, and the Grand Finals can be a really top team.
Yeah, now I'm kind of getting to those, segments, those talking points of which type of teams we're going to be seeing in these heats, right? Can XSET fight Chap, Coop, and Hoofishy on Low Ground, playing the same style of play? Can Clicks go toe-to-toe with Zate, Sap, and Stretch at the top? Oliver OG makes it in. Zextro makes it in too here in the top 15, though.
And that big pop-off that we saw from Larson, he was already in 14th place, so had already that secured. But firstly, it was incredible to watch, but it 100% solidified their position there. And then also, France had 3rd with 7 eliminations, came from 20th place, and popped them all the way up into qualifying.
Man, oh man. That's what it takes, right? You just need the one game to change everything. Now, we are going to be getting ready to say goodbye, but first, let's very quickly touch on the predictions and kind of how everyone fared at the end of NA East. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, looking across our predictions, it is in fact Aussie Antics who had Jamper, Booga, and Avery. They came 2nd overall here on the weekend. So he is your most winningest caster/analyst on the day. Congratulations, Aussie. You'll have bragging rights next weekend. I like to see that. But you know, that is pretty much
I'm liking this 2-day format gameplay that we're seeing so far. It's a lot of learning from day number 1 for trios who don't perform, and then they come in day number 2 and really show us what's up. I want to see if these guys can really have a good day number 1 next week, though, on both EU, NA East, and every other region in the world.
I agree. It's also kind of something that's like 2 different tournaments almost. You know, you do finish a tournament, you look up, you VOD review, you learn, you move on to day 2, you try and implement those things and get the best practice. The best practice is playing the tournaments themselves, and the more tournaments, the more games, the more practice your teams get, and the better they get.
Stage 1, Qualifier 2, round number 3.
No! Day 2, NA East! No! Beep, beep.